This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Life and Death in the Andes, On the Trail of Bandits, Heroes, and Revolutionaries, by Kim MacQuarrie. Narrated by Jonathan Yen. All men dream, but not equally. Those who dream by night in the dusty recesses of their minds wake in the day to find that it was vanity. But the dreamers of the day are dangerous men, for they may act on their dreams with open eyes to make them possible. T. E. Lawrence, 7 Pillars of Wisdom. Preface. When I was a boy growing up in Nevada, during the long, hot summers, I used to read a lot. On bright, burning days when the temperature outside hovered well over 100 degrees, and when if you tried to cross an asphalt street you'd singe your bare feet like a couple of grilled vegetables, I'd remain inside, would lie on my back on our floral-patterned couch, would open a book, and then would immediately find myself plunging across icy seas or tunneling deep into other worlds. One of my favorite authors growing up was a German-American sailor named William Willis, who wrote true-life accounts of his various adventures. Willis had sailed on square-rigged ships as a teenager and, later in life, eventually made his way to Peru on the western coast of South America. There, he lashed together some balsa logs and sailed across the Pacific Ocean for no other reason than adventure. Willis's descriptions of being alone on his raft at night, peering down into the translucent blackness where he witnessed great luminescent creatures rising from the deep, still haunts my imagination. At around the same time, when I was about 8 or 9 years old, I stumbled across Edgar Rice Burroughs' Hollow Earth series, which tells the tale of how a man burrowed down through the Earth's crust with a machine, only to discover an exotic interior world called Pellucidar. Within the Earth's interior, it turned out, existed a world full of half-naked tribes and powerful beasts, mostly dinosaurs, rich, luxuriant vegetation, beautiful women, and so much adventure that I remember spending an entire summer there, immersed in a world as far removed from the deserts of Nevada as the Earth is from Mars. Many years later, after eventually becoming a writer and documentary filmmaker, I was touring with a film I'd recently made on a certain Amazonian tribe when a magazine writer asked me what had motivated me to spend so much time in South America. Without even thinking, I blurted out, "Edgar Rice Burroughs." The journalist, it turned out, had gone to public school with Burroughs's grandson, and, about a month later, a package arrived at my door. Inside was an original edition of Burroughs's At the Earth's Core, published in 1914, the first in the Hollow Earth series. Burroughs's grandson had signed the book, saying that his grandfather would have been pleased to know that his work had propelled me to the far reaches of the Amazon. It was while fingering through its pages, however, that I suddenly realized a certain truth, that some of the worlds we visit in books when we're children become so buried within our minds that, even though they may remain deeply submerged, they may still prompt us to later subconsciously search for them, much as adoptees might search for their biological parents, or as adults might search for long-lost childhood friends. While motivations remain mysterious, I do credit Burroughs with having created a vision that eventually took me to South America, a continent that, in many ways, contains everything that the best of Burroughs's writing ever did. A massive mountain chain, epic in its proportions, colossal continental plates that continually collide, thrusting up volcanoes and even lifting entire lakes 12,000 feet into the air, and a cloud-wreathed rainforest that stretches more than halfway across a continent, a jungle so replete with sloths, giant snakes, bizarre animals, and uncontacted tribes that you'd think you had somehow left the modern world and stumbled instead into a world as primeval as Pellucidar. My own journey to South America began in the late 1980s to Peru at the height of the Shining Path guerrilla war. Within a few months, amid Lima's curfew-ridden city, I began entering high-security prisons as a journalist and interviewing members of the Shining Path. I then began traveling in the Andes through some of the Shining Path's liberated zones, where red flags with hammers and sickles fluttered alongside dirt roads whose bridges had recently been blasted into ruined hulks, and where guerrillas routinely pulled anyone who worked for the government off buses and shot them in the head. One day, while busy doing graduate work in anthropology at the Universidad Católica, I read a small notice in the paper about a reed raft called the Uru, which was about to depart on a voyage across the Pacific. With memories of William Willis in my mind, I quickly went down to the port, learned that the crew was exactly one member short, and promptly volunteered my services. It was a Spanish expedition, however, and the captain wanted an all-Spanish crew. The day the Uru departed from the port of Callao, I met there the Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl of Kon-Tiki fame, who later invited me to spend some time with him while he excavated ancient Moche pyramids in northern Peru. Ultimately, I visited Heyerdahl, which I describe later in this book, and then later lived for half a year with a recently contacted tribe called the Yora in Peru's upper Amazon. While with the Yora, I participated in their ayahuasca ceremonies and also listened to their rather spellbinding stories of how they had previously perceived the outside world, which some believed to be the land of the dead. The Yora told me about their skirmishes with outsiders, how they'd shot 6-foot arrows at invading oil workers, and how, at one point, they'd shot so many arrows into some hapless intruder that afterward he'd resembled a huikungo tree, a type of palm whose spines resemble those of a porcupine. Later, fascinated by the discovery that the Incas had built a jungle capital not far from where the Yora lived and had fought on against the Spaniards for 4 decades after their conquest, I wrote a book about the collision of those two worlds called The Last Days of the Incas. Throughout the 4 years I lived in Peru, however, there always lurked in the back of my mind the idea of one day traveling the full length of the Andes, all 4,300 miles from one end to the other. What could be a greater adventure? On the day I finally set out, my idea was not so much to travel from point A to point B, but rather to investigate some of the most interesting stories that South America had to offer. To travel down the Andes, collecting stories the way others might fill a basket with ripe, exotic fruits. I wanted to explore stories and characters I'd always been fascinated with, but I was also looking for historical events that might help illuminate certain aspects of South America's present and past. Where did the first inhabitants of South America come from? From across the isthmus to the north, or from across the seas? And where had the continent's first civilizations come from? Did they rise independently, or had they been imported by white, godlike emissaries from other continents, as Thor Heyerdahl had believed? How and why did the Andes float like icebergs on the Earth's crust? And why did the Incas sacrifice their children on top of its peaks? And what relationship was there between the Spanish conquistadors' desperate search for El Dorado, the mythical native king who possessed unlimited quantities of gold, and ruthless drug lords like Pablo Escobar, the leader of the Medellin cartel? These were some of the questions that probed into the very heart of South America that I set out to explore. Each of the stories, I soon discovered, was interwoven with the others, like some vast, intricate tapestry spread over a continent. In Colombia, for example, I investigated the cocaine trade by searching for a certain police colonel who'd once turned down a $6 million bribe from Pablo Escobar. The colonel had not only refused the bribe, but afterward had actually tracked down Escobar. What kind of person, I wanted to find out, offered the choice between almost certain death or of becoming a multimillionaire, would choose the former? I traveled through Colombia to Bogotá, Lake Guadavita, and Medellin to find out. Off the coast of Ecuador, amid the Galapagos Islands, I went in pursuit of where and when exactly Charles Darwin had come up with his theory of evolution. Was it in the Galapagos? Or earlier, in Patagonia? Or not until he'd returned to England? And was it true that Darwin had so bungled his famous bird collections on the Galapagos that he was never able to use them to support his theory of evolution? Farther south along the Andes, in Peru, I went in pursuit of a story I'd heard that the leader of the Shining Path guerrilla movement had eventually been captured not by the army, but instead by a certain police colonel whose identity and methodology had remained a state secret for more than a decade. But was the story true? And who was the upper-class ballerina who had reportedly hidden the Shining Path leader, protecting a revolutionary dedicated to overturning the very class system from which she benefited? On the border of Peru and Bolivia, fascinated by a series of high-altitude archaeological discoveries in the central Andes, I went in search of a young Inca girl who'd been sacrificed on top of a 20,700-foot volcano and who was recently discovered, still frozen after more than 500 years. Who was this girl? Why was she sacrificed? And how did she and other children end up on top of some of the highest mountains in the Andes, almost perfectly preserved? Traveling farther southward, I next went in search of the extraordinary floating islands on Lake Titicaca, some 12,500 feet up in the Andes. I was curious to know why Tor Heyerdahl, who'd once crossed the Pacific on the raft Kon-Tiki, had later flown a trio of Aymara boat builders all the way from Lake Titicaca to Egypt, to the base of the ancient pyramids. What secret did Heyerdahl believe these three men possessed that he would later entrust his life to their creation? On the shores of Lake Titicaca, not far from the legendary ruined city of Tiahuanaco, I tracked down one of the men who told me his surprising story. Meanwhile, in eastern Bolivia, curious to know how worldviews can sometimes collide with reality, I went in search of where the Argentine revolutionary Che Guevara had been captured, and how his dream of founding a communist utopia had foundered in an isolated area of the Andes. In the town of Vallagrande, I tracked down the schoolteacher who'd given the wounded revolutionary his final meal and had chatted with him on numerous occasions. The schoolteacher, now 63 years old, told me the remarkable story of what had actually happened on the last day of Che Guevara's life, and how those events had changed her life. In a similar fashion, in the far south of Bolivia, I sought out how the legendary characters Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid had met their ends. Did the duo really depart this world in a hail of bullets, as depicted in the Hollywood films, or were rumors of a murder-suicide pact closer to the truth? It wasn't until I traveled to the dusty mining town of San Vicente, 9,000 feet up in the Andes, and met the grandson of a man who had lived there during the shootout, that I learned the answer. Finally, at the southernmost tip of South America, I tracked down a woman who is the last speaker of the Yamana language, and who now lives on a windswept island off Patagonia. 3 of the woman's ancestors had once shared a ship with Charles Darwin, had toured London, and had met the English king and queen. They'd then been transported back to Patagonia as part of a grand social experiment. But what had become of them? And what had become of the experiment? And who on earth had ever come up with such a crazy idea in the first place? The stories included in this book, then, investigations really, are all the result of my meandering voyage down the Andean spine of South America. Stories that I have strung together geographically from north to south, much as the white peaks of the Andes lie along that vast mountain chain, like a glimmering set of pearls. What ultimately links all of these stories together is that the characters within them lived at least a portion of their lives in South America, and all of them struggled to control, adapt to, or explore the rugged landscape that exists along the westernmost rim of the continent. Most of them, in addition, were the kind of characters that T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, would have called dreamers of the day, the most dangerous kind, he felt, because these types of people always put their dreams into action. Che Guevara, Thor Heyerdahl, Abimael Guzman, Hiram Bingham, Nilda Kayanalpa, Chris and Ed Francomont, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Charles Darwin, Thomas Bridges, even Pablo Escobar, all were dreamers who actively tried to convert their dreams into reality. And, whether they realized it or not, they also viewed South America through the lenses of their culture and time. In some cases, this proved fatal, for as the writer J. Solomon noted, worldviews act somewhat like eyeglasses or contact lenses. In either example, an incorrect prescription can be dangerous. The revolutionaries Che Guevara and Abimael Guzman, for example, intensely dissatisfied with social conditions in their native countries and convinced of the wisdom of Marx's prescription for building a political utopia, tried to transform society at the points of guns. In doing so, however, they unleashed forces that ultimately overwhelmed them. Charles Darwin also arrived in South America with his own set of cultural perceptions, which, in certain cases, prevented him from perceiving facts that now seem obvious. Somewhere during Darwin's long journey, however, his ideas about the world shifted, and he began peering at it freshly from a different point of view. That shift ultimately led him to conceive of the theory of evolution. The Incas, by contrast, saw not the Andes of modern science, but a sacred landscape controlled by their gods. Confronted by an environment of erupting volcanoes, deadly earthquakes, and unpredictable droughts, the Incas offered up sacrifices, sometimes in the form of children. By doing so, they hoped to restore balance to their world. Nearly 500 years ago, a Spanish chronicler and soldier of fortune named Pedro Cieza de Leon spent 11 years traveling in South America, journeying southward through the recently conquered Inca Empire, which stretched from what is now Colombia into central Chile. In the preface to a book dedicated to the Spanish king, he wrote, "O most serene and gracious Lord, to describe the wonderful things of this great kingdom would require one who could write like the Roman Titus Livius or Valerius or some other of the great writers that have appeared in the world, and that even they would find some difficulty in the task. For who can enumerate the mighty things, the lofty mountains and profound valleys over which we went conquering and discovering, the numerous rivers of such size and depth, the variety of provinces with so many different things in each, the tribes with all their strange customs, rites, and ceremonies, so many birds, animals, trees, fishes, all unknown? Much that I have written I saw with my own eyes, and I traveled over many countries in order to learn more concerning them. Those things that I did not see, I took great pains to inform myself of from persons of repute, both Christians and Indians. I pray to Almighty God that He will leave you to live and reign for many happy years with the increase of many other kingdoms." Cieza de Leon died having never visited all of South America. I can attest, however, having traveled the length and breadth of the continent, and having visited much of the same territory that he did, that many of the miracles and marvels he described still exist, and that the wonders of South America, a world I once half imagined as a child and was later fortunate enough to experience, still remain. 1. The Hunt for Pablo Escobar and the Search for El Dorado, Colombia. He stated that Colombia was a land rich in emeralds and gold. He told of a certain king, unclothed, who went on rafts on a pool to make oblations, anointing all his body with a quantity of ground gold, gleaming like a ray of the sun. And the Spanish soldiers then gave that king the name El Dorado, the Golden One. Juan de Castellanos, 1589. Sometimes I am God. If I say a man dies, he dies that same day. There can be only one king, and that king is me. Pablo Escobar, leader of the Medellin cartel, who spent 7 years on Forbes magazine's billionaire list, 1987 to 1993. Someday, and that day may never come, I'll call upon you to do a service for me. But until that day, accept this retribution as a gift on my daughter's wedding day. Don Corleone, The Godfather, 1972. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on Colonel Hugo Martinez's door that signaled his possible death came at 11:30 a.m. on a Wednesday morning in the La Castellana neighborhood of Bogotá. The knock came during the height of the Medellin drug wars, and, Martinez knew, the only way to access Martinez's home on the 5th floor of this particular upscale apartment tower was after being screened by the watchman downstairs. It was the latter's job to confirm whether the apartment dweller was there, to ask for the visitor's name, and then to announce the visitor's arrival via the intercom. Only if an occupant granted permission was a visitor allowed to enter the building, which was mostly inhabited by the families of high-ranking Colombian police officers. On this particular morning, however, the intercom had been silent. It must be a neighbor, Colonel Martinez thought. But how had anyone known that he was here? The colonel, whose job was to hunt down the leaders of the Medellin cartel, moved carefully to the door. All about him, on the floor, lay shards of glass from the bomb explosion outside that had shattered the windows and his television set a week before. Knock, knock, knock. The colonel was a lean man, 6 foot tall and 49 years old, with short-cropped brown hair and closely set coffee-colored eyes. He'd been in the midst of packing up his family's belongings when the knock caused him to momentarily freeze. The apartment had lain empty for a week, the clock still ticking silently on the wall, clothes strewn about, his children's toys in their rooms, just as they had left them before his wife and 2 children fled. No one was supposed to know that he was here, alone, in this particular apartment and in Bogotá at this particular time. So who was knocking at the door? A week earlier, the cartel had exploded a powerful bomb in the street below, spewing jagged shrapnel and creating a cloud of smoke that had risen into the air. A number of people had been wounded, although none had been killed. Martinez had been 200 miles away in Medellin at the time, and had called his wife frantically when he'd heard. He'd then flown back to Bogotá, and had arranged for her and their children to go into hiding. The cartel, Martinez realized, could have killed his entire family. Instead, they'd chosen to send the bomb as the sort of message they knew the colonel would understand. We, the Medellin cartel, know your family lives here. We can kill them any time we wish. If you continue to pursue us, your family will cease to exist. This is a warning. For much of the last 3 years, Colonel Martinez had been living an almost monastic life in Medellin. There he was quartered on a police base with the rest of the hand-picked members of the special police force that he'd helped to create and currently led, El Bloque de Búsqueda, the search block. In 1989, the Colombian government had selected Martinez to command what both he and his fellow officers believed to be a suicidal mission, hunting down Colombia's most powerful and feared drug lord, Pablo Escobar, and dismantling Escobar's Medellin cartel. Martinez hadn't wanted the job. In fact, most of his colleagues felt that he'd be dead within a few months, if not weeks. But an appointment was an appointment, Martinez believed. After all, he'd spent his entire life in the police, ever since becoming a cadet. Duty was duty. If he didn't do it, then someone else would be ordered to instead. After years of giving and receiving orders, Martinez wasn't about to disobey one now. At the same time, the colonel realized perhaps that's why he'd been given the mission in the first place. While others might resign or try to pass the assignment on, Martinez's superiors knew that he was one of the few who never would. He was well known, in fact, as the kind of officer who got things done. His record was clean. He'd not only obtained the rank of colonel, but also had graduated from law school at the top of his class. Martinez was now middle-aged, was married with 3 kids, and was on track to become a general. But only if he could survive his present mission. Martinez and his family had been living in Bogotá when he'd received his new command. The assignment called for Martinez to move immediately to Medellin. There he was to conduct operations in a city where the cartel had already paid off most of the local police. Law enforcement in Colombia was a poorly paid profession, after all, while drugs were bringing in billions of dollars. Corruption was at an all-time high. So many Medellin judges, police, and politicians were on the cartel's payroll, in fact, that Pablo Escobar was considered untouchable in his hometown. The cartel, of course, made the payments to protect its major business, the exportation of cocaine. Bribes were thus one of the cartel's unavoidable operating expenses. If certain individuals proved troublesome and could not be bought, or if other individuals cheated or betrayed them, then Escobar and the cartel employed a veritable army of thousands of specialized hitmen called sicarios, who enabled the cartel to enforce its will. By the late 1980s, some 2,000 sicarios, mostly young teenagers, swarmed Medellin's crowded streets, often riding tandem on the backs of small motorcycles. The one in front was the designated driver, the one behind the shooter. Escobar, who, according to some, had worked as a sicario himself in his teens, had sent out word to his young killers regarding the kind of assassinations he preferred. 2 bullets in the forehead, placed just above the eyes. A person might survive 1 of those bullets, Escobar advised, but never 2. In Medellin, assassination for the cartel was such a lucrative business that an entire cottage industry had sprung up. With an ever-increasing number of targets, delivering death smoothly, rapidly, and anonymously had become a highly sought-after skill. By 1989, the year that the colonel and 400 members of the search bloc arrived in Medellin to take on Escobar, Medellin was already considered the most dangerous city in the world. No other metropolis came close to the rate at which living human beings were so abundantly converted each day into the dead. That the members of the search bloc would be exposed to extreme danger was a given. For that reason, neither the colonel nor his men had brought their families along. To have done so would have immediately transformed their loved ones into targets for the cartel. Instead, the search bloc families lived in various homes in other cities and frequently moved for security reasons. Recently, as the Colombian government had turned up the pressure on the cartel and violence had correspondingly increased, Colonel Martinez and his wife had abruptly withdrawn their children from school. Even a police escort could no longer guarantee their safety. No, after the recent bomb explosions outside, the colonel realized even Bogotá had become too dangerous. For that matter, so had practically every corner of Colombia. To Martinez, the cartel increasingly seemed like an enormous octopus with innumerable tentacles, some thick, some small, with more tentacles constantly sprouting. The cartel could reach whomever it wanted, even outside of Colombia. Anyone who, for any reason, tried to stop or hinder the cartel's growth automatically became a target for assassination. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks were harder, louder, more insistent. "Who's there?" Martinez called out. There was silence, then a muffled voice. "Who is it?" he called again. This time he heard a name he recognized, but it was a name he hadn't heard in years. Martinez opened the door. Before him stood a man about 45 years old, dressed in a suit and tie, with brown skin and a pained expression on his face. It was a man Martinez recognized, a former police officer whom he hadn't seen in more than 4 years. The officer had once lived in a house alongside his own in another city, and Martinez had once asked him, because of certain irregularities, to resign. The man stood there, a look of shame mingling with fear on his face. He had difficulty meeting the colonel's eyes. "I come to you with a message, mi coronel," he finally said. "I come to you obligated." Martinez looked at him, frowning. The man then looked up. "The message is from Pablo Escobar," he said. "If I didn't come, they'd kill me, or my family. That's the threat I'm under." Martinez stared at his former colleague, still wondering how he'd appeared so easily at his doorway. "What's the message?" he finally asked. "Escobar sent me to offer you $6 million. The man looked at Martinez carefully, judging his reaction before continuing. "The only thing he asks is that you keep on working, that you continue your job, that you keep carrying out operations, but," he added, staring hard at the colonel, "if you're sending an operation to capture him, then you must first make a phone call to let us know. If you agree, then the money will be delivered to any account you want." $6 million, the man repeated. Colonel Martinez stared at the former officer, who was clearly uncomfortable and sweating despite the cool air. Two thoughts now entered the colonel's mind. The first was the realization that Escobar was making him the standard cartel offer of plata o plomo, silver or lead, literally money or death. The bomb explosion a week earlier had been the first part of that offer, the threat of plomo, or death, unless Martinez changed his behavior. Now his former colleague was here with the second part, the plata, or in this case, the $6 million. It was up to Martinez which to accept. The second thought that entered Martinez's mind as he watched the cartel's messenger shift uneasily before him was that Escobar wouldn't be making this offer if he wasn't feeling pressure. Already, the colonel and his men had captured or killed some of Escobar's top lieutenants, including Escobar's cousin Henao, his right-hand man. Escobar, the colonel now realized, must be worried. His offer was thus a sign of weakness, not strength. "Tell them you couldn't find me," Martinez said quietly. "But, mi coronel, I can't do that," the man pleaded. "We never spoke," the colonel said firmly. And then, despite the man's pleading, the colonel closed the door. When Pablo Escobar was 7 years old and his eldest brother Roberto was 10, armed mobs, or chusmeros, arrived in the village of Titiribu, where the Escobar family lived, with the intent of slaughtering the inhabitants. The year was 1959, and, as Escobar's older brother Roberto later recounted, "They came to our town in the middle of the night, dragging people out of their houses and killing them. When they reached our house, they started banging on the doors with their machetes and screaming that they were going to kill us." Most of the inhabitants in Escobar's village belonged to Colombia's Liberal Party. The armed mob, by contrast, was made up of conservatives. 11 years earlier, in 1948, the internal tensions in Colombia had come to a head with the assassination of a liberal political candidate, Jorge Gaitan, who was predicted to win the presidency. Gaitan's death became a trigger point that set off, in Colombia, a kind of collective nervous breakdown, unleashing a home-brewed explosion of violence that was as brutal as that in Rwanda some 40 years later. If, as the Prussian general Karl von Clausewitz said, war is simply a continuation of policy by other means, Gaitan's death motivated Colombians to take their political opinions out of the realm of the ballot box and into the countryside, where ideology was now enforced with machetes, knives, and guns. In a country with only 11 million inhabitants, 300,000 Colombians soon lost their lives in the violent mayhem that ensued. Another 600,000 to 800,000 were injured. To make matters worse, in Colombia the transformation from political discourse to open civil war had a particularly barbarous edge. The goal became not simply to kill one's opponents, but to do so in the most horrific manner possible. During the mass hysteria that would later become known as La Violencia, methods of murder became so ghastly that a new lexicon emerged. New forms of language had to be invented for acts that had never before been seen, or at least not to such extremes or on such a scale. Colloquialisms soon sprang up, for example, such as picar para tamal, to cut like a tamale, which in this case meant to slowly chop a person's body apart until he or she died. Death through bocachiquear derived from the manner in which Colombian fishermen cleaned bocachico, a fish so scaly that numerous slits had to be cut into its flesh in order to remove the scales. In the human version, a person was sliced repeatedly until he or she bled to death. Village-wide rampages broke out that included cutting off people's ears, scalping inhabitants alive, bayoneting children and babies, and, for men, inflicting the signature corte de corbata, or tie cut, which meant cutting someone's throat open and then pulling out his or her tongue through the open wound. Thus, 11 years after Gaitan's assassination, when shouts, lights, and torches arrived at the Escobars' home in the middle of the night, the entire family knew what probably lay in store for them. According to Pablo's brother, Roberto, as fists and machetes began to bang on their door, and as the screams of neighbors punctuated the night, "My mother was crying and praying to the baby Jesus of Atocha. She took one of our mattresses and put it under the bed, then told us to lie there silently and covered us with blankets. I heard my father saying, 'They're going to kill us, but we can save the kids.' I held on to Pablo and our sister Gloria, telling them not to cry, that we would be all right. The door was very strong, and the attackers failed to break through it, so they sprayed it with gasoline and set it on fire." At the last minute, just before the Escobars were roasted alive, the Colombian army arrived and put the crazed marauders to flight. When shortly afterwards soldiers banged on the Escobars' door, telling them it was safe to come out, at first the family didn't believe them. Eventually, forced out by the intense heat, the family stumbled into what was now a ravaged village, the soldiers leading the Escobars and other survivors to the local schoolhouse. Recalled Roberto, "Our road was illuminated by our burning house. In that strange light, I saw bodies lying in the gutters and hanging from the lamp-posts. The chusmeros had poured gasoline on the bodies and set them on fire, and I will remember forever the smell of burning flesh. I carried 7-year-old Pablo. Pablo held on to me so tightly, as if he would never let go." The sudden and savage outbreak of violence made it obvious to the rest of the world that Colombia, for whatever reason, had been a country coiled like a spring to which had been fastened hand grenades. The assassination of Gaitan had, in fact, cracked the country's normally polite exterior and had allowed its inner tensions to explode, much as lava occasionally bursts forth through sudden cracks in the Andes. It wasn't the first time, however, that Colombia had suffered such a fiery eruption. 50 years earlier, between 1899 and 1902, another civil war had broken out, one equally as savage, and during which 800,000 people had been slaughtered, or about 20% of Colombia's population. The immeasurable violence and pain of our history are the result of age-old iniquities and untold bitterness, wrote the Colombian novelist Gabriel Garcia Marquez in his 1982 Nobel Prize acceptance speech, and not a conspiracy plotted by communists 3,000 leagues from our home. Historians would agree. Most state that the roots of modern violence in Colombia stretch all the way back to the original Spanish conquest. That is when a band of fewer than 200 Spanish conquistadors, led by 31-year-old Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada, arrived in 1537 upon a high plain dotted with Indian villages. The Spaniards were searching for an Indian chief named Bogota, who was rumored to possess great quantities of gold. They soon stumbled upon the Muisca culture, a loose confederation of Native American states whose inhabitants lived in conical huts, practiced agriculture on abundant, fertile fields, wore cotton tunics, and mined or traded for emeralds, copper, and gold. Each Muisca state had a chief, or cacique, and the confederations, some of the most complex to have ever existed in the Andes, covered a mountainous area the size of Switzerland. The Muisca spoke Chibcha, part of a language family that extended up into lower Central America. Like many other native South Americans, individuals did not own property. Instead, the land, water, and game animals were commonly owned. The Spaniards, by contrast, who had arrived from a Europe that had only recently invented capitalism, saw not a commons, but a land ready for the taking, a country that was ripe for the institution of private property to be introduced. Here, fields, plains, and forests could be seized and demarcated. Resources could then be quickly scooped up and exported for profit. Wrote one 16th-century chronicler, "When the Spaniards set their eyes on that land of Colombia, it appeared to them that they had reached their desired destination. Therefore, they set out to conquer it." Wrote another, "Marching along on the campaign, Jimenez de Quesada initiated the conquest of this new kingdom. They entered the territory of the most important lord in all the land. They call him Bogota. It is rumored that he is extremely rich because the natives of this land claim that he has a house of gold and a great number of very precious emeralds." Gold, emeralds, and the idea of quickly obtained wealth excited the conquistadors to a man, for, as the historian John Hemming noted, "The men who went on these ventures were not mercenaries. They received no pay from the expedition's leader. They were adventurers who took passage to the Americas in the hope of making their fortunes. In the early days of the conquests, any reward for these desperados had to come from the Indians themselves. They were predators, hoping for easy plunder. Their food and personal service came from the Indians they hoped to rob. The Spanish adventurers were like packs of hounds roaming the interior to pick up a scent of gold. They sailed across the Atlantic full of bravado and ambition, and then filled the tiny coastal settlements, hoping to grow rich as parasites on the native population." On the high, fertile plains where later the Colombian capital of Bogota would be founded, Jimenez de Quesada and 166 men, the only survivors from the 900 men who had begun the expedition 2 years earlier, continued searching for the Indian lord Bogota. Recounted one chronicler, "The next day they continued ahead 2 leagues, where they came across a brand new settlement, recently built by a great lord, Bogota. The town was quite splendid. The few houses were very large and made of finely worked thatch. The houses were well fenced, with walls made from cane stalks, elegantly crafted. 2 walls enclosed the entire town, and between them was a great plaza. A message was sent to tell their cacique, chief, to come forward and make friends with the Christians. If he did not, the Christians would raze the town to the ground and wage war against those who chose not to come in peace." Chief Bogota, for reasons that seem obvious today, but for some reason were not so obvious to the Spaniards, refused to come out as desired. The Spaniards then, true to form, immediately began killing and enslaving the local population, seizing their emerald mines, capturing the native chiefs, killing or ransoming some of them for gold, and gathering up as many portable resources or spoils as they could. After eventually murdering Chief Bogota, the Spaniards then hunted down one of the Muisca Federation's last remaining leaders, demanding that the latter turn over the supposed fortune in gold they suspected Chief Bogota had hidden from them. Wrote a chronicler, "The captured chief, Sajipa, responded that he would, with great pleasure, give them the gold. He asked them to extend him a reasonable deadline in order to do so, promising that he would fill a small house with Bogota's gold, but he needed a few days in order to gather it. But when the deadline expired, Sajipa had not complied. He handed over 3,000 or 4,000 pesos of fine and low-grade gold, and nothing more. Seeing this, the Christians began to plead with Lieutenant Jimenez de Quesada to place Sajipa in irons and have him tortured, after which point the Christians proceeded to torture Sajipa in order to compel him to hand over Bogota's gold and confess where he had hidden it. In the end, Sajipa died. Chief Sajipa didn't just die, of course. Rather, he was tortured to death. A few days later, the Spaniards founded Santa Fe de Bogota, which ironically means the Sacred Faith of Bogota, named after the very native chief whom they had just murdered. Thus, amid the despoiled Muisca highlands, smeared with blood, gold, emeralds, and death, began Colombia's written history, a first bloody chapter that set the stage for many more to come. One day, at the Hacienda Nápoles, the luxurious country estate and hideaway that Pablo Escobar owned about a 3-hour drive from Medellin, he was entertaining guests beside his kidney-shaped swimming pool when an employee was led out before him. In the distance, on the hacienda's grounds, imported giraffes, ostriches, and gazelles gamboled about. A bit farther away, in a nearby river, feral African hippopotami snorted water and wiggled their ears. Escobar had imported 4 of these massive animals, some of the most dangerous in Africa, and their numbers were increasing. On this particular day, Escobar was dressed in his trademark blue jeans, white Nike tennis shoes, and a t-shirt. The employee, who now stood before him with bound hands, had been caught stealing from one of the estate's many rooms, Escobar was told. He was a thief. "You're lucky you confessed," Escobar told his captive calmly and in his usual quiet voice, "because that way you protected your family." As the guests lounged in their chairs and sipped from their drinks, Escobar rose and methodically began kicking and beating the man until he fell to the ground. The world's wealthiest and most powerful drug baron, who by this time owned more than 400 properties in Colombia and 19 mansions in Miami, each with its own heliport, now proceeded to savagely kick the man until the latter fell into the pool. As the man's thrashing body sank slowly toward the bottom, Escobar returned to his guests. "Now, where were we?" he asked them with a smile. I meet retired General Hugo Martinez, the man who once turned down $6 million rather than sell his soul to Pablo Escobar, in an upscale apartment tower in the Chico Norte neighborhood of Bogota, in the condominium of one of his friends. "The General doesn't like to have visitors at his home," I am told by his friend Maria, a journalist who spent time covering Martinez and the search block during the height of their war against the Medellin cartel. "He prefers to meet people he doesn't know outside of his home." No doubt from his years of being pursued by the cartel, I reflect. The general is now 69 years old, yet remains tall and lean, his dark hair shot through with gray. He has thin lips, a soft handshake, close-set eyes, and looks Spanish or European in complexion. When, in 1989, Hugo Martinez was assigned the job of going after Escobar and the cartel, he had been a colonel. Today, the retired general is wearing slacks, a gray sweater, a pressed shirt with thin blue stripes, and is amiable and relaxed. 20 years after his epic battle with Escobar and the cartel, the memories of that period still remain fresh in his mind. They also remain seared into the collective mind of many Colombians. Even more so, perhaps, as only recently a lengthy television series called Pablo Escobar, El Patrón del Mal, Pablo Escobar, the Boss of Evil, was broadcast throughout the country. It was the most expensive and successful television series in Colombian history, with millions tuning in every evening. The series was only the latest offering, however, in a plethora of Colombian crime dramas dealing with narco-trafficking, many of which tend to paint the lives of various drug lords as colorful, while at the same time portraying the police officers and politicians who pursue them as corrupt. Colombians are fascinated by all of this, Maria tells me, but they don't know the reality. The younger generation doesn't know how brutal it all was. The man selected to hunt down Escobar, meanwhile, was born in a small town called MacQuarrie, about 80 miles northwest of Bogotá. MacQuarrie was the kind of town where people rode about on horseback and wore ruanas, Colombia's traditional woolen ponchos. Both Martinez and Escobar, in fact, were born into the lower middle class and grew up in large families. Escobar had 6 brothers and sisters. Martinez had 8. Escobar's father was a small farmer. Martinez's was a small shop owner selling suitcases and leather goods. Escobar's maternal grandfather, however, was a well-known bootlegger who used to smuggle locally brewed liquor in bottles hidden inside coffins. Martinez's family, by contrast, had a long military thread running through it. Martinez had an uncle who had been an admiral in the Navy. Another relative had been an Army general. Not surprisingly, as a young boy, Martinez joined the Boy Scouts. "I have some photos of myself with other scouts," Martinez tells me, breaking into a laugh as he remembers it. "We're standing around, and all the kids are relaxed, and there I am, stiff and straight as a board in my uniform, and very serious. I was about 8 years old," he says, shaking his head. When Martinez began secondary school, his family sent him to a nearby town as a boarding student, as his hometown had only a primary school. Martinez boarded with a local family. One day during Easter vacation, when most of the students had returned to their hometowns, Martinez was still living as a boarder when 2 older friends arrived with a friend for a visit. All 3 were cadets living in a different town. The newcomer was about Martinez's size, so Martinez asked him if he could try on his uniform. The cadet agreed and changed into regular clothes. "I took off my clothes and put on his uniform," Martinez says, straightening himself up and throwing his shoulders back. "Then I stood before the mirror, put on my cap, and went out into the street. I spent the entire afternoon walking around showing off. I even played billiards for a while. Finally, the cadet was searching everywhere until he found me. 'Hey, what got into you?' he said. 'You almost got me kicked out of cadet school.'" As a boarder, Martinez was somewhat isolated, so he spent a lot of time reading, mostly dime novels about gunfighters in the Old West, and especially crime novels. "I like to read stories about solving crimes, about bandits," he tells me. "But the funny thing is, when I finally joined the police, it wasn't anything like the novels." Nor was wearing a uniform or handling a gun like he had imagined it. By the time he, too, became a cadet, he'd had to polish and press his uniform so many times that he no longer enjoyed wearing one. Martinez soon experienced the same disenchantment with guns. "When you first become a cadet, you see that everyone else is carrying a rifle and a sword, but you are given nothing, only a stick, which you simulate a rifle with. That lasts for 8 months, 8 months during which you can't carry a gun. Instead, you learn to clean it and polish it and assemble it. By the time the 8 months are over, you no longer want a gun or a uniform. A maid brings us a plate of cookies, cakes, and espressos, setting them down before us on a knee-high table. Martinez doesn't touch the sweets, but does take an espresso. He's straightforward and a good communicator, occasionally touching one's arm for emphasis, as many Colombians like to do. He's relaxed and has no airs about having been a general. Martinez sips the bittersweet coffee and continues. Despite his aversion to guns and uniforms, he says, he did like his classes in criminology. He liked studying sociology. When he finally graduated and was a young sub-lieutenant, his superiors sent him to Bogotá for the first time to complete a year of practica. At the end of that year, the station where he was assigned threw a party for him as he was about to be transferred to another locale. At the party, he met a girl named Magdalena, the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. Martinez was 23, and she was 17. He asked her for her phone number, and she complied. Their first date was a movie. A year later, when his superiors told him that he was about to be transferred to another city, he knew he had to make a decision. She was very pretty, so I knew if I didn't marry her, she would no longer be mine, he tells me, draining his espresso and setting the cup back on the table. Martinez asked his father for advice. "If you love this girl, marry her," his father counseled. "If you don't love her, leave her." So Martinez married Magdalena, started a family, and gradually began moving up through the ranks. First sub-lieutenant, then lieutenant, then major. For a safety net, however, Martinez decided to study at night for a law degree, which he felt would complement his day job. 5 years later, he graduated at the top of his class. As an award, he received a scholarship to study criminology for a year in Spain. By the time he was in his 40s, Hugo Martinez was a colonel in the National Police, had a law degree, and had studied advanced criminology abroad. Working as the commander of a police school in Bogotá, he also supervised the work of intelligence officers who analyzed crime data from every region of Colombia. By now, Martinez and his wife had 3 children, the eldest of which, Hugo Martinez Jr., had just become a police cadet and seemed destined to follow in his father's footsteps. All was running smoothly until, on August 18, 1989, the news broke that a presidential candidate named Luis Galán had just been assassinated, most likely by the Medellin cartel. Galán was a front-runner in the presidential elections and had sworn to uphold the current extradition law, which allowed Colombian criminals to be extradited to other countries, such as the United States. A few days after Galán's assassination, Martinez learned that the government had decided to assemble a task force of 400 officers from different departments, all from elite forces, and move them en masse to Medellin. The new group would be called the Bloque de Búsqueda, or search block. Their assignment was to go after the Medellin cartel, to capture or kill Pablo Escobar and the rest of the cartel's leaders. Galán's assassination, it turned out, thoroughly angered Colombia's elite. The government's reaction was to declare war on the cartel. The very same day that Martinez learned about the new task force, he received a phone call from the director of the police. Martinez had been selected to lead the Bloque de Búsqueda, the director informed him. He was to pack a bag and leave immediately for Medellin. In 1551, a 31-year-old conquistador named Pedro Cieza de León published the first of 3 chronicles about his travels through South America, which included years spent in Colombia and Peru. Curious about everything he saw, the Spaniard described plants, animals, and people that no European had ever seen. He also wrote about the widespread use of small leaves by natives in the Andes, harvested from plants they called coca. "In all parts of the Indies through which I traveled, I noticed the Indians delighted to carry herbs or roots in their mouths, to which they apply a mixture which they carry in a calabash, gourd, made from a certain earth-like lime. When I asked some of these Indians why they carried these leaves in their mouths, which they do not eat, they replied that it prevents them from feeling hungry and gives them great vigor and strength. They use coca in the forests of the Andes. The trees are small, and they cultivate them with great care, that they may yield the leaf called coca. They put the leaves in the sun, and afterwards pack them in little narrow bags. This coca is so highly valued that there are some persons in Spain who are rich from the produce of this coca, having traded with it, sold and resold it in the Indian markets. For centuries after Cieza de Leon's description, however, the precise reason the coca plants had such powerful grip upon Andean natives remained a mystery, only to be unraveled nearly half a millennium later. "Do you know what Colombia's greatest sport is?" asks Alexander, a 28-year-old Colombian teacher from Bogota. Alexander is giving me and two of his friends a ride out to Lake Guatavita, the sacred lake where the story of El Dorado was born. "Soccer?" I suggest, staring through the windshield from the front seat. "No," he says, shaking his head. He looks over at me, and I shake my head too. "Murder," he says matter-of-factly, shrugging his shoulders. Alexander swerves to give a wide berth to a tight cluster of bicyclists on the right-hand side of the highway, their helmeted heads down, their black and yellow outfits gleaming in the early morning sun. Bicycling and bicycle racing is a popular sport in Colombia, and on Sundays it seems like half of Bogota puts on tight shorts, shirts, and helmets and takes to the streets. The cyclists remind me of the fact that Pablo Escobar's older brother Roberto was once a champion bicycle racer before he joined Pablo's growing drug business. "So why is there so much violence in Colombia?" I ask. "Genes," Alexander says, without missing a beat. He looks at me, and I shake my head again, not understanding. "We were conquered by murderers," he says. "Our ancestors were thieves and barbarians. Violence is in our genes." In the back seat of Alexander's car sits Herman Van Diepen, a lanky, 58-year-old American expatriate who teaches English in Bogota and who has been living here for the last 5 years. Herman is of Dutch extraction, hails from Modesto, California, and has blue eyes and what seems to be permanently sunburned skin. A year after he arrived in Bogota, Herman married a Colombian flower vendor. Colombia, it turns out, not only cornered the market on cocaine, but is also the world's second-largest exporter of cut flowers. Her name was Maria, and, like Herman, Maria was divorced. She had 2 sons and had put both of them through the best universities in Colombia. Maria was a hard worker and eventually bought 2 small brick apartments she had paid off by running the small flower business. Today, both Herman and Maria are riding with us in the back seat of Alexander's Toyota. I turn to Maria, who's wearing jeans and a sweater, and ask her the same question I had asked Alexander. "Why has there been so much violence in Colombia over the years?" "Desigualdad," she says without hesitation. "Inequality. A few people have everything, a lot of people have nothing. That's the root," she says, nodding her head, her long black hair lightly streaked with gray. "Yet," says Herman, "despite the violence, Colombians are some of the happiest people in the world, some of the friendliest people I've ever met." "But we have an inferiority complex," Alexander says, as we drive through countryside that looks a bit like Switzerland or southern Germany, with rolling hills and patches of dark green forest intermixed with cultivated land. To the left, rows of strawberry plants stretch up and over a low hill. Recently, Alexander says, Colombia played a soccer match against Ecuador. For almost the entire match, Colombia completely dominated the team from the smaller nation to the south. But, he says, in the last few minutes, Ecuador scored not once, but twice. The match ended 2-0. "That's why we have an expression here," Alexander says. "We played as never before, but we lost as usual." Maria laughs. Alexander teaches English in the same college that Herman does. He lives in a small apartment and graduated from the university in linguistics. He's married, has 2 small boys, and shakes his head. I love Colombia, he says, but this country is still pretty fucked up. We turn off the highway, the sky overcast with ragged gray clouds, and pull into Sesquilé, a small town with a colonial church set at the base of forested green mountains. In a small cafe with a wooden balcony, we look out onto the square below and order a breakfast of rib soup, croissants, and small cups of piping hot chocolate. Beautiful mountains, I say, admiring the jagged hills that rise behind the church. The church is made of orange brick, and its 2 towers are layered in green shingles. Yes, beautiful mountains, Alex says sourly, wiping croissant crumbs from his neatly pressed sweater and slacks. Beautiful mountains that are full of gorillas. Just outside of town, Alex pulls to a stop and asks an old man wearing a straw hat and a ruana, or woolen poncho, if this is the right way to Lake Guatavita. You're pretty much lost, the old man says. He has dark brown eyes set in leathery skin. But you'll find it, he says, gesticulating vaguely toward the hills. A half-hour later, we find the entrance to the Reserva del Cacique Guatavita, and are soon following a Muisca guide through damp, bromeliad-infested hills, home to spectacled bears and small night monkeys called martejas. Moss and lichen cling to the trunks of small trees, while an iridescent green hummingbird flits about, dazzling us when struck by the sun. Our guide is from one of the 5 local indigenous groups in the area. His name is Oscar Chauta. He's 28 and has straight black hair, a soft voice, and pleasant musical laughter. Oscar's ancestors used to speak Chibcha, he says, the same language the conquistadors encountered here. But no one speaks Chibcha anymore, he explains, not even his grandparents. They only spoke a few words. Oscar's last name, Chauta, means man, being, to sow the seed, he says. King Carlos III of Spain outlawed the speaking of Chibcha in 1770, Oscar says, in an attempt to rid Colombia of its indigenous heritage. The law remained in place for more than 2 centuries, until 1991, the same year Colombia's Congress outlawed extradition, thus protecting drug traffickers from being prosecuted abroad. By then, however, the Chibcha language had long since gone extinct. Alexander, Maria, Herman, 6 other Colombian tourists, and I huff and puff up the trail to nearly 10,000 feet, sometimes walking through natural tunnels of vegetation. Ferns protrude out toward the stone-flagged trail. We pass groves of pine trees, the clustered needles of which hang like shrunken heads, low to the ground. At one point we pause, looking out over rolling hills and patches of dark green forest. I ask our guide if, in the past, Muisca villages weren't scattered over the hills, if this land, in fact, hadn't once been a quilt-work of villages and fields. No, he says. This whole area was sacred. It was un ecosistema sagrado, he says, a sacred ecosystem. There were no villages here, only the sacred forests and lakes. We finally emerge onto a crest and discover that we are standing on the rim of a giant crater where, some hundreds of feet below, stretches an emerald-colored lake. This is Lake Guatavita, one of a series of lakes sacred to the Muisca. A breeze alternately ruffles and stills its surface, so that sometimes it's corrugated and at other times is as smooth as glass. Our guide gathers us on the crater's rim and begins to tell the story of how, back in the days of the Muisca, certain boys were chosen to be caciques, or chiefs. As part of their training, Oscar says, the boys were kept isolated in a cave for 12 years without being permitted to leave. The first 6 years, he says, they were taken care of by their mothers. For the next 6, they were raised by their fathers. When they finally reached puberty, and after lengthy instruction from their elders, each boy was tested to see how pure his heart was by surreptitiously offering him a tempting array of virgin girls. If the teenager failed the test, Oscar tells us, his black hair framed by the green mountains behind, then he was killed. If the teenager passed, then on a certain resplendent day, attendants covered him in resin and blew gold dust onto his body with tubular reeds. Afterward, the teenager was fitted with golden breastplates, diadems, and sparkling nose and ear ornaments. Early in the morning, Oscar says, gesturing toward the lake below, attendants rowed the prospective chief out onto the water on a reed raft. Up on the crater's crest, we are standing now, 1,000 or more onlookers gathered, awaiting the emergence of the sun. Finally, at the appropriate time, certain natives blew conch shells as the anointed prince, whom the Spaniards later called El Dorado, or the Golden One, raised his arms toward the newly arrived sun. The prince then threw golden ornaments into the lake as offerings to the lake goddess and to the sun. "Do you believe he threw gold into the lake?" Oscar concludes dramatically, looking carefully at our small group. We nod solemnly. We can hear the sound of wind in the trees, and I can see it begin to carve the lake's surface far below. "The Spaniards did," Oscar says, now pointing at a large gash on the northern edge of the crater, a kind of wedge cut into the rim that cleaves all of the way down to the lake's surface. "They tried to drain it over and over again," Oscar says, "but they never could. They never found the bottom." Oscar is only partially right, it turns out. A long line of Spaniards and Colombians did try to drain the lake in the 16th century, beginning with bucket brigades and culminating with the 1580 excavation of a huge wedge in the crater's side, which lowered the lake by 60 feet. The gash later collapsed, killing the native workers, and the effort of cutting farther into the crater's rim was abandoned. The Spaniards found enough jade and golden ornaments along the newly exposed lakeshore, however, to encourage further efforts. In 1801, the German scientist Alexander von Humboldt visited Lake Guatavita in the midst of his South American explorations. Humboldt carefully measured the circumference and later estimated that possibly the equivalent of $100 million in gold might lie at the lake's bottom. A century later, an English engineer named Hartley Knowles took over a Colombian extraction company and went to work applying modern technology in the form of steam engines to bore holes into one of the crater's sides. Hartley spent a dozen years at the task, gradually draining the lake lower and lower, all the while hiring local workers to scour the newly exposed lake beds for gold. By 1912, Knowles had discovered enough ancient Muisca offerings that he auctioned off 62 lots of golden ornaments and jewels in London, which netted him $20,000. That same year, a reporter from the New York Times interviewed Knowles in New York City, where the Englishman had gone to show some of his smaller treasures to specialists. According to the reporter, Knowles poured some of the golden ornaments into the reporter's outstretched hand. "El Dorado," the Englishman said quietly. "El Dorado, after centuries. The gifts of the Golden Man. The treasure of the sacred lake." A photo that later accompanied the reporter's article showed the result of Knowles's handiwork. Instead of a lake, now stretched a massive crater, almost completely drained, with two men standing on its bottom amid pools of water, mud, and slime. "The lake is drained as dry as I currently want it," Knowles told the reporter. "If it is completely drained, the mud at the bottom may solidify, and we do not want that. What we are after now is to dig down to what was the bottom of the lake 456 years ago. The present bottom is, of course, a sediment of years. It took 4 years to drain the lake. Now we are excavating." Unfortunately for Knowles, his workers ultimately did drain the last pools of water, the lake bottom did solidify, and excavation efforts had to be abandoned. Eventually, his company went bankrupt. The rains came as they always did, and the crater filled up once again. In 1965, the Colombian government purchased Lake Guadavita and the surrounding area and turned it into a reserve, thus putting an end to 4 centuries' worth of efforts to dredge the lake for gold. To the Europeans, gold was money, Oscar tells us, as the late afternoon sun illuminates his face. To the Muisca, it was different. The gold was sacred. It had meaning. It was an element that never tarnished, an element that never became corrupted. Oscar looks around at us, and we nod. I turn to the great gash that still scars the lake's edge, and think of all the reed rafts, and of centuries of golden men, and of the worshippers who once stood on the crater's rim, like we are standing now, waiting for the glorious emergence of the sun. And then I think of the endless parade of treasure hunters who later arrived, hoping to find a substance that could make them wealthy, hoping to find an element that could make them powerful, hoping to find a treasure that could completely transform their lives. One of the latest and most infamous of this line was the drug lord Pablo Escobar. The only difference was that Escobar chased after neither myths nor buried treasure. Instead, he focused his full attention on a plant-derived substance now literally worth its weight in gold. Pablo Escobar Gaviria was born the 3rd of 7 children and grew up in Envigado, a suburb of Medellin. The Escobar family had moved to Envigado from the countryside after the ravages of La Violencia. Although his father was a farmer and his mother a schoolteacher, Escobar in his early teens soon fell in with the wrong crowd, dropped out of high school, and embarked on a life of crime. At first he stole cars, then he robbed banks, before he eventually moved into contraband goods, kidnappings, extortion, and murder. By 1975, when Escobar was 24, he had already spent a decade honing his criminal skills. 5'6" and with wavy brown hair, he was by now a master at stealing cars and also at smuggling contraband. By a strange quirk of fate, Escobar's mastery of the local contraband trade just so happened to coincide with changes occurring thousands of miles north. By the early 1970s, U.S. citizens who had been regularly smoking illegal marijuana for decades were just beginning to experiment with cocaine. Small amounts of the white powder had been wending their way northward from South America since the late 1960s. By the early 1970s, the flow of cocaine had started to increase exponentially. Colombia was a natural transshipment point for illegal drugs from the Andean countries as it straddled both the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean, as well as the land isthmus that led north. And the economics made sense. In 1975, a kilo of unrefined cocaine paste called pasta básica could be bought in Peru or Bolivia for roughly $60. Once refined into pure cocaine and smuggled into Miami or New York, a kilo could be sold for $40,000. Among the small-time criminals who lived in the provincial city of Medellin, none took a more intense interest in those profits than Pablo Escobar. Escobar began his move into the cocaine business as a bottom-rung drug smuggler at the age of 24. In 1975, the young criminal outfitted 3 French Renaults with a secret compartment under their chassis, bought a kilo of cocaine paste in Peru, then drove the first car with Peruvian license plates to the border. There he switched to the second car with Ecuadorian plates, then switched again to a 3rd Renault at the Colombian border. Once across the border, Escobar drove without any problems to Medellin, where he personally refined the paste into purified cocaine in his own bathtub. He then sold the drug to local traffickers who knew how to smuggle cocaine into the United States. Dissatisfied with selling his hard-won product for local Colombian prices, however, Escobar soon began searching for a way to gain access to the distribution system that connected Colombia to the rest of the world. It was only by selling abroad, after all, that the really huge profits could be made. Eventually, Escobar learned of a local smuggler in Medellin named Fabio Restrepo, a medium-level drug dealer who had begun shipping 40 to 60 kilos of cocaine several times a year to Miami. Escobar quickly did the math. 40 to 60 kilos, purchased in Peru as pasta basica for roughly $2,400 to $3,600, could be converted into cocaine and sold in the United States for $1.6 to $2.4 million, a markup of nearly 1,000%. Local U.S. distributors, meanwhile, would add various worthless substances, such as cornstarch, to the cocaine, thus cutting it or expanding the volume and weight up to 3 times. The original kilo would thus become 3 kilos, resulting in a final markup value of nearly 3,000%. Eager to gain access to the distribution system linked to those profits, Escobar soon contacted some of Restrepo's men and arranged to sell them some cocaine. At the time, Escobar was living in a grungy, ill-kept apartment and had been storing the cocaine he had refined in a dresser drawer. The 2 men who showed up were unimpressed by the small, soft-spoken young man who ultimately sold them 14 kilos of cocaine. A few months later, however, those same men were surprised to learn that their boss, Restrepo, had been killed, and that Restrepo's organization, themselves included, was now being run by the same small-time supplier they had previously met and had obviously underestimated, Pablo Escobar. Escobar was a criminal through and through, says General Hugo Martinez, the former search block leader who had been sent to capture Escobar and dismantle the Medellin cartel. He was very cunning, very smart, very ruthless. He wasn't a businessman. He was a gangster. A year after Restrepo was killed, 2 agents from Colombia's security police, DAS or DAS, arrested Escobar, having caught him smuggling more cocaine. According to Colombian law, Escobar now faced a possible sentence of multiple years in prison. The mugshot taken of him the day of his arrest, however, showed not a young man who was worried about his predicament, but instead a smiling, confident man who clearly seemed to view his arrest as an adventure or a lark. Sure enough, after paying off the proper authorities, Escobar walked free a few weeks later. According to his brother Roberto, who was soon to join his younger brother's organization, Escobar later had the 2 DAS agents who had arrested him killed. Pablo promised, "I'm going to kill those motherfuckers myself." I have heard from others that Pablo had them brought to a house, made them get down on their knees, then put a gun to their head and killed them. In any case, the newspapers reported finding the bodies of these 2 DAS agents, who had been shot many times. The murder of Restrepo and the 2 agents offered an early glimpse into what soon became Escobar's standard operating procedure: kill or muscle your way into a lucrative illegal activity, eliminate competition and obstacles via hired killers, pay off police, judges, and politicians so that your illegal activities are protected or ignored, then expand your markets and control by repeating. Immediately after taking over Restrepo's drug network, Escobar began working to increase the size of his operation. The man who had once processed a single kilo of pasta basica in his own bathtub was soon sending 40 to 60 kilos of refined cocaine to Miami by small plane per week and earning roughly $8 million of profits per month. By reinvesting those profits, Escobar continued to expand, increasing his drug flights to 2 or 3 times per week. Within 2 short years, Pablo Escobar possessed a fleet of 15 large aircraft. Each was capable of carrying 1,200 kilos of cocaine, worth more than $80 million, to the United States at a time. Those on the other end of the supply chain, at first trendy young Americans with disposable incomes, and later the poorer inhabitants of the inner cities, had no inkling of the death, bribes, and sheer criminality that followed the journey of the fine white powder from the Andes all the way up into their noses. In 1977, a Newsweek reporter chronicled the explosive impact the powerful new South American drug was having in the United States. Cocaine's popularity has spread so vastly within the last few years that it has become the recreational drug of choice for countless Americans. At certain restaurants in Aspen, Colorado, which one DEA official called the cocaine capital of the U.S., devotees can ask for Booth D to be assured of a table where they can safely take the drug. Among hostesses in the smart sets of Los Angeles and New York, a little cocaine, like Dom Perignon and Beluga caviar, is now de rigueur at dinners. Some party givers pass it around along with the canapes on silver trays. Some fill ashtrays with cocaine and set them on the table. Some coke buffs wear neck chains with a razor blade and a tiny spoon dangling like amulets. MacQuarrie's, a San Francisco jewelry store, provides diamond-encrusted razor blades for $500 and custom-designed spoons that sell for as much as $5,000. The store, which sold $40,000 worth of cocaine spoons last year, also offers a double spoon. "We have to use calipers to measure the distance from one nostril to the other," says MacQuarrie's owner, Howard Cohn. "It can get quite funny." With his own nose glued to money, not powder, Escobar famously never imbibed cocaine. Instead, he smoked marijuana daily, getting high each morning before buckling down to business. Pablo Escobar quickly transformed himself from a car thief and extortionist operating in a provincial Colombian capital into an international cocaine baron. By 1982, at the age of 32, Escobar was married, had 2 children, was a multi-billionaire, and had helped create the Medellin cartel, a loose confederation of cocaine suppliers, refiners, and distributors. Amazingly, he had also just been elected to national office as an alternate congressman from Medellin. The latter position automatically gave Escobar both judicial immunity from prosecution and a diplomatic visa for travel to the United States. For the first time, Escobar could now legally travel to Miami and enjoy his mansions. Escobar did so on his Learjet, taking his family to see Disney World, the White House, and the FBI Museum. Even while Escobar was vacationing in the United States, however, fleets of his planes, speedboats, and remote-controlled submarines were constantly heading north, returning to Colombia with so many bales of $100 bills that Escobar found it more efficient to weigh the money rather than count it. Running for and winning political office, however, turned out to be a watershed moment in Pablo Escobar's career. It soon became apparent, in fact, that Escobar possessed a fatal flaw in his suite of criminal characteristics that, until now, had lifted him from complete obscurity up into the very stratosphere of the criminal elite. A man whose very profession required anonymity, and whose business by necessity had to be carried out in the shadows, gradually revealed that he lusted after not only great wealth and power, but also fame and renown. In a country where even 400 years after the Spanish conquest, 97% of the country's wealth was controlled by 3% of its elite, Escobar now wanted entree and acceptance into that elite. Escobar's real goal, he informed his inner circle, was eventually to become Colombia's president. Yet running for and gaining political office couldn't be accomplished without simultaneously running the risk of Escobar exposing his vast subterranean criminal enterprises. In the end, it was a miscalculation that would prove to be his undoing. Escobar's enjoyment of his congressional seat, in fact, along with its twin perks of diplomatic immunity and a U.S. travel visa, lasted for less than a year. Although Escobar had paid various henchmen to destroy his criminal records, and had thus tried to whitewash his past, his sudden emergence onto the public stage invited both close public scrutiny and intense press coverage. Who was this 32-year-old self-described billionaire who was now a Colombian congressman, and how had he made his money? Escobar claimed publicly that he had made his fortune through real estate. Rumors soon began circulating, however, that Escobar's story was invented, that it was in reality a mere facade. Escobar wanted it both ways, Hugo Martinez tells me, sitting in his friend's apartment. He wanted the criminal world to fear him and not dare cross him in any way. Yet he wanted the public not to know anything about his criminal enterprises. He tried to pass himself off as a businessman. Here was the biggest criminal in the world, and he was telling everyone that he had made his fortune in real estate. And many people believed him. In August 1983, a year after Escobar's election, Colombia's Justice Minister, Rodrigo Lara Bonilla, revealed that Escobar was no real estate tycoon, but rather a drug trafficker. The fact that Escobar was a congressman, Lara added, made a mockery of Colombia's justice system. Within days of the announcement, the newspaper El Espectador began publishing stories about Escobar's 1976 arrest for drug trafficking and the still unsolved deaths of the two DAS agents who had arrested him. The newspaper also published Escobar's 1976 mugshot, smiling and looking completely satisfied with himself, as if he were on a holiday, not in jail. Like a building slated to be demolished and that had just had its support pinions blown out, Escobar's political career quickly began to implode. The head of the Liberal Party, to which Escobar belonged, soon denounced the cocaine baron, ejecting him from the party. Not long afterward, the U.S. Embassy revoked Escobar's diplomatic visa. Escobar's parliamentary immunity was then lifted, and Escobar was forced to resign from Congress. By January 1984, Pablo Escobar's short-lived political career was over. With his dream of one day becoming president of Colombia in ruins, however, one thing was predictable, at least to those who knew Escobar well. There was going to be all hell to pay for this humiliating disaster. With his cover blown and his political career destroyed, Escobar no longer needed to pretend that he was anything other than the ruthless criminal he had always been, one who resorted to murder, violence, and terror as a normal part of his day-to-day operations. In retaliation for the loss of his political career, Escobar soon ordered a series of assassinations, first killing the Justice Minister, Rodrigo Lara, who had exposed him, then carrying out a prolonged campaign of violence against the Colombian state. Escobar's ultimate goal was to force Colombia to rescind its extradition treaty with the United States. To do so, however, meant altering Colombia's constitution, and that meant forcing Colombia's elite, who wielded the political power, to bend to Escobar's will. Bombings, kidnappings, assassinations, threats, and payoffs now became the norm as Escobar launched a no-holds-barred war against the Colombian government. In August 1989, cartel sicarios assassinated the leading presidential candidate, Luis Galan, a man who had sworn to uphold the extradition treaty. 3 months later, a bomb exploded in an Avianca jetliner that had just taken off from Bogotá, killing all 107 passengers. The bomb had been intended for Cesar Gaviria Trujillo, who had become the leading presidential candidate after Galan's death, and who had also sworn to uphold extradition. Gaviria, however, had changed his flight plans at the last moment and was not aboard. Escobar's involvement in the killings of the Justice Minister and Galan, not to mention the downing of an international jetliner, had finally forced Colombia's government to take action. One thing had become painfully clear. For the Colombian state to survive in any form that resembled a democracy, Escobar and the cartel had to be eliminated. Either the government or Escobar was going to fall. It was during this period of escalating violence, as he was sitting in his office in Bogotá, that Colonel Hugo Martinez received the phone call from his superior. It was not a long conversation, but when the colonel hung up, He knew that the call would ultimately change not only his life, but possibly the future of Colombia as well. The city of Medellin, Colombia, is only a 25-minute flight from Bogotá's El Dorado Airport, although culturally it's almost like flying to another country. "Keep your eye out for the women," my taxi driver on the way to the airport had urged me. He was a married man of 59, had put 3 kids through college, was retiring on a pension in a year, and assured me that the women of Medellin were the most beautiful in Colombia. "Yo, como colombiano, puedo asegurártelo," he said. "I, as a Colombian, can assure you of this." He also assured me that, like practically everyone else in Colombia, he had watched the recent series on television about the life of Pablo Escobar, El Patrón de Mal, the boss of evil. "Escobar was, and still is, very popular in Medellin among his paisas, compatriots," my driver said. "But it was all very calculated. He'd give a poor person a house, if the person asked him for it, but then he'd say, 'I may need your help one day.' Or he'd give a man some money, and then that man would be indebted to him. It was all very calculated," he assured me. "Basically, he was a bandido." If you ask a Colombian what common characteristics all Colombians have, they'll generally shrug their shoulders. Colombians have no national character, one Colombian told me. They have only regional characters. People from Bogotá, for example, are called rolos and are supposedly very reserved, unemotional, conservative, and not very friendly. Those from the south are said to be slow and a bit thick. The people from the department of Antioquia in the west, of which Medellin is the capital, are called paisas and have always possessed the reputation of being good entrepreneurs, of being driven to succeed, and of being politically liberal. Escobar, it was obvious, was certainly a classic Antioquian, although an especially immoral one. Medellin sprawls along the floor of a long valley with lush green hills on both sides. Various slums climb the hills, yet from a distance, and especially at night when their lights come on, the slums look more like Italian villages, lit with twinkling stars, the lights camouflaging the poverty around them. I take a room in a hotel in the city's center, near Botero Plaza, then go out for a walk in the afternoon right after a rain. The eaves of the buildings still drip with water as I pass by a line of men selling plums, pears, and avocados from wooden carts. Each man has a microphone and a portable speaker system, trying to attract the notice of the pedestrians milling about. "Plums at 15 pesos a kilo, avocados at 20 pesos a kilo." The noise makes it sound like I'm walking in a large stadium. I make my way across a wide street median, where more vendors squat beside piles of shoes, bags, and watches, lines of cars spewing exhaust on either side, the street pungent with the smell of car fumes, urine, and the occasional strong smell of marijuana. I pass a man with short, vestigial arms wearing a blue t-shirt, past the bodies of homeless people sleeping on the wet, dirty cement using plastic bags as mattresses, past people picking their way slowly around stalled traffic, the car horns blaring, until I emerge onto the plaza that is lined with a series of colossal bronze sculptures, the bronze patinas streaked now with pigeon shit and rain. The sculptures depict corpulent men and women, a horse, a dog, a reclining nude, all with heavy haunches, and fashioned by Medellin's best-known artist, Fernando Botero, now in his 80s. It was here, to Medellin, that Colonel Hugo Martinez arrived to take command of the search block in September of 1989, amid the local paisas who speak with thick regional accents, amid the crowded streets where sicarios roamed on motorcycles, and amid a city of 2 million where resided the central nervous system of the Medellin cartel. Within days of the group's arrival, Escobar and the cartel went grimly to work, quickly placing bounties of $1,000 each for search block policemen, $2,000 for their lieutenants, $5,000 for their police majors, and so on. Within the first month, 100 of Martinez's men had been gunned down. a number so alarming that the director of police in Bogotá was considering disbanding the group and ending operations. "I was constantly attending funerals," Martinez told me, shaking his head. "It was a war." Martinez nevertheless went about his work, taking residence with the rest of his men on the grounds of a police academy in the northern part of the city. They soon ringed the school with cordons of security outside, so that only those with passes were allowed inside. Martinez, normally dressed as a civilian and, for security reasons, rarely left headquarters. Knowing full well that many of the local police had been paid off, Martinez early on had insisted on a simple rule. No one from Medellin or who had relatives in Medellin could join the search block. Everyone had to be from elsewhere in Colombia, lest friendships and family connections compromise their allegiance. Not surprisingly, Martinez's men were the creme de la creme of the various Colombian police forces, hand-picked, well-trained, and completely dedicated. On one wall of his office, Martinez soon constructed an organogram, or visual diagram, of the cartel's organization, such as police intelligence then knew it. Gradually, he added to the sketch as his men captured criminals, tapped suspects' phone lines, and conducted surveillance operations. After the assassination of the presidential candidate Galan, the Colombian government had quickly seized Escobar's sprawling Hacienda Nápoles ranch and many of his other properties. In addition, top-secret U.S. surveillance planes now flew over the city, invited by the Colombian government. The planes were tasked with recording Escobar's radio phone conversations and trying to fix his location by means of triangulation. A month and a half after arriving, Martinez and his men mounted their first raid after receiving a tip that Escobar was visiting a particular ranch in the Colombian jungle. According to Escobar's brother Roberto, who was there at the time, "One of the radios Pablo had given to all our neighbors made a noise about 6 a.m. It was from one of the people who lived on a nearby farm. 'Leave,' the voice said. 'The police are here. We've seen trucks and heard helicopters. Go, now.' Within a few seconds, we heard the search block helicopters coming at us. As they approached, they started shooting from the air. We ran, firing back as much as possible. Pablo was in his sleeping clothes without even a shirt or shoes. Bullets hit the ground and the trees and whizzed by my ear. It was later I found out that those damn mosquitoes, helicopters, had killed Henao, Pablo's brother-in-law, as he tried to get to the river. Pablo saw him get shot. That was the only time I ever saw Pablo cry." Back in Medellin, after hearing radio reports of the operation and about those who had been killed or captured, Martinez walked over to his office wall and drew a line through Henao's picture. Henao had been not only Escobar's brother-in-law, he had also been his right-hand man. The two of them had pioneered new drug routes and had been arrested together in 1976. There was now one less leader of the Medellin cartel, and the search block's activities were just beginning. Pablo Escobar fought back, continuing his campaign of bombings and assassinations across the country, selectively exterminating judges, police, prosecutors, and politicians, and assuming that by ratcheting up his campaign of terror, the government would eventually crack. Meanwhile, deep within the cartel's home territory, as lights twinkled on Medellin's hillsides and sicarios polished their guns, Martinez would sit each night in his office, wearing a pair of headphones, listening to the intercepted conversations of Escobar speaking with his underlings. When Escobar finally realized that his conversations were being monitored, he eerily said into his radiophone one evening, "Coronel, I am going to kill you. I am going to kill all your family up to the 3rd generation, and then I will dig up your grandparents and shoot them and bury them again. Do you hear me?" Martinez's tactics, nevertheless, remained the same. He stayed on the offensive. For Escobar and the cartel, the colonel had now become enemy number one. It was thus imperative that they somehow infiltrate the police compound and eliminate him before Martinez eliminated them. One evening, as the colonel listened to phone calls the surveillance planes had recorded, a puzzling thing happened. In one conversation, Martinez heard a woman's voice speaking to a cartel member who was insistently demanding something from her. "I'm here, but I don't see it," the woman kept saying. "Then look for it," the man insisted. The woman's voice, the colonel realized, was familiar. But who was it, and what was the man after? And where had he heard her voice before? "I don't see it," she said over and over again. Finally, the colonel realized who it was. "There was a woman," Martinez told me, "who used to clean my office. Often I would stay there as she cleaned." The voice was that of the maid who cleaned up headquarters. The man, a cartel member, wanted her to remove his photo from the organizational diagram the colonel had made of the cartel on his office wall. Shortly afterward, Martinez had the woman transferred so that she no longer had access to any of their offices. Members of the search block, meanwhile, soon discovered where she lived and also learned that the cartel had threatened her and her family. If she did not cooperate, the cartel had told her, she would be killed. "They killed her anyway," Martinez told me. "She didn't give them what they wanted, so they shot her after we transferred her. She was a mother, and they shot her in her home." Even after the discovery of the maid, Martinez gradually realized that the cartel must have another informer within his organization. Someone, somehow, had to be tipping off Escobar. As a routine precaution to throw off possible informers, search block operations would commonly leave headquarters in 4 convoys, each one roaring off through Medellin in a different direction. Only one of the convoys would be carrying out an actual operation, however. The rest were decoys to confuse the cartel. Yet despite their precautions, Escobar always seemed to know when they were coming. Martinez's men would raid a house they had received a tip on, one of many hideouts Escobar had in the city, yet inevitably they would discover that Escobar had recently departed, often just before they arrived. There was no question about it, Martinez realized. A rat had somehow infiltrated his organization. But who and how? On the floor where Martinez and a number of the search block officials worked, a young cadet was stationed. The cadet was often given guard duties and sometimes shined the shoes of the search block officers. At other times, the cadet spent his time carving small wooden figurines of policemen or of helicopters while standing near their offices. Unbeknownst to Martinez, the cartel controlled the cadet, either through threats or money or both. Most likely, they had made him their typical offer, plata o plomo, silver or lead. "The question," Pablo Escobar had once said, "is not whether someone will take a bribe or not, but how much they want." Recently, the cartel had ordered the cadet to murder Martinez by putting poison in the soup that the search block's officers ate at lunch. Not only would the colonel die, but so too would the officers who ingested it. On the appointed day, however, instead of keeping the search block officers' food separate from the rest as he normally did, the cook used a larger kettle to cook with, twice as large, in fact, for the non-officers to use too. As he had been instructed, the cadet gained access to the kitchen, emptied his vial of poison into the kettle, then left. Although some of the men who ate it later developed diarrhea and cramps, they assumed that it had been because of contaminated food, not poison. Exasperated, the cartel this time decided to take no chances, ordering the cadet to kill the colonel outright as he sat at his desk each night, listening to captured recordings. The cartel furnished the cadet with a pistol and silencer that the cadet successfully smuggled past security. On the appointed night, the young assassin crept up outside the colonel's office, watched him through the window listening with his headphones on, took out his pistol, held it out, then realized that the silencer had no aiming mechanism. "If I fail," the cadet said to himself, "they will kill me." Frustrated and undoubtedly promised a fat reward, the cadet decided that the wisest course of action would be first to practice with the pistol, then to kill the colonel the following night. The next day, however, tipped off that the search block definitely had an informer within, the colonel flew to Bogota, realizing that his life was in danger. A week later, after an investigation discovered the source, the cadet was arrested, confessed, and eventually went to prison. The cartel had come up short again. "Are you here for the Pablo Escobar tour?" the man asks me gruffly. The man is about 50, wears blue jeans and a white t-shirt, has hairy arms, close-cropped black hair, and eyebrows that meet above his nose. He looks at me suspiciously and frowns. "Yes, I am," I say. I'd arranged to meet the man, Jaime, who runs a private tour called the Pablo Escobar Tour, over the phone from my hotel. We meet at a Medellin cafe near the Parque Bolivar. The cafe is open to the street and has round silver tables. Waitresses wearing white dresses like nurses serve hot buñuelo pastries and blended drinks of maracuja, chirimoya, and other tropical fruits. Colombia is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world, and its cornucopia of indigenous fruits is nothing short of astounding. A short while later, I climb into the man's white van. As we pull out into traffic, he begins peppering me with questions. "Are you a reporter?" he asks. I shake my head. "Work for TV?" I shake my head again. "Good, because Roberto Escobar doesn't give interviews," he says, referring to Pablo's brother, who spent 10 years in prison before being released. He's now the highlight of the tour. "He's almost blind, you know." While he was imprisoned, Jaime says, and only weeks before his brother Pablo was killed, Roberto received a package. It turned out to be a pipe bomb. I ask who had sent it. "It was a gift," Jaime says, "from the Cali cartel." The Cali cartel, named for a rival city and center of the cocaine trade in Colombia, was apparently trying to wipe out both Escobar brothers and the rest of the Medellin cartel, thus eliminating its main competitor. "My my friend," Jaime continues, making a verbal slip, then looking at me sideways with a frown, "used to work for Pablo Escobar. We used to go out to the Hacienda Nápoles together," he says, steering the car with a hairy left hand and tapping my arm with the other for emphasis. Colombians like to occasionally tap another's arms while speaking, especially when making a point. "When Roberto got out of prison," Jaime continues, "I asked him if he wanted to become part of the tour. There are other tours, you know," he says, tapping me again, this time on the chest. "But this is the only tour that includes Roberto Escobar." The endgame for Pablo Escobar and the Medellin cartel began in late 1993 in an upscale suburb of Medellin called Los Olivos. After 2 years of bombing and assassinations, Escobar finally made a deal with the Colombian government. Not surprisingly, the deal was almost completely on Escobar's terms. In exchange for ending his war against the state and halting his bombing and assassination campaign, Escobar agreed to plead guilty to a minor charge of drug trafficking and to turn himself in for a short stint in prison. After his release, he would be absolved of any previous crimes. Amazingly, the government also allowed Escobar to select the site and to build the prison himself. In addition, only Escobar and his men would be housed there. The prison guards would be hired by and would work for him, and the Colombian police would not be allowed within 12 miles of the prison. Colonel Martinez, not surprisingly, was disgusted. After having lost hundreds of men, he felt betrayed. "We felt we had lost the war," Martinez told me. "Just when he was at his weakest, he makes this deal with the government. But what could we do? Our job was to obey orders." With the agreement signed, Roberto Escobar soon joined his brother in prison, as did other members of the Medellin cartel. The search block, meanwhile, was disbanded. Not surprisingly, Escobar soon gained complete control over the situation. He quickly outfitted the prison with luxury waterbeds, deluxe stereos, televisions, and radio communication equipment. In addition, he received any visitors he wanted and sometimes even attended soccer matches in Medellin. Escobar also continued to run his worldwide cocaine operation, the prison now a kind of legal sanctuary where he could no longer be bothered. A year later, however, when an embarrassed and exasperated government finally decided to transfer Escobar to a real prison, Escobar received a tip and escaped into the nearby hills, just as he was about to be transferred. The hunt for Pablo Escobar once again was on. "It was a relief when he escaped," Martinez told me. "I was happy, because now that he was out, I knew we had a good chance of catching him." Within a week of Escobar's escape, Martinez received a phone call ordering him to rapidly reassemble the search block team. A few weeks later, the Medellin cartel exploded a bomb in front of the apartment tower where Martinez's wife and 2 children were living. Martinez immediately flew to Bogotá and began packing up the apartment, placing his family in hiding. It was then that he received the knock on the door and a bribe from his former colleague of $6 million. "I knew at that moment that Escobar must be weak," Martinez told me. "He was on the run. That's why he made the offer." Due to the danger of refusing the bribe, the colonel decided to move his wife and children to the police academy in Medellin, where the rest of the search block was housed. Anywhere else in Colombia, Martinez realized, was simply too dangerous. From now on, his 2 youngest children would be isolated from their peers and homeschooled. The colonel's eldest son, however, 23-year-old Hugo Martinez Jr., had already graduated from the police academy, had been on the police force in Bogotá for 2 years, and wanted to come to Medellin to help out. He urged his father to transfer him. "It's just too dangerous," Martinez told him firmly. "But I want to help you," his son repeated. Hugo Jr. had recently received training in electronics and was the best student in his class. His specialty was operating mobile radio tracking equipment from vehicles on the ground, a job that was conducted undercover with no police escort. To zero in on a radio signal, just 2 men, the driver and the radio tracker, drove about in an unmarked van, searching for the source of transmissions. The reason the tracking units had been created was simple. It had become clear that the American reconnaissance planes were unable to pinpoint a radio transmission precisely enough for the search block to mount a raid. The planes could locate the neighborhood the transmission was coming from, but not a specific location. With training in the latest radio tracking equipment, however, Hugo assured his father that Escobar's location could finally be pinpointed, but that ultimately it would come from the ground. "Let me help you catch him," his son urged. Finally, after weeks of going back and forth, Martinez relented. Father and son were now united together for the hunt. According to the latest aerial surveillance, Escobar had remained in Medellin, yet he was continually moving from safe house to safe house, knowing that if he remained anywhere for too long, he'd be located. Police searching for criminals, however, know that a criminal's family connections are often a liability. If the police are searching for a fugitive and Christmas is approaching, or the birthday of a criminal's mother, then the best chance of capturing the fugitive is to stake out the family and to tap their phone. Escobar, although a remorseless killer whose behavior often appeared to be that of a sociopath, nevertheless had a family that he was extremely attached to, his wife and their 2 children, Manuela, 9, and Juan Pablo, 16. By necessity, the 3 of them now lived in a high-rise tower in Medellin. Escobar was often desperately worried about his family's safety, especially since he knew that the Cali cartel wanted to kill them. In November 1993, the same month that his brother was blinded by a pipe bomb, Escobar finally succeeded in arranging for his family to fly to Germany, only to have the German government refuse to allow their entry. Instead, the government returned his wife and children to Colombia. The Colombian police opted to place the family in a police-owned hotel in Bogotá under their protection. In a sense, Escobar's family was now a hostage of the Colombian government, and Escobar could do nothing about it. Only 10 years earlier, Escobar had been a Colombian congressman with diplomatic immunity. He'd possessed hundreds of properties and had bank accounts around the world. Although he was still a multi-billionaire, Escobar was now reduced to living in safe houses that only 1 or 2 people knew about, accompanied at most by 1 or 2 bodyguards, while police and narcotics forces from the United States and Colombia, and a horde of sicarios from the Cali cartel, searched for him. Escobar was also well aware that when he used one of his radio phones for more than 3 minutes, he ran the risk of being located. For this reason, he owned a fleet of 12 taxis. Often, Escobar would sit in the back seat of one of these tinted window cars, bearded and wearing sunglasses, while making phone calls. While the taxi wove through Medellin's traffic, it was practically impossible to get a precise fix on his signal. As Roberto Escobar later recalled, Pablo made phone calls, threatening people what would happen if his family was harmed. But besides that, there wasn't much he could do. Now the search block, the U.S., Centra Spike, the U.S. Delta Force, the police, and the Cali cartel were getting closer to him. They had set up the family, and they knew that Pablo would do anything, even give his own life for them. So the planes continued to fly overhead listening for his conversations. The experts with phone-tapping equipment drove through the city. Soldiers roamed through the streets, all of them searching day and night. Toward the end of November 1993, a few days before Escobar's 44th birthday and a week after his family had been barred from entering Germany, Escobar placed a call from somewhere in Medellin that was picked up by a U.S. aircraft circling the city. The plane's crew narrowed the location of the call to a neighborhood called Los Olivos, but before Colonel Martinez could scramble one of his 3 mobile tracking units, Escobar had hung up. When Martinez informed his superior about the situation, the general told him to encircle the entire zone and begin a door-to-door search. The colonel, having attempted this in the past, stood his ground. "We've done this before," the colonel said, "and Escobar has always escaped. Let him make another call, and we'll have him." Finally, the general relented. Martinez knew that if Escobar didn't make another call, however, his relationship with the general might come to a head. Bombs, meanwhile, set by the Medellin cartel, continued to pound the country, as they had ever since Escobar's escape, accompanied by a constant flurry of assassinations. The pressure to capture or kill Pablo Escobar had reached a breaking point. The public wanted the war to end. Martinez had quickly stationed mobile units in the Los Olivos neighborhood and waited. 24 hours passed, and nothing. The general called the colonel repeatedly, asking for news. There was none. Another 24 hours went by, with the radio trackers sleeping in their vans, ready to spring into action. Still nothing. Not a word from Escobar. The pressure on the colonel continued to mount. Finally, on December 2nd, a day after his birthday, Escobar made a call to his family in the police-guarded hotel in Bogotá. The colonel listened in as Escobar's wife wished her husband a happy birthday. Then Escobar asked his 16-year-old son to copy down answers Escobar had composed to questions previously submitted by a German magazine. The clock, however, was ticking. Martinez's son, Hugo Jr., meanwhile, just happened to be in the tracking van closest to the radio transmission when Escobar made his call. He and his driver immediately scrambled to locate it. Hugo wore headphones and had a foot-long gray metal box on his lap. On the side closest to him was a palm-sized screen displaying a single wavering green line, Escobar's radio signal. Alongside a small canal on a quiet upscale street stood a line of two-story row homes. As Hugo and his driver drove toward the end of the block, the radio signal gradually became louder, and the green line grew in intensity. Escobar's call seemed to be coming directly from a house at the end. To be certain, and amid growing excitement, the two drove around the block and approached the house from the other side. The luminescent green line indicated that the signal was coming from the same home. They had located him. In his office at the search block, after 3 years of a desperate high-stakes game of cat and mouse, Colonel Martinez received a call from his son. "I've got him located," his son said. "He's in a house." "Are you sure?" asked the colonel, who was at that very moment still listening to Escobar speaking on the phone. "I can see him," his son said. Hugo and the driver, meanwhile, had returned to the front of the house, driving slowly, and had parked across the street. Hugo had then peered up at the second story, where there was a small window. Visible through its pane was a short, pudgy man with a dark beard talking distractedly on a phone, unaware of the unmarked police van and the excited young officer below. By this time, Escobar was accompanied by only a single bodyguard, a man nicknamed Lemon. "Cover the house," the colonel told his son. "You take one side, have the driver take the other. If he tries to get away, take him out." I asked the colonel how he felt at this moment, with his son suddenly on the front line, an unknown number of criminals in the house, and only 2 search block members, his son and the driver, outside. The nearest search block support group was about 10 minutes away. "Hugo was a great shot," the colonel answered. "Much better than me. He was several times a champion in combat tactical shooting." In the end, Hugo covered the front of the house, where he had briefly seen Escobar, while the driver covered the rear. Meanwhile, his father ordered the nearest support team, a group of 12 men, to rush to the area. The colonel's order was to capture Escobar, and whoever else was in the house, and to shoot them if they put the team in danger. Standard search block operating procedure. As soon as the team arrived, they immediately took up positions around the house. Then, on a prearranged signal, 2 of them began breaking down the front door. Momento. Está pasando algo." Hold on, something's happening," were Escobar's final words to his son as he abruptly hung up the phone. Inside the home, a window at the rear of the second floor gave access to a tiled roof and possible safety. It was the only way out. Escobar's bodyguard, Limon, was the first to try to escape, jumping onto the roof and firing at the police in civilian dress, who returned fire from below. Limon soon crumpled and fell from the roof onto a small patch of grass below, dead. Next came Escobar, holding a 9mm pistol in his right hand, another pistol wedged inside his belt. The search block had obviously caught Escobar by surprise. The drug lord was barefoot and wore only a dark blue sport shirt and jeans. Escobar by now was also overweight from lack of exercise and from constant confinement, but he was not about to surrender. As Escobar fired, 3 bullets quickly took him down. One struck the back of his leg, another hit him in the back just beneath the shoulder, and a third entered his right ear and exited the other side. Either of these last 2 shots would have been fatal. Less than 10 minutes after arriving, a search block officer crouched over a motionless Pablo Escobar, checked to see if he had a pulse, and then called Colonel Martinez on the radio. "Viva Colombia!" he shouted. Pablo Escobar, the most wanted man in Colombia and one of the most sought-after criminals in the world, was dead. On top of a green hillside, about 5 miles from where he was killed and overlooking the city of Medellin, Pablo Escobar now lies quietly in a grave at the Cementerio Montesacro, or Sacred Mountain Cemetery. On the day he was to be interred, crowds of people gathered, prying open Escobar's coffin and trying desperately to touch the lifeless body of a man who had once possessed powers so much more enormous than their own. The power to bestow great riches, the power to challenge armies of police, the power to challenge an entire nation, and the power to bestow ultimately life or death. Alongside Escobar is buried Limon, at the request of the latter's family. Once Escobar was finally 6 feet beneath the ground, however, his power to influence events ceased. Within months of his death, the Medellin cartel was no more, all 36 of its leaders either dead or incarcerated. The Colombian government, with U.S. help, soon dismantled the neighboring Cali cartel as well. The net effect of the two cartels' disappearance, however, left cocaine production unaffected. More cocaine was produced the year after Escobar's death, and in subsequent years, than in any year during Escobar's heyday. The efforts thus far to stamp out cocaine production in the Andean republics, meanwhile, is known as La Cucaracha, or the cockroach effect. Just as you can kill a cockroach in one part of a room only to have another pop up somewhere else, the efforts of local and/or foreign governments to stamp out cocaine production in one Andean country have resulted only in cocaine production rising an equivalent amount in another. In the end, with the destruction of the Colombian cartels, the near monopoly over cocaine trafficking simply moved northward, where Mexican cartels quickly filled the void. Mexican cities along the U.S. border soon became killing zones, as Mexican cartels began to fight with one another over the control of drug routes once controlled by Colombians. Between 2006 and 2015, more than 100,000 Mexicans died in the transplanted drug wars, with the U.S. government continually pressing the Mexican government for more aggressive efforts to interdict cocaine. Nevertheless, roughly 150 tons of illegal cocaine are still smuggled into the United States each year. Meanwhile, as we drive along a winding road up a tree-covered hill in the upscale Medellin district of Poblado, Jaime pokes my arm some more, emphasizing his latest point. "I tell you honestly, with all confidence," he says, lowering my confidence in him even further, "make sure you don't ask Don Roberto too many questions. He doesn't like questions." The area we are driving through reminds me of the Hollywood Hills, where my father grew up. Small estates appear behind iron gates as we glide beneath large eucalyptus trees drooping overhead. The sky is overcast, and the paved road is washed out in parts. We finally arrive at a locked gate, and Jaime pulls to a stop. A gray-haired man arrives and opens the gate slowly, staring at us with no expression as we drive past. Shortly afterward, we arrive at a squat, one-story brick house painted white and with a tiled roof. Wrought iron grates cover the windows to keep out burglars. Within an attached open carport is parked a blue Wartburg sedan, an old East German model that Pablo used to like to drive around Medellin. One apocryphal tale describes how Pablo Escobar, the one-time car thief, was the only person in Medellin who never locked his own car. Instead, he left a small note in his glove box. "This car belongs to Pablo Escobar." No one ever touched it. Before us stands the home of Roberto Escobar, now 65 years old. Pablo would have been 62, who lives quietly in the forested hills overlooking Medellin. Jaime tells me that Pablo used this as a safe house prior to the one in which he was killed. I follow Jaime inside the home, which is set up both as a living residence and as a kind of shrine to Pablo Escobar. The private tour of the house, apparently, is the prelude. Afterward is the main course, a meeting with Roberto, the one-time accountant for the Medellin cartel. Framed photos hang on a wall, as well as yellowing newspaper articles of the many bicycle races Roberto won in his youth. On another wall hang 13 carefully arranged photos of Pablo at various ages, from his first communion to his time as a Colombian congressman, wearing a flamboyant yellow suit. In a hallway on a small table stands a 3-foot statue of the Virgin of Candelaria, an Escobar family saint. The home is as neat and immaculate as a funeral parlor. Jaime leads me to a wall with a bookcase set into it, the bookcase edged with molding. He pushes on one side of the case, staring hard at me. The entire bookcase moves. I realize this is actually a revolving door, revealing a hidden compartment behind. Inside is a small space where one or two people could crouch. Pablo Escobar, after all, routinely kidnapped people throughout his life. It was in just such tiny cavities, hidden from the rest of the world, that his victims spent their time before they were either ransomed or murdered. In a desperate moment, Pablo could also hide there himself. We walk outside, through sliding glass doors, onto a covered patio behind the house that has a red-tiled floor and views over a garden. From here I can see across the valley, and in the distance the brick skyscrapers of El Poblado. Escobar once had his drug operation housed in a tower there, which was later attacked with a car bomb by the Cali cartel. In the middle of the patio squats a long green wooden table. Spread out on it is the raison d'etre of the tour. Books, CDs, and photos are for sale. "Buenas tardes," says a soft voice behind me. I turn and see a slight, bald man with thick glasses and a mouth whose edges seem permanently turned down, like a horseshoe. I recognize Roberto Escobar, one-time bicycle racing champion, cartel accountant, and a former inmate for 10 years in Colombia's Itagüí prison. Roberto is about 5'6", the same height as Pablo, and has Pablo's long and sloping aquiline nose. We shake hands. Roberto has gray-blue eyes, although his right eye appears cloudy behind his glasses. Comparing him to the photos on the wall back in the 1960s in his biking outfit, full of youth and energy, he appears more to me like a gnome, expressionless, opaque, as if his eyes and soul have seen too much. "Did you like Washington, D.C.?" I ask him, referring to photos inside the house, which showed him in front of the White House. "Yes," he says, in Paisa-inflected Spanish. "Very much. A beautiful city." While he and Pablo were in the U.S. Capitol, he says, they took time to visit the FBI Museum, out of curiosity. There, on one of its walls, they spotted a large "wanted" poster with photos of his brother and himself that offered a $10 million reward. The poster, he said, had made him nervous, but not Pablo, who was always level-headed, even in the most desperate situations. After they went outside, Pablo tried to calm his brother. Pablo looked around for a few minutes, then turned to Roberto and said, "Watch." Roberto did, as Pablo went up to a policeman and asked for a light, using his heavily Spanish-inflected English. The policeman complied, unknowingly lighting the cigarette of the most powerful drug trafficker in the world. Pablo then calmly returned to Roberto and his son, took a drag from the cigarette and exhaled. "You see," he said, "they don't know us over here." I chat with Roberto, who seems to warm to the conversation. He becomes friendly and relaxed. Occasionally he pulls a small green bottle out of his pocket, withdraws an eyedropper, tilts his head back, and puts 3 drops into each eye. Although his eyes were damaged in the bomb explosion, Roberto's face is smooth and has no visible scars. "Did you know about Colonel Martinez, and that the search block were after you?" I ask. "Yes, of course. We had our sources," he says. "Do you think that if the blockade had not been created that your brother would not have been killed?" "No. It was Pablo going into politics. I was against it," he says, peering at me through his glasses. He explains that he was opposed to Pablo's ill-fated attempt to become a national politician. "Everyone began going after him then, along with the Cali cartel." While he puts more drops into his eyes, I ask about the letter bomb in prison. "When the bomb blew up in his face," Roberto says, "at first he saw angels, then he saw the Lord. The explosion drew him closer to God," he says. "It made him believe in an afterlife." "Would you like to buy anything?" Jaime asks, impatient to leave and glaring at me for having asked so many questions. I realize that it's not Roberto who doesn't like questions. It's Jaime. This is all business to him. He wants to get paid and leave. I look around and agree to buy some photos. Roberto sits down at one end of the table. then prepares a pen and a large ink pad. I begin handing him photos. One of Pablo dressed in a pinstriped suit, posing as the 1920s and 30s American gangster Al Capone and holding a double-barreled shotgun. Another of Pablo dressed as Pancho Villa, a personal hero of his, wearing a wide sombrero and a cartridge belt across his chest. Roberto signs each of them, presses his thumb into the ink pad, then carefully affixes his thumbprint beneath his signature, something that Pablo used to do when writing public letters. I hand him another photo, this one a copy of the wanted poster for $10 million, with photos of Pablo and Roberto at the top and the rest of the Medellin cartel leaders displayed in smaller photos below. Afterward, the former accountant carefully rolls up each poster and fits them into a small cardboard tube, which is also for sale. I would have thought that with so many billions of dollars, Pablo and Roberto would have had secret stores of cash and bank accounts all over the world. But if that were the case, then why would Roberto agree to receive tours and be selling photos of his brother and other knickknacks for a handful of dollars? Where did the billions go? In the end, we shake hands. Roberto touches my arm, as Colombians are wont to do. "Mucho gusto," he says, and nods his head. I exit the door and head down the driveway. Roberto Escobar stares after me, a forlorn, gnome-like man who now seems utterly and completely alone. Later that afternoon, I visit the Museum of Antioquia, the art museum on the Plaza Botero. Before leaving Medellin, I want to see two paintings by Botero. In a long, immaculate room with a shiny floor and a guard standing at one end, I find the first painting, a large canvas appropriately called The Death of Escobar. The somber-colored canvas depicts Medellin on a gloomy, overcast day. There, in the middle, Pablo Escobar stands on a tiled rooftop, his white button-down shirt open. Escobar is barefoot, wears dark pants, and clutches a pistol in his right hand, pointing it up in the air. A flurry of oversized bullets flow through him, left to right across the canvas, as if caught in a stop animation sequence. Some of the bullets have already punctured his stomach, neck, and chest, leaving small red wounds in Escobar's pale white flesh. Escobar's eyes are closed. He is still standing, but dead, caught in the moment of impact, just as he is slain. In another room, and as if from another scene clipped from the same film, I find the second painting. Escobar now lies on his side on the same rooftop, a gun still in his hand. His open shirt reveals a body riddled by bullets. Below, in the street, a police officer in a green uniform and cap points up at the fallen gangster. Alongside him, a short woman in a red dress looks up, pressing her hands together, and prays. As I exit the museum, I can't help but reflect that, 2 decades after his death, Pablo Escobar has long since been buried and now belongs to the realm of painters and writers and filmmakers and other myth-makers, and that his exploits are still being reshaped in the present. In a way, Escobar was Colombia's latest version of El Dorado, the Golden Man, a one-time king who daily anointed himself with gold dust so plentiful that he could easily wash it off and replenish it the next. Like the woman praying in Botero's painting, a sizable sector of Colombians emulated, worked for, and/or admired Escobar, as if following the sun, blinded by the reflected gold of Escobar's enormous wealth and power, blinded by his fable-like rags-to-riches story, blinded by the very myths that had risen up around him. As I head across the plaza, it suddenly strikes me that the real Golden Man of Colombia, one who remained untarnished and incorruptible, was the former police colonel Hugo Martinez. He is now retired and lives quietly with his wife in Bogotá. Tragically, his son, Hugo Jr., died in a car accident in 2003. Nevertheless, when Martinez's own life and his family's lives were on the line, indeed, when the very life of the Colombian nation was at stake, here was a man who could be neither bought nor sold, who was motivated by neither plata nor plomo, but by principle. It was Martinez, not Escobar, who proved to be Colombia's El Dorado, the mythical, incorruptible, nearly unimaginable king. 2. Evolution and Denial in the Galapagos, Ecuador. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God said, Let us make man in our image. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. Genesis, chapter 1, verses 25 through 27. The main conclusion arrived at in this work, namely, that man is descended from some lowly organized form, will, I regret to think, be highly distasteful to many. But there can hardly be a doubt that man is descended from a hairy-tailed quadruped, probably arboreal in its habits. Charles Darwin, The Descent of Man, 1871. I was fascinated with the evolutionary story, which is really the creation myth of the modern age. The first thing I noticed about it is that it contradicts the book of Genesis. It actually contradicts a whole lot more than that, because, as the scientists define evolution, it is inherently a purposeless, mindless process that produced human beings as an accident. So, did God create us? Or did we create God? Dr. Philip Johnson, author of Darwin on Trial and founder of the Intelligent Design Movement. What you see depends on what you thought before you looked. Eugene Torman. Charles Darwin had blown it. Deep in his bones, as he worriedly searched through his collection of birds from the Galapagos Islands, he knew that his work on the islands had been inexcusable. The year was 1837, and although he was already 27 years old and presently living in London, he was just beginning his land-bound career after a nearly 5-year voyage around the world. The voyage on the English surveying ship HMS Beagle had ended just 3 months earlier. The mockingbirds on the Galapagos, yes, Darwin realized, he'd gotten those right. He'd shot them on 4 of the islands, had eviscerated them and stuffed their bodies with cotton, then had labeled them according to which island he had found them on. Now an ornithologist in London had carefully examined the corpses and pronounced them 3 different species, when Darwin had thought they all belonged to one. How could he have known? As to the finches, however, a complete disaster. Darwin realized that while he'd been on the islands, he hadn't even known that many of the small birds he collected were finches. Instead, he thought more than half of them were wrens, warblers, and blackbirds, some of which belonged to entirely different families of birds, let alone genera. Worse yet, he hadn't even bothered to label which islands many of these birds had come from, and had mixed the tiny corpses from 2 of the islands together after collecting them. And now the same ornithologist at the Zoological Society had asked him an inevitable and terrible question. Can you tell me which islands each of these birds has come from? Sweating, Darwin knew he could not. What a stupid mistake! Shortly afterward, Darwin realized that he'd made an even worse one. Although he'd enjoyed observing the Galapagos's giant tortoises, and had even ridden one of the enormous beasts, at the time he thought this species also lived on islands in the Indian Ocean, and that they must have been brought to the Galapagos by pirates. It was only recently that he'd been informed that the tortoises he'd observed existed only in the Galapagos Islands. Worse yet, he hadn't bothered to collect a single adult specimen, let alone specimens from each island. Ironically, Darwin realized, he'd eaten these giant animals, as they'd become a favorite food among the crew, but he hadn't collected them. What if each of the islands contained a different species of tortoise, like the mockingbirds? Such an answer would be potentially useful to science, and could also help him with some of the biological problems he was currently working on. But now it was too late to do anything about it. Obviously, Darwin knew, it was impossible to retrace his steps and travel 6,000 miles back to the Galapagos, back to that obscure little chain of volcanic islands poking up out of the Pacific where the tortoises and birds in question lived. In fact, although he would live another 60 years, Darwin would never travel outside of England again. "It is the fate of every voyager," Darwin wrote later in his autobiography, "that when he has just discovered what object in any place is more particularly worthy of his attention, to be hurried from it." Right now, however, Darwin was so upset he could hardly eat. Then, suddenly, in the midst of his panic, he hit upon a possible way of correcting his string of errors. The captain of the Beagle, Robert Fitzroy, had also made collections of various animals during their journey, and so had several members of the crew. None of his former shipmates, however, were trained naturalists, so who knew whether their collections were properly labeled, or whether they contained the birds he was looking for. Nevertheless, Darwin hurriedly dashed off a number of letters that, paraphrased, went like this: "Can you tell me if you collected any small birds on the Galapagos Islands, and if so, whether you labeled the birds by island?" Horse carriages clopped by outside, carrying gentry wearing suits and top hats, as Darwin addressed the envelopes. As Darwin hurried to the post office, there was no way he could have known that perhaps the entire concept of evolution now depended upon the answers that Fitzroy and the other crew members might provide. Did each of the Galapagos Islands have similar yet different species, like the mockingbirds? And if so, why? Or were the mockingbirds merely a strange anomaly? As the tall, lean, chestnut-haired, smooth-shaven young man with the bushy eyebrows and projecting forehead walked immersed in thought, he puzzled over why this small, unimportant chain of islands seemed to hold so many different yet related species. Why did the Galapagos have a greater number of species than an equally sized area on the mainland? What was the cause of that? Could these islands possibly hold a key to that mystery of mysteries, the origin of new species, or, more simply, how species as distinct as mockingbirds, earthworms, and men first appeared on Earth? Were species divinely created, as Darwin had believed all his life, or was there possibly some other, more natural explanation, an explanation rooted in the world that he could see, touch, and feel, rather than in the supernatural realm of religion? Deeply worried about the likelihood that his sloppiness in collecting might have forever ruined some of the most important data from his voyage, Darwin posted the letters. Now, all he could do was wait. "I don't believe in evolution," the elderly Chinese-American gentleman seated across from me says. It's day 2 of an 8-day cruise in the Galapagos Islands, on our ship called the Eden. The elderly gentleman is a retired engineer, a grandfather, and has short gray hair and thin-rimmed metal glasses. He's originally from Taiwan. Long ago, his ancestors met Christian missionaries there and converted. The gentleman's 40-year-old son, his son's wife, and their 3 children, Jason, Sarah, and Sam, are seated at the lengthy wooden dining table in the boat's cabin on both sides of him. The children are well-mannered, have been homeschooled, live in California, and wear glasses. They have with them maps of the Galapagos and a book on Galapagos birds. The entire family, 3 generations worth, are dyed-in-the-wool creationists. "The theory of evolution's full of holes," the elderly gentleman says emphatically, pointing a fork at me. "It's like cheese, Swiss cheese," he says. The 3 kids laugh at the joke as their grandfather spears a piece of overboiled broccoli. The 12-year-old daughter, Sarah, has braces and wears a jaunty white straw hat set at an angle. She has long black hair and is dressed in brand-new khaki shorts and a button-down khaki shirt, as is the whole family. There are a dozen of us on the 75-foot ship, not including the crew, and we are midway through a lunch of fish, rice, beans, and canned vegetables. All of the food has been flown in from Ecuador, some 620 miles to the east, and to which these islands belong. Our boat presently lies anchored alongside Espanola Island, one of 13 main islands in the Galapagos archipelago. Take 25 heaps of cinders dumped here and there in an outside city lot, wrote Herman Melville, the author of Moby Dick. Imagine some of them magnified into mountains, and the vacant lot the sea, and you will have a fit idea of the general aspect of the Galapagos Islands, a group rather of extinct volcanoes than of isles, looking much as the world at large might after a conflagration. Melville was only a 22-year-old sailor on a whaling ship when he first visited the Galapagos in 1841, yet he was correct about their origins. The island of Espanola, for example, is actually the upper tip of an enormous underwater volcano, rising from a bulge in the Earth's crust thousands of feet below. This particular volcano stopped erupting about 3 million years ago. Its molten rock cooled, and slowly, over thousands of years, various forms of life began to appear, tossed onto its flanks by the wind or sea, or piggybacking on the wings of birds or on floating debris. It's now May. The air is warm, the swells are moderate, and the Eden gently rocks to and fro so that the liquid in our water glasses tilts slightly to one side, then to the other. "How's that book?" I asked the elderly gentleman, having noticed that he has a book called Darwin on Trial on the table. We had been discussing earlier how computer chips keep getting faster and faster, with circuits now being designed on the molecular level. The chips are evolving so quickly, he says, that it's difficult to predict how far they'll go. "Nanotechnology is the future of electronics," his son said. Both he and his father are electronics engineers. "Chips are designed, by the way," the elderly gentleman had told me, "just like humans." He turns the book around so I can see it. On its cover is a depiction of a marble statue of an aged, bearded Charles Darwin seated in a chair and wearing a large Victorian overcoat. Brooding glumly below the incriminating title, and with a frown on his face, Darwin gives the appearance of being a reluctant participant, a biologist on trial for undermining the biblical account of creation. "This book is exceptional," the elderly gentleman says. "Really shows how the world's been fooled by a cockamamie theory." Sarah and her two brothers giggle at the word cockamamie. The elderly man cuts a piece of fish and then looks across the table at me. "It's written by a lawyer, the father of intelligent design, Philip Johnson. Have you read any of his books?" I shake my head while digging into a pile of beans. "Do you believe we came from animals?" The entire family pauses and looks at me. I also pause, suspending my forkful of beans in midair. Since everyone, except me, is on vacation, I decide that the best course of action is to deflect the question. "Does the book tell the story about Darwin's finches?" I ask, knowing how the kids, especially, are interested in birds. The elderly man frowns and shakes his head. "How a single species got blown out here millions of years ago and eventually turned into 13 different species?" "I don't believe it," he says. "I tell you, I don't believe in evolution." "We saw finches during our walk this morning," says Sarah brightly. "Little brown ones." "And blue boobies," says 8-year-old Sam. The word boobies makes all three of the kids laugh. This morning, we had seen blue-footed boobies, which are currently nesting all over the Galapagos Islands, laying their eggs directly on the ground. The boobies are about 3 feet high, have large, webbed cobalt blue feet, and small yellow eyes that are set forward toward their beaks. The placement of the eyes affords the birds stereoscopic vision. They thus have the unusual habit of looking directly at you, very intently, each eye peering around the beak and making the birds look like querulous, pint-sized librarians. Booby comes from the Spanish word bobo, which means clown or fool. Waddling about on the rocks and appearing almost cross-eyed, the ungainly birds seem more like characters from some animated film than the fierce, fish-eating predators they actually are. As we walked over the burnt landscape this morning, we could also see that the lava had once clearly flowed over the area like some thick, overflowing molasses, then had puddled and cooled. Gas pockets had ripped open the lava's surface, leaving jagged holes the size of your fist or head as the lava froze. Although we'd seen some small brown finches with short stubby beaks, we were more impressed by the black frigate birds soaring overhead, looking like dinosaur-age pterodactyls with their sharply angled wings. Farther ahead, Sarah had pointed at a crowded thicket of giant lizards, black and about 3 feet long, with spiny crests and tough, beaded skins. Most had their heads up, gazing intently at the sea. "Look!" Sarah had shouted. Her 2 brothers had run up beside her, elbows and knees protruding from their khaki outfits, pointing and shouting for their parents and grandfather to hurry and catch up. Slithering over the rocks and into the translucent blue ocean, the marine iguanas looked about as prehistoric as anything any of us had ever seen. Nearly 500 years before our visit, in 1535, a Spanish bishop, Tomás de Berlanga, had set off from Panama on a ship filled with men and horses, bound for the newly conquered Inca Empire on the western coast of South America. While the ship was off the shores of Ecuador, the wind suddenly died, and, for the next 6 days, the bishop and his men drifted helplessly westward, carried by a strange cold current that swept up the coast of South America and then curled out into the Pacific. On the 7th day, the crew finally sighted land, an island rising out of the middle of the sea. With his ship running low on water, Berlanga sent some of the crew ashore to search for a spring or stream. He was sorely disappointed by the result.
On land, they were not able to find even a drop of water, and found nothing but seals and turtles, and such big tortoises that each could carry a man on top of itself, and many iguanas that are like serpents. On another island they found many seals, turtles, iguanas, tortoises, and many birds like those of Spain, but so silly that they do not know how to flee, and many were caught in the hand."
The silly birds were no doubt the boobies and other island birds on the Galapagos, which for some inexplicable reason had no fear of man. On the first Sunday after his arrival, Berlanga went ashore and conducted a Catholic Mass. Although Berlanga made no mention of it, the bishop was no doubt certain that all of the species of animals here, including the giant tortoises, had been created by God, that they'd remained here in their present forms since the time of creation, and that during the Great Flood these same animals had been taken in mated pairs into Noah's Ark, later to be re-released into the wild. Noah, the bishop knew, was 900 years old at the time of the flood, which for 5 long months had completely covered the earth, including the highest mountain peaks such as the Himalayas. Somehow, after their release, the tortoises and other animals had eventually found their way back to these islands, a minor miracle, as the Galapagos are roughly 7,000 miles distant from Mount Ararat in Turkey, where Noah's Ark is thought to have come to rest. As the bishop later wrote the Spanish king,
"On Passion Sunday I had them bring on land the things necessary for saying Mass, and after it was said, I again sent the people in 2s and 3s over different paths. The Lord deigned that they should find in a ravine among the rocks as much as a large cask of spring water, and after they had drawn that, they found more and more."
The bishop was relieved to find water, but nevertheless was puzzled to find so much volcanic rock in the middle of the ocean, writing that
"It seems as though sometime God had showered the island with stones."
Eventually, Berlanga and his crew made it back to the mainland and to Peru, but only after having lost 10 horses, all of which died of thirst. In his later report to King Charles V, the bishop wrote about the discovery of the previously unknown islands and also about the giant tortoises found on them, which he referred to as Galapagos, a word current in 16th century Spanish that meant tortoises, but has since been abandoned. The islands consequently began showing up on European maps as Las Islas de los Galapagos, or the Islands of the Tortoises, named after the 800-pound, 6-foot-long reptiles so powerful they could carry a grown man. The island's inhabitants, subsequent European visitors agreed, were decidedly different from those any of them had seen elsewhere. Their uniqueness, however, did not endear the archipelago to early sailors and explorers. Most, in fact, tended to view these volcanic outposts as bleak, nearly waterless crags whose twisted landscapes were reflected in their strange animal inhabitants, most of which either slithered, hopped, or crawled. Or, as Herman Melville later put it, "Little but reptile life is here found. Tortoises, lizards, immense spiders, snakes, and that strangest anomaly of outlandish nature, the iguana. No voice, no howl is heard. The chief sound of life here is a hiss." Reptile hisses were, in fact, the lingua franca of this primordial world, in addition to the booming sound of the sea pummeling the volcanic rocks and sending up great plumes of salty spray. Occasionally, volcanoes erupted, releasing huge clouds of billowing smoke, spewing fresh lava into the sea, and incinerating whatever animals and plants had managed to gain purchase on their flanks. For at least some visitors, the Galapagos' bizarre, freakishly sized tortoises and the hordes of writhing black iguanas seemed to harken back to an earlier antediluvian time. For others, the inhabitants seemed to resemble nothing less than some medieval European artists' depictions of the tormented creatures of hell. "Early in my school days, a boy had a copy of The Wonders of the World," wrote Charles Darwin in his autobiography, "which I often read and disputed with other boys about the veracity of some of the statements. I believe this book first gave me a wish to travel in remote countries, which was ultimately fulfilled by the voyage of the Beagle." By the time Charles Darwin arrived in the Galapagos Islands in September 1835, he had indeed already had as much adventure as he ever could have wished for, having experienced everything from rounding the Cape Horn while beset by enormous bone-crushing seas so powerful that they had rolled the Beagle over onto its side and nearly destroyed it, to visiting little contacted Patagonian Indians who ran about naked and smeared their bodies with the grease from seals. Darwin had crossed the rugged southern Andes both on foot and on horseback, had explored Patagonia, had discovered the fossils of gigantic and now extinct ancient mammals and reptiles, including an extinct rodent the size of a hippopotamus, and had collected countless living species completely new to science. Prone to seasickness, the 6-foot-tall Englishman had also somehow managed to survive the previous 4 years, living in a cramped 5-foot-tall cabin, 10 by 11 feet in size, while sleeping in a hammock that swung wildly in the often wilder seas. All the while, he'd been diligently making a collection of South America's plant, animal, and mineral specimens. Now they were headed across the Pacific and, ultimately, home. Before he'd left England, at the age of 22, however, on what was supposed to be a 2-year voyage, Darwin couldn't have seemed a less likely candidate to make a name for himself in the sciences. Few people would have seemed as little inclined as Darwin, in fact, to write one of the most famous books of all time on the origin of species, a book that would offer both a theory and a mechanism to explain how life had evolved from simple, single-cell organisms into such complex creatures as apes, antelopes, and humans. Darwin had been raised a Unitarian, a Christian sect that, like other Christians, believed that God had created the heavens and earth in a day, had created Adam and Eve, and that Adam and Eve had eventually been expelled from the Garden of Eden. Despite his religious training, Darwin had fallen in with a rather dissipate crowd as a teenager and had spent much of his time hunting with them for sport.
"You care for nothing but shooting, dogs, and rat-catching," his exasperated father, a physician, had once told his son, "and you will be a disgrace to yourself and all your family."
Since Darwin's father and grandfather were both physicians, at the age of 17 Darwin attempted to follow the family tradition by enrolling in medical school. He soon dropped out, however. Darwin had quickly discovered that he could neither stand the sight of blood nor the pain patients commonly suffered during surgery before the discovery of anesthetics. Instead, Darwin enrolled at Cambridge University, where he studied for a general degree before graduating at the age of 22. During his final exams, Darwin scored his highest marks in theology, while barely scraping by in his other subjects. Although he had a passion for collecting beetles ever since he'd been a boy and had become quite interested in geology, Darwin's ultimate intention was now to become a pastor, with the idea that eventually he would live quietly in some small rural community, tending to the religious concerns of the local inhabitants. Cambridge had been an excellent choice for such a profession, as all of its professors had taken religious orders. At least half the students there had likewise been studying to become clergymen. Shortly after Darwin graduated, an obscure ship anchored in Plymouth, England, and named the HMS Beagle, was quietly being prepared for a projected voyage to South America. Its mission from the Admiralty was to finish surveying Patagonia, the region that encompassed South America's complicated southern coastline. The Beagle's crew had begun the first part of this arduous task on a voyage some 5 years earlier. The ship's present captain, 26-year-old Robert Fitzroy, knew they'd be away for a good number of years, so he'd decided to search for a young gentleman, someone who could serve as both an educated companion to the captain and also as the ship's naturalist. On the Beagle's previous voyage, Fitzroy was aware, no naturalist had been aboard. There was one catch, however. Whoever was selected would be offered free transportation, but would otherwise have to pay his own board. Fitzroy first offered the job to 31-year-old Leonard Jennings, a clergyman who was also an amateur naturalist and a personal friend. Already employed, however, Jennings weighed his paying parish job with the proposed non-paying multi-year voyage and turned Fitzroy down. Eventually, one of Darwin's former Cambridge professors learned about the position and sent Darwin a note. The 22-year-old Darwin couldn't have realized it at the time, but the message was about to shift his future as abruptly as a railway switch shifts the direction of an oncoming train. Cambridge, 24 August 1831. My dear Darwin, I shall hope to see you shortly, fully expecting that you will eagerly catch at the offer which is likely to be made you of a trip to Terra del Fuego and home by the East Indies. I have been asked by Professor George Peacock at Cambridge, who will read and forward this letter to you from London, to recommend him a naturalist as companion to Captain Fitzroy, employed by the British government to survey the southern extremity of America. I have stated that I consider you to be the best qualified person I know of who is likely to undertake such a situation. I state this not on the supposition of your being a finished naturalist, but as amply qualified for collecting, observing, and noting anything worthy to be noted in natural history. Peacock has the appointment at his disposal, and if he cannot find a man willing to take the office, the opportunity will probably be lost. Captain Fitzroy wants a man more as a companion than a mere collector, and would not take anyone, however good a naturalist, who was not recommended to him likewise as a gentleman. Particulars of salary, etc., I know nothing. The voyage is to last 2 years, and if you take plenty of books with you, anything you please may be done. What I wish you to do is instantly to come to town and consult with Peacock, and learn further particulars. Professor J. S. Henslow.
P.S. The expedition is to sail on 25 September, 1831, at earliest, so there is no time to be lost." Although Darwin was excited about this unexpected opportunity, his father was decidedly against it. The senior Darwin would have to provide the money for the voyage, after all, and preferred that his son begin looking for gainful employment instead. He was still disappointed that Darwin had failed at medical school. Eventually, however, his father relented, and finally, on December 27, 1831, the young man, who'd nearly become a pastor instead, set off on a voyage that would not only change his life, but would change our understanding of our place in the natural world. 32 years before Darwin's departure, a young German scientist named Alexander von Humboldt had set out on his own 5-year scientific exploration, eventually traveling through Latin America and discovering in the process the link between the Amazon and Orinoco rivers. Humboldt also discovered the massive ocean current that would later bear his name, climbed Ecuador's volcanoes, collected new species of plants and animals, explored the Amazon and the Andes, and eventually returned to Europe to instant acclaim at the age of 35. Unlike Darwin, however, Humboldt had prepared his entire life for his expedition, having been trained as a geologist, an anatomist, a botanist, a surveyor, and an astronomer. A polyglot, Humboldt had also received training in the use of almost every modern scientific instrument known at the time. Darwin, by contrast, 8 years younger than Humboldt was when the latter had set off, had just graduated with a general degree at what was basically a theology school. Although Darwin had some training in geology, a passion for beetle collecting, and knowledge about bird taxidermy, in a very real sense he was a rank amateur. Darwin's job description on the Beagle, in fact, was simply to make collections of any interesting animals and plants that he encountered, to take notes on the local geology, and to serve as a dining companion for the captain, who otherwise, due to his rank, would have to dine alone. The idea was that once the Beagle had completed its voyage, scientific experts in England would be able to study the young naturalist's collections and could then decide whether anything he had discovered was important. These same experts would also be expected to draw conclusions from the information gathered, if any notable conclusions were to be drawn. Darwin, it was understood, was to be a collector. The experts in London, meanwhile, were the bona fide scientists. During the summer after his graduation, however, and before he'd learned about the opportunity on the Beagle, Darwin had read Humboldt's Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, which Humboldt had published in 1825. Darwin later recounted that the book had a profound impact upon him. The methodical way the great German scientist had applied modern concepts of scientific measurements to everything he saw while deducing laws from a seemingly chaotic assortment of facts had stirred in Darwin not only a sense of wanderlust, but also, as he later wrote in his autobiography, a burning zeal to add even the most humble contribution to the noble structure of natural science. Little did Darwin know that he would soon get his chance. Less than 6 months later, the newly designated ship's naturalist and gentleman companion was packing his trunk for a voyage to the very continent Humboldt had explored, and one book Darwin made sure he included was a well-thumbed copy of Humboldt's Personal Narrative of Travels. "I have real problems with God," says Rachel, a 32-year-old unmarried Israeli-American Jew who is about to have a child with a married Catholic Puerto Rican. We're sitting on the rear deck of the Eden after a skin dive off Santiago Island. Rachel is short, wears glasses, has thin, closely cropped brown hair, and blue eyes. She's a psychiatrist who works in Miami. Her boyfriend, the Puerto Rican, is also a psychiatrist. The problem is, he's still married and has 3 kids. "I think as the years have gone by, I've become more of an agnostic," she says. "I find it hard to believe that God could have created so much suffering." Earlier in the afternoon, we had flippered through an underwater world filled with king angelfish, barberfish,
butterfly fish, gold-rimmed surgeonfish, sleek barracuda, Galapagos mullet, gray-bar grunts, Mexican hogfish, rainbow wrasse, giant hawkfish, stonefish, and parrotfish, among others. The Humboldt Current is one of the richest biological upwellings in the world, and we are at the tail end of it here after it has swept up the coast of western South America and curled out 600 miles to the Galapagos. Departing from the platform at the back of the boat, we had glided over papaya-colored seaweed that swirled in slow motion, performing ballet-like movements below us, pulsing in and out with the surge. We had then flippered through blue grottos streaked with bands of sunlight that occasionally lit up a stray fish scale or bounced off the sides of a shimmering school of mullet, the school parting before us like some kind of mobile curtain, with each segment bearing eyes. Even underwater, the creatures here seemed less afraid than normal, the fish allowing us to approach so closely that we could almost touch them with our fingers. Only at the last second would one give a leisurely flap of its tail and move away. Farther along, near a volcanic formation, Santiago Island is the product of twin volcanoes, a young sea lion had swum in circles beside me, bubbles streaming from its nose, outlining arcs like tiny Ferris wheels. It had then approached so closely that at one point it had been only a foot away from my face mask, its dark, globular eyes peering inside at mine. An hour later, with goosebumps still on our arms and salt water still dripping, we sat sprawled out in chairs on the back of the Eden's deck, drying off. "My brother, Chaim," Rachel says, continuing with her religious theme. "Now, he's a believer. I mean, devout. He lives on a kibbutz and has 9 children. Rachel had gone to medical school in the United States and then began working in a hospital, helping patients deal with the psychological aspects of their physical ailments. For years, she had been dating a smart young Jewish man who was financially stable, whom her parents loved, and who, she says, had security written all over him. He was perfect in every way except for one thing. Rachel wasn't in love with him. Then, at the hospital, she had met Pablo, a psychiatrist a dozen years her senior. Pablo was smart and an excellent salsa dancer. An affair soon began. Pablo said that he was going to get a divorce, that he didn't love his wife, that they had agreed to separate, all the usual things. 5 months later, Rachel discovered she was pregnant, yet still there was no sign of a divorce. Now, 4 months later, none of her family knows she's pregnant, she says, not even her brothers or her closest friends. With vacation time looming, Rachel had booked a cruise to the Galapagos with the intention of sorting out her life. Today is day 4 of our voyage, and she's currently sitting in a lounge chair in a black swimsuit. She says, flatly, that she's agnostic. "I don't know. I grew up speaking Hebrew, eating only kosher food. I mean, we didn't eat calamari in my house because Jews only eat seafood that has fins and scales. So forget about lobster. We didn't eat filet mignon, ever, because the sciatic nerve runs through it. Do you know what a sciatic nerve is?" I shake my head. "I know. I only found out in medical school. No hard cheeses, only certain kinds of wine. I mean, crazy. And what does all of that have to do with God?" "So do Jews believe in evolution?" I ask. I'd actually never really pondered this question before, or really much about what other faiths might think about evolution at all. What do Shintos think about evolution? I had no idea. I only knew that the more conservative Christians in the United States had a problem with the idea of man evolving from other animals. In fact, I'd just read a recent poll that fewer than 47% of North Americans believed that evolution actually occurred at all. For some, the idea of Adam and Eve having slowly evolved from some other animal in the Garden of Eden remains a deeply disquieting thought. "Most Jews believe in evolution," Rachel says, nodding her head up and down and squinting at me. She's holding a frozen strawberry daiquiri, which is the pièce de résistance of the bar on the Eden. "Well, a kind of evolution. They believe that God created the world and life, but that he also created the laws that allow evolution to take place. So that's how the world ended up with humans. But not everyone believes that. My brother Chaim doesn't. He believes the world is 6,000 years old or something like that, and that God created man and that no Jew should ever eat calamari or work on the Sabbath. At precisely this moment, a black frigate bird decides to alight on one of our ship's metal spars, which stick outward from the railings like pikes. The bird shuffles its wings, its feathers glistening, its long beak curled downward at its tip like a claw. It then swivels its head left and right, looking out at the ocean and ignoring us. Interestingly enough, that is the only annoying thing I've discovered about the Galapagos. After a while, you tend to get mildly annoyed that so many of the animals behave as if you aren't there, as if you don't exist. The reason is because the internal alarm wiring for predator alert, so important on the mainland, so unnecessary on islands where no natural predators lurk, has long since disappeared. Instead, the island's inhabitants tend to look at other, more interesting things, like members of the opposite sex. "What about you?" I ask. "What do you believe?" "I used to have faith," Rachel says, "but I really don't anymore. I gave up being kosher. I think the best description is that I'm agnostic, that maybe there's some power out there, but I have no idea what." "And what about evolution?" Rachel gazes at the frigate, which is intently watching what other frigate birds are doing off to sea. "It's hard to go through medical school with all that biology and not accept that evolution exists. Did I believe in evolution before I studied biology? No," she says, shaking her head. "When I was a little girl, I used to love all the stories in the Torah. I loved going to synagogue, but I don't go anymore. Maybe that's why I'm now in such a pickle." The frigate bird has a red throat pouch under its neck, a pouch that males inflate to attract females, like gaudy party balloons. No doubt this one has a female partner somewhere, pregnant or already with eggs in a nest. Now is the season of mass reproduction on the Galapagos Islands. It's not just Rachel who is pregnant and about to reproduce. "Wow," she says, looking out at the view. "This is so great." On September 17, 1835, as 26-year-old Charles Darwin and 30-year-old Captain Robert Fitzroy first rowed ashore to the Galapagos San Cristobal Island, Darwin, too, was having doubts about his faith. Darwin had grown up believing in a literal interpretation of the book of Genesis, which describes how God created the earth and all of the animals and plants on it. But in the late 18th century, a Scots physician and amateur geologist named James Hutton, fascinated by geology, had begun investigating the exposed layers of the earth that he sometimes came across alongside country roads, rivers, and ocean shores. After descending into sweltering mines and drawing sketch maps of everything he had seen, Hutton gradually deduced that the earth's interior must be molten, that its heat must create new kinds of rock such as lava, that the earth's surface is naturally eroded by the forces of wind and water, and that the results of that erosion are eventually deposited in horizontal layers at the bottom of seas. These sediments, Hutton theorized, were eventually turned into stone, and in some instances were lifted high up into the mountains again. Eventually, Hutton established a number of basic premises, and from these drew a few simple yet important conclusions. That the same forces of wind and water operating today must have operated in the past as well. That even great canyons must have been formed by these slowly acting erosional forces. That due to the great amount of time the forces of erosion must have taken to form the Earth's present geological formations, the Earth's age must be vastly older than the biblically based estimate of 4,000 BC. The Earth, Hutton deduced, must be millions, not thousands of years old, and he did not stop there. Applying both his conclusions about geological time and his process of inductive reasoning to life on Earth, Hutton wrote in 1794 that, "If an organized body, that is, a living creature, is not in the situation and circumstances, environment, best adapted to its sustenance and propagation,
Then, in conceiving an indefinite variety among the individuals of that species, we must be assured that those which depart most from the best adapted constitution will be the most liable to perish, while those organized bodies which most approach to the best constitution for the present circumstances, that is, the environment, will be best adapted to continue in preserving themselves and multiplying the individuals of their race. Hutton had clearly stumbled upon the realization that not all life forms successfully reproduce, or, if they do not reproduce equally. Some do so better than others. Those animals or plants better suited to their environments will reproduce more successfully than those less suited. As an example of Hutton's reasoning, suppose a species of hummingbird that feeds on nectar within a certain 2-inch long flower ideally has a beak 2 inches long, a size that allows it to most efficiently and easily obtain nectar. If certain hummingbird chicks within a brood are born with shorter beaks than the 2-inch ideal, however, then those birds would have more difficulty obtaining food. Hutton's theory would predict that those shorter-beaked individuals would tend not to reproduce as successfully, leaving fewer descendants. Meanwhile, the best adapted hummingbirds, those hummingbirds with 2-inch beaks, would reproduce more successfully, leaving larger numbers of 2-inch beaked hummingbirds. According to Hutton's theory, then, hummingbirds with the ideal 2-inch beak length are naturally selected, while those with different-sized beaks are naturally rejected, not by God, but by nature. In such a manner, hummingbirds are naturally adapted to their environment, which in this case means gaining full access to the nectar within the 2-inch long flowers. Following Hutton's logic, however, what if, for one reason or another, these hummingbirds dispersed to a new area where the flowers were 3 inches long, not 2? In this new environment, that is, an environment with longer flowers, hummingbirds born with longer beaks than their siblings would now more easily gather nectar than those with 2-inch or shorter beaks. Hutton's theory would thus predict that the hummingbird population would gradually shift to more individuals with longer beaks, as longer beaks would now be favorably selected, while shorter beaks would be rejected. With enough time and enough generations, the inescapable logic of Hutton's theory would predict that eventually a longer-beaked population of hummingbirds would emerge, while shorter-beaked hummingbirds, at least in this new area, would disappear. Almost miraculously, with no forces acting upon the hummingbird population other than those already present in nature, the creation of a new species would have occurred. Hutton, however, was a religious man, and although he had just stumbled upon the principle of natural selection, he fully believed that God had created individual species. Hutton thus didn't allow himself to contemplate the possibility that the very mechanism he had discovered that could change the form of a species could also possibly explain the origin of a species. Mentally unable to move beyond a biblical paradigm that had existed virtually unchanged for thousands of years, Hutton was unable to carry his new theory to its logical conclusion that forces inherent in nature could create new species, independent of supernatural intervention. Hutton's thinking, however, did lead him to modify slightly his view of Genesis, that although God had created all the animal and plant species on earth, perhaps God had also allowed his creations to fine-tune or adapt themselves to their environments, even though this ability was not mentioned in the Bible. Hutton therefore could explain how new varieties might develop within a species, such as poodles and Great Danes, which nevertheless remain dogs, but he stopped short of going any further. If the Bible stated that God had created all of the creatures on earth, then it was not his place to throw doubt upon the matter. Hutton's main interest, after all, was geology. His discovery of how new varieties of species might emerge came almost as an afterthought and remained buried amid his 2,138-page, 3-volume, 1794 tome, An Investigation of the Principles of Knowledge and of the Progress of Reason from Sense to Science and Philosophy. And there it remained, a theory virtually unnoticed
by the rest of the world. 41 years after Hutton's publication and 6,000 miles away, Charles Darwin and Captain Robert Fitzroy finally stepped ashore the Galapagos Islands. Like Hutton, Darwin was passionate about geology, and also like Hutton, he believed that God had created all of the animals and plants on Earth. During his long trip around the southern cone of South America, however, Darwin had begun to doubt the Bible's usefulness as a literal guide to the Earth's geological history. Darwin, for example, had recently read 2 texts on geology by another Scottish geologist, Charles Lyell, who had followed in Hutton's footsteps and had adopted Hutton's idea that the same forces operating in the past were still operating in the present, a concept known as uniformitarianism. Earlier geologists had assumed that the features of the Earth had been created by God, with some final changes having occurred during the Great Flood, the latter event having been developed into a geological theory known as catastrophism, from the catastrophic flood that God had unleashed on Earth. Lyell, a less religious man than Hutton was, clearly saw how the principle of uniformitarianism might be seen as a challenge to the story of Genesis, and thus to the Church. In 1830, on the eve of publication of his soon-to-become classic Principles of Geology, Lyell wrote a friend, "I trust I shall make my book of geology popular. Old Reverend John Fleming is frightened, and thinks the age will not stand my anti-Mosaical, that is, anti-Old Testament, conclusions, and at least that the subject will, for a time, become unpopular and awkward for the clergy." Although the Church's subsequent reaction to the book was mixed, Lyell's Principles was a revelation for Darwin. The book almost immediately stripped him of his previous belief that canyons, river valleys, and sediments had most likely been laid down during the Great Flood. Instead, as the HMS Beagle visited a succession of ever-changing landscapes, Darwin now began to see geological formations for the first time as he had never seen them before. While the Beagle's crew busily mapped Patagonia, for example, Darwin frequently disembarked and roamed about, discovering layer after layer of exposed sediments filled with the fossils of strange and extinct animals. At one point, 10,000 feet up in the Andes, Darwin discovered beds full of fossil seashells. It was obvious, he concluded, that these same layers must once have lain far beneath the oceans, and that unknown geological forces had somehow lifted them up. After careful examination, Darwin also perceived that it would have been impossible for these formations to have been created by natural processes during the last 6,000 years. Influenced by his own observations, and now by Lyell, Darwin agreed that the history of the Earth must stretch back for millions, not thousands, of years. The Earth was also not static, Darwin realized. Rather, it was constantly changing. So what effect, he couldn't help but wonder, did these often radical environmental changes have on plants and animals? On many of his explorations in Patagonia, Darwin was accompanied by Captain Fitzroy. The captain had also read Lyell's book on geology, but ultimately found himself unable to see the world as either Darwin or Lyell did. Where Darwin now saw the evidence of geological forces operating incrementally through millions of years, Fitzroy continued to see only the results of the Great Flood. Fitzroy, in fact, later wrote an account of their voyage. In a chapter titled On the Deluge, he even utilized some of the same evidence that Darwin would later use to support his theory of evolution. In Fitzroy's case, however, that evidence only served to reinforce his deeply held belief in the biblical account of the flood. In crossing the Cordillera mountain chain of the Andes, Mr. Darwin found petrified trees embedded in sandstone 6,000 or 7,000 feet above the level of the sea, and at 12,000 or 13,000 feet above the sea level, he found fossil sea shells, limestone, sandstone, and a conglomerate in which were pebbles of the rock with shells. Above the sandstone in which the petrified trees were found is a great bed, apparently about 1,000 feet thick, of black lava, and over this there are at least 5 grand alternations of such rocks, and aqueous sedimentary deposits, amounting in thickness to several thousand feet.
These wonderful alterations of the consequences of fire and flood are, to me, indubitable proofs of that tremendous catastrophe which alone could have caused them, of that awful combination of water and volcanic agency which is shadowed forth to our minds by the expression, "The fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened." The very firmament of South America, then, had become for Darwin and Fitzroy a kind of enormous Rorschach test. Fitzroy peered carefully at the continent's twisted strata and saw physical proof of the ancient story of the flood. "My own mind is convinced, independent of the Scripture," Fitzroy wrote after his return, "that this earth has undergone an universal deluge." Darwin, meanwhile, often peered at the very same strata, yet, because of the influence of Lyell, believed that he was now peering deeply into the earth's history, using logic to gain a glimpse of a primordial past that he had never dreamt existed before. And yet, although Darwin's mental model of Earth history had only recently undergone a transformation, on the day he stepped ashore the Galapagos Islands, his view of biology was still very much the same as that of other Victorian scientists. As already stated, according to Darwin's contemporary biologists, God had created the individual species on Earth, although some amount of biological adaptation seemed to have occurred after creation. In his Principles of Geology, Charles Lyell had written of centers of creation, that is, of places on Earth where God had created individual species that had since undergone minor changes. In Australia, for example, God had clearly seen fit to create kangaroos. In Borneo, orangutans. In Africa, gorillas. In the Garden of Eden, man. Man, in fact, was a good example of changes or varieties within a species. In some areas, men were black. In other areas, white. In still others, men possessed Asiatic characteristics. In others, aboriginal ones. But no scientist doubted that all of these different races belonged to the same species of Homo sapiens, to which modern mankind belonged, or that these variations had originated from man's first center of creation, presumably in the Middle East. Both animals and plants, many scientists thought, had the ability somehow to adapt themselves to new environments. But none had the ability to transform themselves into entirely new species. Only God could do that. Thus, when Darwin stepped on shore in the Galapagos Islands, he naturally assumed that the islands had been populated by animals and plants that had somehow arrived there from the South American mainland, where God had originally created them. If a mockingbird had arrived on one of the islands, therefore, it may have undergone slight changes in its new environment, but it no doubt still belonged to the same species that continued to exist on the mainland. Biological species, Darwin assumed, were immutable. Darwin's creationist assumptions explain why he ultimately did such a poor job in collecting bird specimens on the Galapagos. Darwin was not an ornithologist, nor a botanist, nor a taxonomist. Without the help of experts, and without access to the large museum collections experts often use to compare and contrast different species, he was in no position to understand or confirm the identity of much of what he saw. Years later, while recalling how he had collected plants on the Galapagos, for example, Darwin wrote with some chagrin that, "From my ignorance in botany, I collected more blindly in this department of natural history than in any other." He was referring to his attempt to gather duplicate specimens of the plants he was collecting on the islands. Such specimens could later be shared by different museums, a practice that was, and still is, common today. Darwin later realized, however, that due to his ignorance at the time, "I probably collected second and third species as duplicate specimens of the first." In other words, instead of collecting 3 samples of a single species, as he had intended, Darwin unwittingly collected 3 separate species, yet labeled them as one. With the scores of small birds on the Galapagos, Darwin ran into similar problems. Since he hadn't visited the adjacent mainland, did not have access to museum collections,
nor did he possess any ornithological books that might help him sort out the birds. His difficulty was not surprising. After all, many of the birds on the Galapagos Islands had never been described scientifically before. Darwin's task of trying to identify them was therefore a challenge. Captain Fitzroy, meanwhile, who also made occasional collections of animals during the voyage with the intention of turning them over to the Crown, was little concerned about identifications. Instead, he marveled at how God had created species that were so well suited for these islands. "All the small birds that live on these lava-covered islands have short beaks, very thick at the base, like that of a bullfinch. This appears to be one of those admirable provisions of infinite wisdom by which each created thing is adapted to the place for which it is intended." Darwin's job, by contrast, was to make some sense of the island's ornithology and, when possible, to collect both a male and a female of each bird species. In the end, however, he was unable to sort many of them out. The birds' lack of fear of humans, nevertheless, astonished him. On September 17, 1835, his first day in the Galapagos, Darwin wrote in his diary that, "After dinner, a party went on shore San Cristobal Island to try to catch tortoises, but were unsuccessful. The birds are strangers to man, and think him as innocent as their countrymen, the huge tortoises. Little birds, within 3 or 4 feet, quietly hopped about the bushes, and were not frightened by stones being thrown at them. Mr. King killed one with his hat, and I pushed off a branch with the end of my gun a large hawk." Eventually, Darwin collected 26 species of birds on the islands. 13 of these were finches, although Darwin was able to identify correctly only 6 of those as such. The other 7 finch species were so different in form that Darwin didn't recognize them as finches at all. Instead, he labeled them as belonging to 3 completely different bird families. In addition, because Darwin had assumed that the small species of birds on each island must belong to the same species that existed on adjacent islands, he'd made few attempts to label which island these birds had come from. Darwin never suspected that there might be similar yet different species of birds on each of the islands. After all, why would God create different species of birds on adjacent islands? If one species worked well on one island, why would he create a similar species on another? Why not stick with one? Darwin therefore often labeled birds with the date they had been collected, but omitted the specific island. Instead, he included only the general locality, which he listed as the Galapagos Islands. It took Fitzroy and his crew, meanwhile, 5 busy weeks to finish mapping the archipelago. During that time, Darwin visited and collected on 4 of the Galapagos' 13 main islands, spending a total of about 19 days on land. Before he left, and still a firm believer that God had created each of the individual species that he had observed, Darwin noted in his journal that, "I industriously collected all the animals, plants, insects, and reptiles. It will be very interesting to find from future comparison to what district or center of creation the organized beings of this archipelago must be attached." In other words, since he had not visited the adjacent mainland of South America, and since he assumed that the wildlife on the Galapagos had originally arrived from there, Darwin naturally wondered where, exactly, the original inhabitants had hailed from. Had they arrived from Central America, from Gran Colombia, from northern Peru, or from a mix of all 3? Where exactly had God originally created the ancestors of the animals and plants presently inhabiting the Galapagos Islands? Darwin realized, however, that he would have to wait more than a year to find out. Not until the Beagle returned to England, where specialists could tell him exactly what species he had found, would he be able to answer this question. All Darwin could hope for, meanwhile, was that he might have collected something of value for science. When the Beagle finally hoisted sail and departed, no one would have been more surprised than Charles Darwin to learn that what he'd often failed to see, and what he'd often mislabeled on the Galapagos Islands, would eventually shake both his faith and, more important, the faith of much of the rest of the world.
There are holes very deep in the earth, our guide Jose is telling us. In the crust, they're called hot spots.
Jose is 32 and lives on Santa Cruz Island, one of 5 inhabited islands in the Galapagos. He is Ecuadorian, has black hair and a ponytail, and a small Buddha belly, which pooches out the bottom of his t-shirt. Across the front of his shirt is a tie-dyed blue boobie, and above it are the words, "I love boobies." Jose was born on Santa Cruz, has a thick Spanish accent, and is explaining how the Galapagos Islands were formed.
The hot spot is a hole where the hot rock, the magma.
Jose stops and looks at us, not sure if he has correctly pronounced the word. We nod.
Where the magma goes, he says. That creates the islands, the volcanic islands. That is how the Galapagos, these islands, were born.
Our entire group is here. The elderly Chinese gentleman and his family, Rachel, the Israeli-American, a group of Dutch, 2 Swiss, a short Italian man, and 3 French-Canadians. English is the lingua franca. Bartolome Island, where we are presently gathered beneath a brilliant sun, is one of the youngest of the Galapagos Islands, which range in age from 30,000 to 8 million or 9 million years. This morning we're climbing up to its extinct volcano, a cinder cone that now overlooks Sullivan Bay. Both the island and bay were named after a friend of Darwin's, who was a lieutenant aboard the HMS Beagle, Bartholomew James Sullivan. The Earth's crust, Jose is telling us, is extremely thin, an average of 4 miles thick beneath the ocean floor. The Earth itself is about 4,000 miles thick. So if our planet were represented by a 10-foot diameter ball, Jose tells us, the crust would be thinner than an eggshell. Jose looks around at us, smiling and waiting for a reaction. I look over and see that Sarah is holding her grandfather's hand. Both are paying careful attention. Beneath the crust is the hot plastic mantle, Jose continues, and beneath that is the liquid core. Inside the liquid core, like a nested Russian doll, is the superheated solid iron core that forms the Earth's interior. Our planet is the densest of the 8 planets in our solar system, Jose says, and one of only 4 planets that are solid, not gas.
14 billion years ago, the universe was smaller than a pinhead, Jose says, squeezing his 2 fingers together to demonstrate how small. This small. Then it exploded. 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth is formed from dust, gas, and fragments.
For the first billion years of its existence, Jose says, the Earth remained a red-hot, lifeless orb spinning through space and slowly circling the sun. Gradually, as the solar system cooled, a thin crust on Earth developed, yet the crust was often punctured by the molten magma below. 3.5 billion years ago, life began, first in water, and then eventually, a full 3 billion years later, it finally slithered onto land about 500 million years ago.
And then we appeared, Jose says, holding his arms out with a flourish. A very long process, no?
Jose had told us earlier that he is Catholic, but that he accepts the scientific explanation of the world. The Earth, then, is a very hot ball with a very thin crust on its surface and an equally thin film of water covering much of that crust. That film, Jose says, gesticulating out to the blue expanse surrounding Bartolome Island, we call the ocean. The ocean floats on top of the crust, but the crust, too, floats on top of the hot magma. The crust, therefore, is not solid, but instead is divided into huge thin plates.
Like cracked eggs, yes? Jose says, lifting his eyebrows and looking for more nods before continuing.
The ground appears rigid when we walk on it, but the plates below us behave, geologically speaking, more like stiff clay. 8 major plates float slowly over the Earth's surface, Jose says, due to the hot molten currents below. When one plate collides with another, the first slides beneath the second, eventually returning to the magma, where it's melted again. The edge of the second plate, meanwhile, often crumples from the impact, forming a mountain chain. The Nazca Plate, which is about 3,000 miles wide and extends from west of the Galapagos all the way to the edge of South America, collided about 20 million years ago with the South American Plate, crumpling that plate's western edge. The collision formed the Andes Mountains, some of whose peaks rise more than 20,000 feet into the air. Jose holds his two hands out horizontally, fingers together and pointing at each other. Then he moves his hands together, with one hand diving beneath the other. He then bends the second hand's knuckles up, forming the Andes. "Capito?" he asks in Italian. "Understood?" We nod. "So how old are the Andes?" Rachel asks. She's wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat and large oval sunglasses. Her willowy blue blouse shows no hint that she's pregnant. 25 to 30 million years, Jose replies. "And the Galapagos?" "Very young," Jose says, looking around at the volcanic cone we are standing on. "This island, Bartolome, it is only 250,000 of years. A baby," he says, cradling his arms and looking around for a laugh. Sarah and her two brothers giggle. Jose kneels down in the dark volcanic sand and draws a line. He then draws an arrow below the line and pointing toward it. "The arrow is a hot spot," Jose says, explaining that a hot spot is a kind of hole in the mantle that allows the magma to move upward toward the crust. "When the Nazca Plate moves to the east toward South America, it moves over this hot spot, no?" Jose forms a T with his two hands, then slides the horizontal hand above in one direction while holding the vertical one below still. "When the crust moves over the hot spot, a volcano is formed. If it is big enough, it lifts up out of the ocean and explodes." The elderly Chinese-American man nods his head, intently peering down at Jose's sketch. Sarah and her two brothers mimic their grandfather's stance, bent over, hands against their knees. All three are frowning. "It is like fire hose," Jose says, "shooting heat up at crust, no?" As long as a volcano is positioned over the hot spot, Jose continues, eruptions continue. Once the Nazca Plate moves the island away from the hot spot below it, however, the island is severed from its volcanic roots. It's then no longer volcanically active, but dead. As the Nazca Plate continues moving toward South America, it drags fresh crust over the hot spot, and new volcanic islands continue to form. Eventually, a chain of islands is created, with the youngest volcano-spewing islands to the west, still over the hot spot, and the oldest dormant islands to the east, having long since been severed from their source. The youngest islands in the Galapagos archipelago, Jose says, such as Fernandina, are still rising from the ocean and are hundreds of thousands of years old. The oldest islands to the east were formed 9 or 10 million years ago. The entire Galapagos archipelago, Jose says, is moving toward South America at a rate of about 1.5 inches per year, or roughly 24 miles every million years. With his explanation finished, Jose ends his lecture and then turns and resumes hiking up the volcano. We follow, looking out over smaller cones and lava tubes below. The landscape here resembles the surface of a boiling cauldron that suddenly froze, the bubbling surface turned into jagged stone. In 1825, 10 years before Darwin's visit, an American sealing captain named Benjamin Morrill visited the Galapagos and, on February 14th, was anchored in a bay off Isabella Island. Early in the morning, when most of the crew was asleep, a massive explosion occurred. The nearby island of Fernandina, located directly over the Galapagos hot spot, had begun its latest eruption. Wrote Morrill, "Monday the 14th at 2:00 a.m., while the night was yet spread over the Pacific, our ears were suddenly assailed by a sound that could only be equaled by 10,000 thunders bursting upon the air at once, while, at the same instant, the whole hemisphere was lighted up with a horrid glare that might have appalled the stoutest heart.
I soon ascertained that one of the volcanoes of Fernandina Island, which had quietly slept for the last 10 years, had suddenly broken forth with accumulated vengeance. The heavens appeared to be one blaze of fire, intermingled with millions of falling stars and meteors, while the flames shot upward from the peak of Fernandina to the height of at least 2,000 feet. Our situation was every hour becoming more critical and alarming. Not a breath of air was stirring to fill a sail, so that we were compelled to remain idle and unwilling spectators of a pyrotechnic exhibition. All that day the fires continued to rage with unabating activity, while the mountain still continued to belch forth its melted entrails in an unceasing cataract. At one point, Morrell's crew inspected the thermometer and discovered that at 4 p.m. it registered 123 degrees Fahrenheit. They then placed the thermometer in the water and found that its temperature had risen from its normal 70 to 105 degrees. Fortunately, a breeze sprang up. Morrell and his crew hoisted their sails, then sailed through the strait between the two islands, with Fernandina exploding off their leeward bow. Morrell continued, "On passing the currents of melted lava, I became apprehensive that I should lose some of my men, as the influence of the heat was so great that several of them were incapable of standing. Had the wind deserted us here, the consequences must have been horrible. But the mercy of Providence was still extended toward us. The refreshing breeze urged us forward toward a more temperate atmosphere. We now steered for Florina Island, and came to anchor in its northwest harbor at 11 p.m. 50 miles and more to the leeward, in the northwest, the crater of Fernandina Island appeared like a colossal beacon light, shooting its vengeful flames high into the gloomy atmosphere with a rumbling noise like distant thunder." Darwin, arriving 10 years later, witnessed none of this. However, the Beagle did sail close by Fernandina Island and anchored in the same bay where Morrell had witnessed the explosion. In his journal, Darwin wrote, "The next day a light breeze carried us over the calm sea, which lies between Isabella and Fernandina Islands. In the latter, high up, we saw a small jet of steam issuing from a crater. Fernandina Island presents a more rough and horrid aspect than any other. The lavas are generally naked as when first poured forth." Elsewhere, Darwin wrote of the Galapagos Islands that "the fragments of lava where most porous are reddish like cinders. The stunted trees show little signs of life. The black rocks, heated by the rays of the vertical sun, like a stove, give to the air a close and sultry feeling. The country was compared to what we might imagine the cultivated parts of the infernal regions of hell to be." Darwin clearly realized that the Galapagos Islands were newly formed, and that these isolated, rough-hewn crags had somehow emerged as lava from beneath the sea. Darwin knew nothing, of course, about plate tectonics, hot spots, or how and why the islands had been born. He also believed that God had created all of the species on Earth. Sometime during the remaining 11 months of the Beagle's journey, however, as Darwin began to study in his cramped, unsteady cabin the birds he had collected on the Galapagos Islands in more detail, doubts began to creep into his mind. The young naturalist had collected mockingbirds on 4 of the islands he'd visited, all of which, at the time, had appeared to him to be the same species. Now, on closer examination, however, Darwin noticed that 3 of the 4 specimens he'd collected had features that were not shared by the others, almost as if they were different species. But were they? Hampered by his lack of knowledge, Darwin couldn't be sure. Perhaps they were only varieties, he mused. Yet what if they were separate species? If so, why would 3 similar yet different species of mockingbirds live on islands that were adjacent to one another and with similar habitats? Why on God's earth would that be? Soon other doubts began to trouble him. While Darwin was in the Galapagos,
The English vice-governor there had told him that local inhabitants could easily tell which island a giant tortoise was from simply by glancing at its shell. Darwin hadn't thought much about the statement at the time, but now the conversation bothered him. Was it possible that the tortoises on each island were separate species? If so, he realized, and no doubt suddenly experienced a pang of worry, then he hadn't bothered to collect a single adult. Darwin had collected 4 tiny tortoises, but no mature ones. In a notebook where he routinely compiled his ornithological observations, Darwin wrote, "I have mockingbird specimens from 4 of the larger Galapagos Islands. The specimens from San Cristobal and Isabella Islands appear to be the same, but the other 2 are different. In each island, each kind is exclusively found. Habits of all are indistinguishable. I now remember the fact that from the form of the body, shape of scales, and general size, the Spaniards can at once pronounce from which island any tortoise might have been brought. When I see these islands in sight of each other, and possessed of but a scanty stock of animals, tenanted by these birds, but slightly differing in structure, and occupying the same place in nature, I must suspect they are only varieties. If there is the slightest foundation for these remarks about the tortoises possibly being distinct species on each island, then the zoology of island archipelagos will be well worth examining, for such facts would undermine the stability, immutability of species." Darwin couldn't know it yet, but what he was beginning to suspect was true. The mockingbirds he'd collected were not varieties, but separate species. Instead of the 6 finch species that he thought he'd identified, there were actually 13, with many of the islands having their own distinct species. Eventually, Darwin would discover that most of the Galapagos inhabitants were species found nowhere else on Earth. They were similar to, but completely different from, species on the mainland. It was that information, which Darwin was just beginning to suspect, but while on the Beagle was unable to prove, that would completely push him from the belief in the biblical story of creation into a wholly new world where the main principle of biology, that species were created by God and thus were immutable, would soon be turned completely upside down. "Grandpa, look!" It's Sarah, and she is absolutely giddy with delight. "It's Lonesome George!" Sarah is squatting beside an adult Galapagos tortoise, 3.5 feet long and 200 pounds, or about 150 pounds heavier than she is. We are on Santa Cruz Island, just outside of the town of Puerto Ayora, at the Charles Darwin Research Station. Puerto Ayora is a former buccaneer hangout that now consists of a motley collection of small bars, open-air restaurants, and stores. The buildings lie clustered along a boardwalk where weather-beaten, solitary sailors, some of whom look like human forms of the albatross, walk the boardwalks, their clothes faded, wearing hats with neck flaps down the back to keep off the tropical sun. Offshore, in the protected harbor, an ever-changing community of small boats lies anchored, rolling quietly on the southern swells. The water beneath them is the color of turquoise. Behind the research station, Lonesome George inhabits a large private enclosure that is open to the elements. Although Darwin had begun to worry on his return voyage that each island here might have a different tortoise species, all of which he had failed to collect, it turned out that the islands had just one, a single species, but with 15 different subspecies. Biologists now believe that the ancestors of the Galapagos tortoise must have floated to the islands accidentally from South America about 6 million years ago. Tortoises are buoyant, after all, and can survive lengthy periods of time without food or fresh water. Pushed here by the Humboldt current like so many reptilian seeds, the tortoises eventually came to rest on 8 of the islands, clambering out of the surf and finding enough vegetation to survive. Suddenly without predators, the newly arrived migrants flourished. Eventually they developed into 15 different subspecies, 4 of which are now extinct. In 1971, biologists visiting tiny Pinta Island in the northern part of the archipelago discovered the last living representative of the Pinta Island subspecies, Calanoidus nigra. They soon moved the tortoise to the research station we are now visiting, and, because he was the last of his subspecies, nicknamed him Lonesome George. Only a little over 400 years earlier, when the Spanish Bishop Berlanga visited the Galapagos, an estimated 250,000 Galapagos tortoises inhabited these islands. In some areas with more abundant vegetation, the tortoises were so thickly distributed that early visitors could practically use them as stepping stones. The largest were over 6 feet long and weighed more than 800 pounds. By 1971, however, when biologists stumbled upon Lonesome George, the population had plummeted to about 3,000 individuals, victims of centuries of hunting by crews of whaling and sealing ships. Flipped onto their backs, the tortoises could be stored alive for up to a year during voyages, providing a constant supply of fresh meat. Meanwhile, introduced animals from the mainland, such as rats, ate the tortoise's eggs and young, while introduced goats and other animals consumed the tortoise's plant foods, causing them to starve to death. By the time Charles Darwin visited the Galapagos, a number of the tortoise subspecies were already rapidly disappearing from some of the islands. That didn't stop the crew of the Beagle, however, from collecting as many as they could find for food. "These islands appear paradises for the whole family of reptiles," Darwin wrote. "The tortoise is so abundant that a single ship's company here caught 500 to 800 in a short time." A week later, while visiting Charles, Florina Island, and an Ecuadorian settlement there, Darwin noted that 3 of the 4 main tortoise predators were already on the island: goats, pigs, and men. Only the rat was not mentioned. "The houses are very simple, built of poles and thatched with grass. Part of the settlers' time is employed in hunting the wild pigs and goats, with which the woods abound. The main article of animal food is the tortoise. Such numbers yet remain that it is calculated 2 days' hunting will find food for the other 5 in the week. Of course, the numbers have been much reduced. Where the settlement now is, around the springs, the tortoises formerly swarmed. The English vice-governor, Mr. Lawson, thinks there is yet left sufficient for 20 years. Mr. Lawson recollects having seen a tortoise which 6 men could scarcely lift, and 2 could not turn over on its back. These immense creatures must be very old. In the year 1830 one was caught, which required 6 men to lift it into the boat, which had various dates carved on its shells. One was 1786. The only reason why it was not at the time carried away must have been that it was too big for 2 men to manage. The whalers always send away their men in pairs to hunt for the tortoises." The English vice-governor's prediction, however, was incorrect. Within 15, not 20, years of Darwin's visit, the Florina Island subspecies Calanoidus nigra had become extinct. Those on Fernandina, Rabida, and Santa Fe Islands soon followed. Roughly 100 years later, in 1959, the Ecuadorian government declared 97.5% of the Galapagos Islands a national park. The other 2.5% was already inhabited. In 1964, an international nonprofit organization based in Belgium created the Charles Darwin Research Station, dedicated to carrying out biological research on the islands that could help Ecuador with the island's conservation. By this time, however, the Galapagos tortoise population had plummeted 98.8% since the island's discovery. 4 of the 15 subspecies had gone extinct, and another one, the Pinta Island tortoise, was represented by only Lonesome George. Meanwhile, 5 of the 13 main islands had been colonized by Ecuadorians: Baltra, Florina, Isabella, San Cristobal, and Santa Cruz. The human population of the Galapagos has steadily increased from roughly 2,000 inhabitants in 1959 to more than 25,000 people today. Along with the first human visitors to the Galapagos came a veritable deluge of invasive species that accompanied them: goats, pigs, dogs, rats, cats, mice, sheep, horses, donkeys, cows, poultry, ants, and cockroaches, as well as a great number of invasive plants. The island chain originally had roughly 500 species of native plants. Humans have since introduced an additional 700 species of invasive plants. Many of these have completely altered native habitats and, in some cases, have caused endemic plant species to become extinct. Since many of the Galapagos native animals had no predators, they had no fear of the newly introduced ones. Feral dogs and cats, for example, easily killed native birds and destroyed the nests of birds, tortoises, and sea turtles. Introduced pigs similarly destroyed the nests of tortoises, turtles, and land iguanas, as well as ate the native foods of all three. In 1959, when Lonesome George was approximately 60 years old and living on Pinta Island, local fishermen introduced 1 male and 2 female goats to the island, with the idea that the goats would reproduce and provide meat that could be hunted. By 1973, 14 years later, the National Park Service estimated that the original trio of goats had increased to 30,000 individuals, completely destroying much of the local tortoise habitat. Not surprisingly, by that time only Lonesome George was left. Here at the Darwin Research Station, Lonesome George's enclosure has low rock walls, a cement tank for water, and shrubs and trees within it which George can graze upon. Other giant tortoises from different islands and belonging to different subspecies live in adjacent enclosures, which have pathways through them that tourists can walk along. With his long neck and massive scarred shell, Lonesome George looks more like an old battered World War II tank than a reptile. Instead of treads, he has 4 thick elephant-like leathery gray feet, as well as wrinkled haunches that protrude from the back of his shell. George is now about 100 years old and is presently standing up on all 4 legs, his neck extended out about 1.5 feet, peering with dark, implacable, watery eyes at the small girl squatting before him. For the last 2 decades, researchers have tried to encourage George to mate with 2 females that genetic testing had discovered were closely related, but to no avail. It seems probable that with his death, the subspecies Chelinoidus nigra abygdoni will become extinct. In 1965, the Darwin Research Station began a captive breeding program for the various endangered subspecies of tortoises, along with attempts to remove invasive species from their original island habitats. That especially meant ridding the islands of dogs, pigs, cats, and goats. Because the tiny 2-inch tortoise hatchlings were vulnerable to rats and other predators, researchers found that if they could protect the hatchlings in captivity for the first 4 or 5 years of their lives, until they weighed about 8 to 10 pounds, then their chances of survival in their original habitats would be greatly increased. By that time, the young tortoises' shells are harder, and the tortoises are more difficult to prey upon. The program has thus far been largely successful. In 1977, for example, only 15 tortoises remained on Espanola Island, 3 males and 12 females. Members of the subspecies Chelinoidus nigra hudensis, these survivors were so few in number and were so dispersed on their island that breeding no longer occurred. Extinction appeared imminent. Scientists instead brought the tortoises to the research station on Santa Cruz Island, where, during the next 4 decades, the 3 males and 12 females produced more than 1,200 baby tortoises. Most of these have been repatriated back to Espanola Island, where they are now reproducing on their own. Further research has shown that the Galapagos tortoises are actually a keystone species on the islands, acting as major seed dispersers. Adult tortoises eat up to 80 pounds of vegetation a day, excreting much of it as they wander about. They also crop the thick undergrowth so that sunlight can help diverse plant seedlings sprout. Acting on this information, researchers in 2010 released 39 tortoises on Pinta Island, the original home of Lonesome George, in order to begin re-engineering the vegetation back to its original state. They also launched a major goat eradication project using Judas goats as herd locators. The latter are radio-collared goats that have been released and that soon join local herds. All the goats are then shot, except for the Judas goats. A few weeks later, park employees return, locate the radio-collared goats that by this time have joined another herd, and destroy the goats again. Researchers believe that only by re-engineering the Galapagos Islands can the original habitat be restored so that the native tortoises can thrive again. Outside, we visit large concrete pens full of 8-inch tortoises, their dark, shiny, helmet-like carapaces marked with a set of small yellow or white numbers to indicate their date of birth and to which subspecies they belong. In 1835, when the Beagle set off from the Galapagos for home, Darwin's ship carried 48 adult tortoises aboard, turned upside down and stored in the hold for food. The Beagle also carried 4 baby tortoises, some only a few inches long, as pets. Darwin named 3 of the tortoises, Tom, Dick, and Harry. The name of the 4th tortoise, if it ever had one, is unknown. Darwin had collected Tom on Santiago Island. Captain Fitzroy had collected Dick and another small tortoise on Espanola Island, and Darwin's servant, 19-year-old Sims Covington, had collected Harry on Florina. The tortoises grew about 2 inches during the year it took the Beagle to return to England, living in a box in Darwin's cabin, while their older relatives were one by one gutted and served to the crew. Although the vice-governor of Florina Island had told Darwin that the tortoises on each island were so different they could be recognized at a glance, the information didn't register with Darwin until well after the last adult tortoise on board the Beagle had been eaten. It would take decades, meanwhile, before the 4 tiny captives would display their adult morphological forms so that they could be studied. Roughly 3 months after he arrived back in England, Darwin took his tiny visitors to the British Museum so that they could be examined by a reptile specialist. What happened to the tortoises after Darwin's visit, however, is not clear. A story still circulates in Australia that, after realizing the English climate was less than ideal for his captives, Darwin eventually gave 3 of the tortoises, Tom, Dick, and Harry, to John Clements Wickham, a former officer on the Beagle. Wickham was soon to retire to sunny Australia and had volunteered to take them there. Eventually, and well into the next century, Tom and Dick are said to have died in captivity. Harry, meanwhile, actually a female who is renamed Harriet, lived on, ultimately finding her way into the Australia Zoo in Queensland, owned by the late television personality Steve Irwin. Harriet died there in 2006, a full 176 years after Darwin had presumably collected her. Darwin, meanwhile, had passed away more than 120 years earlier, but not before leaving his idea of evolution and some of the tortoises that he had collected behind. By mid-January 1837, Darwin had been back in England for 3 months, had delivered his collection of mammals and birds to the Zoological Society, and was worried sick about his poorly labeled bird specimens from the Galapagos. Only a week earlier, Darwin had turned over his bird collection to John Gould, a leading ornithologist at the London Museum. Gould had begun examining the collection and was immediately struck by the unusual characteristics of the Galapagos birds. 6 days later, on January 10th, the Zoological Society held its usual bi-weekly meeting, which was soon dominated by news of the unusual specimens the young naturalist Charles Darwin had recently returned with. A reporter from London's Morning Herald attended the meeting, little realizing that the small story he was about to file would one day become a footnote in a much larger discovery. Zoological Society. The ordinary meeting was held on Tuesday evening. On the table was part of an extensive collection of mammalia and birds brought over by Mr. Darwin, who accompanied the Beagle in its late surveying expedition in the capacity of naturalist, and at his own expense, a free passage only being allowed by the government.
Of the former there were 80, and of the latter 450 specimens, including about 150 species, many of which are new to European collections. Several species of the mammalia were explained by Mr. Reed, amongst which was a new variety of Felis, cat, named F. denvinia, with several opossums. Mr. Gould, the ornithologist, likewise described 11 species of the birds brought by Mr. Darwin from the Galapagos Islands, all of which were new species, none being previously known in this country. The 11 Galapagos bird species, it turned out, were all finches, but of a kind that neither Gould nor any other ornithologist had ever seen. By the end of January, Gould had identified 2 more finches among Darwin's collection, or a total of 13. Gould next examined Darwin's mockingbirds, which Darwin believed to be 4 different varieties of the same species, although he'd had his doubts. Gould quickly identified 3 of the 4 specimens, not as varieties, but as separate species. Fortunately, Darwin had labeled them according to the island where they'd been found. With Gould's help, Darwin could now list the mockingbird species, all of them completely new to science, according to their island habitats. Orpheus trifasciatus, Florina Island, Florina mockingbird; Orpheus melanotus, San Cristobal Island, San Cristobal mockingbird; Orpheus parvulus, Isabella and Santiago Islands, Galapagos mockingbird. Clearly, Darwin now realized, a number of the islands he'd visited seemed to have their own similar yet distinct species of mockingbird. But why was that? Why wouldn't God have created just one species on all of the islands? Why would he have created 3 similar yet different ones? The ornithologist Gould, meanwhile, having completed the identification of the finches, now asked Darwin an obvious question. Which islands had these unusual finches come from? This was when Darwin looked through his notes and realized the great error he'd made. As mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, Darwin, mortified and now desperate to rectify his error, quickly sent out messages to the 3 other members of the Beagle's crew who had also made collections: Captain Fitzroy, Fitzroy's steward, and Darwin's servant. After they'd delivered their collections, Darwin worriedly searched through them, comparing the crew's specimens to his own and doing his best to determine which islands his finches had come from. Unfortunately, however, the information he sought was often lacking, and, in the end, Darwin was forced to guess. It would ultimately take decades and the efforts of subsequent scientists to properly identify which islands Darwin's finches originally had been collected on. Yet even though he'd made a royal mess of it, it was nevertheless clear to Darwin that the Galapagos finches appeared to follow the same pattern as the mockingbirds. Each island seemed to have its own distinct yet similar species. His lack of precise data, however, prevented him from ever proving this during his lifetime. Gould's classification of Darwin's bird collection nevertheless marked a turning point for the young naturalist, one that would forever alter his thinking on the mutability of species. Of the 26 land birds Darwin had collected on the Galapagos, Gould now informed him that 25 were species completely new to science. Eventually, it became clear that most of the Galapagos inhabitants, more than 90% of its reptiles, 50% of its land birds, and 45% of its higher plants, were species found nowhere else on Earth. Yet all were related to, although different from, species found in nearby South America. Darwin was completely stunned by this news, later noting that, "I never dreamed that islands, about 50 or 60 miles apart, and most of them in sight of each other, formed of precisely the same rocks, placed under a quite similar climate, rising to a nearly equal height, would have been so differently tenanted. But I ought, perhaps, to be thankful that I obtained sufficient materials to establish this most remarkable fact in the distribution of organic beings." What Darwin didn't mention in this passage is that, in reality, at least as far as finches were concerned, he personally hadn't obtained sufficient materials to establish anything of the kind. Instead, he'd been forced to pore over the collections of 3 other members of the ship. That was because, during the entire, nearly 5-year-long voyage,
Darwin fully believed that God had created immutable species. That deeply ingrained belief had thus prevented Darwin from seeing, on the Galapagos Islands at least, evidence of the mutability of species, that one species could change into another through natural forces and not because of the hand of God. 4 months after learning about the island's unusual number of unique species, and after having absorbed more information given to him by other taxonomists, Darwin purchased a new notebook, opened its cover, then carefully began to write out a title on its first page: Notebook on the Transmutation of Species. The evidence from his voyage, and in particular from the Galapagos Islands, had by now convinced Darwin that nature must somehow be able to forge new species. There was no other explanation for what he had belatedly seen on the Galapagos Islands and in other parts of the world. Like the biblical deluge, which he no longer accepted as literal fact, Darwin now realized that species were not immutable, as the Bible implied. For more than 2,000 years, much of the Western world had believed that God had created animal and plant species and that those species had remained fixed for all time. Darwin now began to suspect that a different set of forces must somehow be responsible for the origin of species, and that process must in some way be linked to changing environments. Darwin was 27 years old when he opened his notebook and first began jotting down his thoughts on the subject. It would take him another 22 years of diligent thinking, experimentation, and research, however, before he would publish in book form the explanation of a mechanism, natural selection, that could explain how new species could be formed. Although Darwin was never able to use the finches he had collected as evidence supporting his theory, he was able to theorize that a single ancestral finch species must have long ago arrived in the Galapagos, and that members of this same species must have eventually distributed themselves on islands with slightly different habitats. Like the hummingbird with 2-inch beaks described earlier, adapting themselves mindlessly through natural selection to their habitat, the finches, too, underwent the process of natural selection. Eventually, the different island environments so altered the original finch's form that by the time Darwin arrived it was not clear that some of its descendants were even finches anymore. Much later, and as Darwin suspected but never had the data to prove, these same finches would be held up as classic examples of the results of Darwinian evolution. On the Origin of Species, Races in the Struggle for Life, which Darwin published in 1859 when he was 50 years old, he referred back to his time on the Galapagos Islands and recalled the unique birds he had stumbled upon there as a young man. The most striking and important fact for us in regard to the inhabitants of islands is their affinity to those of the nearest mainland, without being actually the same species. In the Galapagos archipelago, almost every product of the land and water bears the unmistakable stamp of the American continent. There are 26 land birds, and 25 of these are ranked by Mr. Gould as distinct species, supposed to have been created by God here, yet the close affinity of most of these birds to American species in every character, in their habits, gestures, and tones of voice, was manifest. The naturalist, looking at the inhabitants of these volcanic islands in the Pacific, distant several hundred miles from the continent, yet feels that he is standing on American land. Why should this be so? Why should the species which are supposed to have been created in the Galapagos archipelago and nowhere else bear so plain a stamp of affinity to those created in America? There is nothing in the conditions of life, in the geological nature of the islands, in their height or climate, or in the proportions in which the several classes are associated together, which resembles closely the conditions of the South American coast. In fact, there is a considerable dissimilarity in all these respects. On the other hand, there is a considerable degree of resemblance in the volcanic nature of the soil, in climate, height, and size of the islands, between the Galapagos and Africa's Cape de Verde archipelagos. But what an entire and absolute difference in their inhabitants! The inhabitants of the Cape de Verde Islands are related to those of Africa, like those of the Galapagos to America.
I believe this grand fact can receive no sort of explanation on the ordinary view of independent creation by God. Whereas on the view here maintained, it is obvious that the Galapagos Islands would be likely to receive colonists, whether by occasional means of transport or by formerly continuous land, from America, and the Cape de Verde Islands from Africa, and that such colonists would be liable to modification, the principle of inheritance still betraying their original birthplace. Since Africa's Cape Verde Islands and the Galapagos Islands shared much more in common environmentally than either archipelago did with their nearby continents, Darwin was arguing, why would God not put the same species he had created for the Galapagos on the Cape Verde Islands, or vice versa, rather than create completely new species for each one? The Galapagos Islands species, however, were clearly related to those on mainland South America, while Cape Verde Islands species were just as clearly related to those on mainland Africa. So, surely the only explanation was that each group of islands was first inhabited by creatures from their nearby continents, and that these original inhabitants had then somehow evolved into new yet related species. In the last paragraph of On the Origin of Species, and after more than a quarter of a century of ruminations, Darwin wrote a final reflection on the strange and mutable world he had just introduced to the world. It is interesting to contemplate a tangled stream bank, clothed with many plants of many kinds, with birds singing on the bushes, with various insects flitting about, and with worms crawling through the damp earth, and to reflect that these elaborately constructed forms, so different from each other and dependent upon each other in so complex a manner, have all been produced by natural laws acting around us. Thus, from the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely, the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers having been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one, and that, whilst this planet has gone circling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been and are being evolved. "So, have you read the book?" the elderly gentleman asks me. "Darwin on trial?" It's evening, and he has joined me on the deck of the Eden. We are still moored off Puerto Ayora on Santa Cruz Island. Earlier we had returned to the ship at dusk, traveling on the small Zodiac, riding past boats lit by yellow lamps and with names from around the world stenciled on their sterns. Water taxis darted between the boats, carrying crews to and from town, the sky a deep indigo blue. With the yellow lamps, the last light, and the silhouettes of the masts and ships, it was easy to imagine the Beagle moored here too, with Charles Darwin in his breeches, stretching and yawning on deck after a long day of collecting, perhaps examining one of his newly found pet tortoises, almost ready to turn in for the night. "Yes, I read some of it," I tell him. "What did you think?" Rachel comes out to join us, pulls up a chair, and looks out at the twinkling lights. "It was written by a lawyer, and lawyers aren't specialists in evolution," I answer. "Nor do they necessarily look for the truth. Lawyers are all about winning cases. They'll suppress evidence if it helps them win a case. They'll have evidence tossed out if it suits their purpose." "But he makes a very good case," the elderly gentleman protests, "that the science is simply not there." There are different kinds of people with religious beliefs, I have long since realized. Some, like the elderly gentleman, believe in a literal interpretation of a religious text, as did Captain Fitzroy of the Beagle. Others believe that, while evolution exists, God created its laws and simply used evolution as a kind of Rube Goldberg method of creating what is presumed to be the end product, man. The author of Darwin on Trial, who states at the outset that he is a Christian and a philosophical theist, falls into the latter category. So too does the modern Catholic Church and most Jewish and Muslim theologians.
With the by now overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory of evolution, most religions have retreated back to first causes, stating that, whatever else science may discover, God nevertheless created the universe and the original life within it. Thus, God's intention was to ultimately create the world as we know it, a process that eventually led to the appearance of humans. In 1878, 4 years before Darwin died and 19 years after the publication of On the Origin of Species, an Anglican priest named Edward Pusey gave a sermon attacking Darwin's theory that was subsequently published in London's Guardian newspaper. A friend sent Darwin a copy, and, while waiting for a train in a railway station outside of London, the elderly Darwin, by now resembling the classic white-bearded, beetle-browed scientist that the world would forever remember him as, penned the following reply. November 28th, 1878. Dear Sir, I just skimmed through Dr. Pusey's sermon as published, but it did not seem to me worthy of any attention. As I have never answered criticisms excepting those made by scientific men, I am not willing that this present letter I am writing to you should be published. Dr. Pusey was mistaken in imagining that I wrote The Origin of Species with any relation whatever to theology. I should have thought that this would have been evident to anyone who has taken the trouble to read the book, more especially as in the opening lines of the introduction I specify how the subject arose in my mind. I may add that many years ago, when I was collecting facts for The Origin, my belief in what is called a personal God was as firm as that of Dr. Pusey himself, and as to the eternity of matter, I have never troubled myself about such insoluble questions. Dr. Pusey's attack, however, will be as powerless to retard by a day the belief in evolution as were the virulent attacks made by divines 50 years ago against geology, and the still older ones of the Catholic Church against Galileo, for the public is wise enough always to follow scientific men when they agree on any subject, and now there is almost complete unanimity among biologists about evolution, though there is still considerable difference as to the means, such as how far natural selection has acted and how far external conditions, or whether there exists some mysterious innate tendency to perfectibility. I remain, dear sir, yours faithfully, Charles Darwin. Darwin characterized his own religious beliefs, perhaps most clearly in his posthumously published autobiography. The mystery of the beginning of all things is insoluble by us, he wrote, and I for one must be content to remain an agnostic. In other words, Darwin was a scientist first and foremost, but left room for the possibility of God. He simply felt that the origin of the universe was quite possibly beyond the capability of man's intellect, as far beyond his own intellect, in fact, as Sir Isaac Newton's calculus would be for an ant, or for one of his beloved beetles, to comprehend. Why do you think you and I look different from one another? I asked the elderly gentleman, continuing the conversation. And why do we both look different from black Africans? Why don't we all look more or less the same? We are all children of Adam and Eve, he says, and God made of one blood all nations of men, he says, quoting the Bible, and for those men to dwell upon the face of the earth. Yes, but why are you Asian, and why am I Caucasian, and why do other people have black skins? Why do you think? He asks. Because 65,000 years ago humans left Africa, I say. The elderly gentleman begins to shake his head. Some of us went north, I continue, where there was little sun and we needed our skin to produce vitamin D, so our skins gradually became pale. Others stayed in Africa with lots of sun and remained black. Others went to Asia where the environment was different and people changed there too. Our populations were small. We were cut off from one another. We couldn't interbreed, just like the tortoises on the Galapagos. We were separated from one another geographically, as if we were all living on islands. It took the original finch millions of years to become 13 different species here. We've been out of Africa for only 65,000 years or so, and look how much we've changed. We became different races, just like the original Galapagos tortoise became different subspecies. Eventually, with enough time, those tortoises would have become separate species too. The elderly gentleman continues to shake his head. "No," he says, "I don't believe it. You leave no place for God." "Do you know the story about the Hobbit?" I asked. "The tiny humans that lived on that island in Indonesia?" He shakes his head. "They found 3-foot-tall versions of humans on an island in Indonesia less than 10 years ago. They used stone tools and went extinct only about 10,000 years ago. It's like the story of the finch. A species of human ended up on a tiny island, cut off from the rest of the world, with a different environment, and gradually changed and became a different species." The elderly gentleman looks at his watch and then stands up. He's still shaking his head. He bids us good night and thanks us politely for our good company during the cruise. He shakes my hand warmly, then peers at me. "We did not come from monkeys," he says. I respectfully disagree. "Good night, then," he says, walking slowly away and shaking his gray head. Rachel and I remain on the deck, transfixed by the shimmering lights and by the outline of a 2-million-year-old volcanic island called Santa Cruz, rooted thousands of feet below us and bathed by the final vestiges of the Humboldt Current. "So, have you decided on what you're going to do when you're back in Miami?" I ask. "I'm going to raise my child," she says quietly. "I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but no matter what happens, things will work themselves out." "God willing?" I ask. She smiles. "Bezrat Hashem," she says in Hebrew. "God willing." 3. Death in the Andes. The capture of Shining Path leader Abimael Guzman, Peru. Their burning conviction that there must be a new life and a new order is fueled by the realization that the old will have to be razed to the ground before the new can be built. Their clamor for a new millennium is shot through with a hatred for all that exists and a craving for the end of the world. Eric Hoffer, The True Believer. The philosophers have only interpreted the world. The point is to change it. Karl Marx, Thesis on Feuerbach, 1845. Revolution is not a dinner party, nor an essay, nor a painting, nor a piece of embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, courteous, restrained, and magnanimous. A revolution is an insurrection, an act of violence by which one class overthrows another. Mao Zedong. From the moment the people take up arms to overthrow the old order, from that moment the reaction seeks to crush, destroy, and annihilate the struggle. We are seeing it now, and will continue to see it even more until the outmoded Peruvian state is demolished. Shining Path leader Abimael Guzman, 1988. May 1987. The two Guardia Civil, one a corporal, the other a simple guard, were traveling on a bus by night through Sendero Luminoso, Shining Path, guerrilla territory, high in the Peruvian Andes, when suddenly boulders appeared in the headlights. The guards were dressed as civilians and carried forged civilian IDs, common among police who worked in the emergency zones. Both knew what a roadblock meant. Shots exploded outside. Then a voice ordered the driver to open the door. The corporal moved quickly beside a woman with a baby and put his arm around her. "Say you're my wife," he whispered. The other guard tried hiding in the rear. Armed senderistas got on, wearing black ski masks or pasamontañas, then began checking documents by flashlight. They came to the corporal and checked his papers. Satisfied, they moved on. They were almost done when they found at the end of the bus the other guard hiding behind a seat. "You're Guardia, aren't you?" one of them demanded. The guard, so frightened he could hardly speak, nodded. He was quickly escorted off. In the cold chill of the Altiplano, the lone guard stood outside with the senderistas as the bus prepared to leave. The corporal's window was open. "Mi cabo," The frightened guard suddenly called out to him, "Bahamano!" "My corporal, let's get off." The Shining Path guerrillas lost no time in correcting their error. The two guards' bodies, lying side by side, were found a day later. I arrived in Lima, Peru for the first time in 1986, around midnight in the airport during the height of the Shining Path's guerrilla war. The Peruvian government had recently imposed a toque de queda, or curfew, on the capital, which began at 10 p.m. and lasted until 5 a.m. During that time, the city streets were deserted except for the occasional army truck patrolling, or the odd tank parked straddling the sidewalk on some corner. Inside the army trucks sat soldiers wearing black ski masks, their M1 rifles pointing out at the streets. Civilians were allowed to venture out during curfew only if they possessed a salvo-conducto, or safe conduct pass. Without one, arrest was automatic. If someone tried to flee, then the police and army routinely opened fire. Each morning, as the mist rose from the lugubrious city and the long, cold Pacific breakers rolled in below it on the coast, Lima's inhabitants would awaken to find a front-page story in their papers about a car or taxi full of revelers trying to return home from a party, inevitably during curfew and without a pass. The story always contained a picture of a car whose windows had been blasted out, its occupants dead. None of the cars I ever read about were carrying guerrillas. On this particular evening, as I rode from the airport outside of Lima through the rings of shantytowns that surrounded it, the streets were deserted. Our small van with passengers carried a white flag from its antenna to signal that it had a safe conduct pass. We passed truckloads of soldiers on the way, their dull green uniforms illuminated by the street lamps' yellow pools of light. The soldiers peered at us through the eye slits in their black hoods. The hoods were worn so that the Shining Path could not identify them for later retribution. The attire, however, made them look like phantom dragoons patrolling a city that was dead. "They shoot at anything," the middle-aged Peruvian beside me said, shaking his head, "because they're afraid of an attack." He meant an attack by Sendero Luminoso, the Shining Path guerrillas, a movement that had begun high up in the Andes and had spread the length and breadth of Peru's massive mountain chain and into the lowlands like some rapidly advancing cancer. Having launched their guerrilla war in 1980, the Shining Path had recently begun to surround and infiltrate Peru's ultimate prize, its capital city of Lima, where 1/3 of Peru's population lived. By the time of my arrival, Peru and its inhabitants were experiencing something similar to a scene from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The country lay like a somnambulant body, convulsing as it tried to fight off the ever-increasing infiltrations of the guerrilla movement, the latter wrapping its tendrils tighter and tighter around the stricken form, knocking out power pylons high in the Andes that paralyzed vast swaths of the country, gradually morphing Quechua-speaking civilians into Quechua-speaking guerrillas, liquidating government representatives such as police, mayors, and politicians with bullet holes in their heads, while slowly replacing Peru's body, cell by cell and membrane by membrane, with a structure of its own. As the Shining Path continued to gain momentum, Peru's government held increasingly desperate meetings, eventually turning the army loose in the Andes, where wholesale genocide began to occur. Yet still the cancer spread. The army, unable to distinguish between Quechua-speaking peasants and Quechua-speaking guerrillas, soon began wiping out whole villages, using guns, torture, and terror as weapons. Meanwhile, the Shining Path's attacks continued to increase in size and sophistication, while the area where those attacks occurred continued to spread. The government's anti-guerrilla strategy was clearly not working. On many nights during my first year in Peru, the entire city of Lima would suddenly go black, a message to its inhabitants that a group of guerrillas in the Andes had dynamited yet another power pylon. I soon learned to store candles, as other limeños did, ready to light them and work by candlelight until, some hours later, the power would inevitably come on again. Like the rest of Lima's 7 million inhabitants, I stayed inside during the military curfews. On only a few occasions did I get caught out after the witching hour. I was then careful to keep to the shadows on the deserted streets until I finally arrived home. Even in the latter half of the 1980s, few really had any idea who the Shining Path were or why they had launched their war. While the guerrillas were not shy about setting off explosions, they made no proclamations. They issued no communiques like other guerrilla groups did. They simply went about their business, selectively annihilating those who stood in their way and developing a plan that was clear only to themselves. Occasionally, graffiti scrawled in bold red appeared on city and village walls. "Develop the popular war," or "Long live the Communist Party of Peru." On the day they began their war in 1980, some of the inhabitants of Lima actually woke to find dead dogs strung from lamp posts. No one knew what kind of message was intended, although the dogs slowly twisting from their cords didn't seem to augur well for the future. One of the Shining Path's biggest mysteries was the man who founded it, an ex-professor of philosophy named Abimael Guzman. Although Guzman had disappeared from sight and gone underground back in 1979, he was still presumed to lead both the party and the war. Some believed the white-skinned, thick-set man with black-rimmed spectacles lived in a remote part of Peru. Some believed he lived in a nearby country. Still others believed he was dead. In a similar manner, little was known about the movement's members, other than that many of them seemed to speak Quechua, the Incas' ancient language, and that most were from the Andes. From captured documents, however, it gradually became clear that the ideology of the movement was not indigenous, but Maoist. The Shining Path were apparently trying to emulate the example of Mao Zedong, the Chinese leader who carried out the Cultural Revolution, an internal purge during which more than 1 million people died. Some of the Shining Path prisoners who were captured and tortured admitted their Maoist strategy and goals. First, to take over Peru's countryside, and then to surround and take over its cities. Gradually, both Peru's police and its army came to the realization that, from the growing number of emergency zones the government had declared in the Andes, and from the increasingly frequent attacks in the cities, the members of the strange Peruvian Maoist-style guerrilla movement were well into the second phase of their strategy, the conquest and assumption of power. In 1989, 3 years after I arrived in Peru, where I worked as a writer and anthropologist, a journalist friend told me that one of Peru's better-kept secrets was that some 200 Shining Path guerrillas, both men and women, were currently incarcerated within Lima's Canto Grande prison. The prisoners had broken the locks on their cell doors, my friend said, and had virtually taken control of certain sections of the prison. Increasingly curious about what the guerrillas were like and where the country was headed, I decided that the only way to learn more about the movement was to visit the guerrillas in prison. It's Sunday, April 30th, 1989, and I'm standing in a line of visitors outside the high walls of Canto Grande, the maximum security prison located in the bleak slums in the northeastern section of the capital. "Be careful which cell block you go into," an old man tells me helpfully, while standing in a line of visitors outside the prison walls. He makes a twisting motion with his hand and thrusts it forward, sign language for being knifed or robbed, then shuffles away. Murderers, rapists, and thieves are held in certain prison blocks. The Shining Path guerrillas, designated as political prisoners, are held in 2 others. Republican guards in purple uniforms, berets, and leather jungle boots stamp my forearm with several purple and gold medallions, adding to this a series of numbers printed in ink. One by one, the line I'm in is carefully searched. We then pass beyond the walls and past 6 checkpoints to where the 8 cell blocks, each 4 stories high and with narrow barred windows, stand in a semicircular ring. Between the bars protrude the hands and arms of some of the worst of Peru's poverty-racked society. Before each cell block stand 2 guards. Their job is to count visitors as they go in, making sure that the same ones come out. The guard's post represents the last bastion of state-instituted order. Inside, it's the prisoners who have control. Since the inmates have long since broken the locks on their cell doors, they're free to roam about within the cell blocks at will. Here, the guards rarely enter, and a strict jungle law reigns. Homemade knives, weapons, and drugs are common. Gang wars and violent death a mere routine. It's difficult to know at this point whether my reception among the members of the Shining Path, housed according to sex in 2 separate prison blocks, will be any better than that among the common prisoners. According to the local and international press, it's not likely. The U.S. political journal The Nation, for example, refers to them as Peru's enigmatic killers. France's Le Monde as the continent's most fanatical and mysterious subversive movement. America's Watch says simply that Sendero Luminoso is the most brutal and vicious guerrilla organization that has yet appeared in the Western Hemisphere. In June of 1986, Sendero prisoners took several hostages and staged a simultaneous riot in 3 separate Lima prisons. Asking basically for better prison conditions, the riot coincided with a Socialist International Conference. After a brief attempt at negotiating, Peru's president, Alan Garcia, turned the situation over to the military. What followed was perhaps one of the most brutal resolutions to a prison conflict anywhere. More than 250 prisoners were killed, many of them shot in the head at close range after they had surrendered. The riot quelled, the few remaining survivors, vowing to kill 10 government officials for every prisoner massacred, were transferred to the new maximum security prison of Canto Grande. It's into that prison that I enter now. Since visitors cannot visit a cell block without a specific prisoner's name, I ask a prison trustee and am given the name of a woman. 2 guards open the metal gate to the block where the female senderistas are kept. I enter. The door clicks and is locked behind. Inside, I find myself in a large room with cement beams across the ceiling. Each beam has a sign stenciled across it in red. "Welcome to the luminous combat trench of Canto Grande," proclaims one. "Long live the Communist Party of Peru," reads another. The room is decorated with red pennant flags, each with an embroidered white hammer and sickle. Young women mill about, all of them with dark eyes and dark hair. The women are representative of Sendero Luminoso's successful recruiting strategy. In a predominantly class-conscious society, Sendero has offered to 3 strongly disadvantaged sectors, Indians, women, and youth, an alternative, albeit a violent one, to endemic and often fatalistic poverty. Estimated to have between 2,000 and 5,000 armed guerrillas in a nation of 21 million, over 75% of senderistas are under the age of 25. At least a quarter of those are women. Traditionally, Sendero has relied on the poor indigenous peasants of Peru's Andes for support. Exploited since the Spanish conquest, Peru's Quechua-speaking peasants, heirs of the Inca Empire, have spent the last 5 centuries scratching out meager existences on tiny plots of land. The average life expectancy in many parts of the Andes is 49 years. Literacy is 50%. Running water, electricity, and medical care in many Andean villages are virtually unknown. Most observers agree that half a millennium of Western progress has only widened the gap between rich and poor, leaving Peru's southern Andes, the birthplace and stronghold of the movement, as a fourth-world enclave marooned in the midst of the third. It was into such an environment that Sendero Luminoso moved in the early 1970s, offering an alternative solution, that of armed conflict, and an alternative vision, orthodox Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, to the often ignored and disenfranchised poor. Sendero's leaders saw Peru as a sort of pre-revolutionary China, a colonized, semi-feudal country whose peasants have long been relegated to producing wealth for the country's notoriously non-Indian elite. Viewing the increasing polarization of wealth between metropolis and countryside, between the imperialistic northern hemisphere and the exploited, underdeveloped south, as the inevitable consequence of the conflict of classes, Sendero Luminoso began a patient 10-year period of proselytization. Led by Guzman, the 56-year-old Peruvian philosophy professor who founded the movement in 1970, their idea was to create a strong party on the one hand and to organize rural peasant support bases on the other. Once achieved, they would launch the revolution's second stage following Mao's successful strategy in China: armed struggle followed by the takeover of the countryside and the eventual encirclement and overrunning of the cities. In 1980, a committee meeting of Sendero leaders, headed by Guzman, who renamed himself Comrade Gonzalo, a name derived from the Germanic Gundesalvo, meaning genius of the struggle, for the occasion, declared that the party was ready to begin demolishing the walls and unfurling the dawn. The war on the bourgeois Peruvian state was on. Inside Canto Grande prison and surrounded by mixed-blood women and hanging red flags, I stand inside the cell block until a smiling older woman comes up to me. The woman has gray hair pulled back into a bun and wears a sweater and a long skirt. She could easily be mistaken for someone's grandmother, but she is the widow of one of Peru's greatest novelists, Jose Maria Arguedas. Arguedas, born in the city to mestizo, mixed-blood, parents, yet raised by Quechua-speaking maids, committed suicide in 1969. Many attribute his death to his inability to reconcile Andean and Western cultures, a problem that continues to plague Peru to this day. His widow, Sibila Arredondo, is suspected of being one of the leaders of Lima's suburban guerrillas. "Good afternoon," she says pleasantly. "Whom do you wish to see?" I tell her that I'd like to speak with a representative of the party. She nods, and I follow her out of the room. Young Indian women in their late teens or early 20s, and many of whom are from the Andes, stare at me with mildly curious eyes. Several smile shyly as I pass. Outside is a large cement patio of at least 1,000 square feet, surrounded by high brick walls. The senderistas have strung lengths of string with red streamers that crisscross the yard. In its center stands a high makeshift wooden pole, attached to which is a large scarlet-colored flag. The flag is emblazoned with a white hammer and sickle and flaps lazily in the breeze. Large slogans are prominently stenciled on the high walls. "Develop the popular war serving the world revolution. Understand that there is only one ideology that can save us, Maoism. A single form, the popular war. A single party can direct us, the Communist Party." "Will you have a seat?" Arguedas's widow asks pleasantly. I take a seat beside two delegates, or party representatives, on a low cement wall. A young senderista soon arrives and offers us a tray of fruit drinks. Arguedas's widow then politely departs. I tell the two women I'd like to ask them some questions about their politics, military strategy, and tactics. They smile and nod. They first want to know, however, what I think about what I've seen so far. I look about at the neatly dressed women, the flags and slogans, the carefully swept patio, and remember the faces of the common prisoners leering at me from between the bars of the other cell blocks. Quite frankly, I say, I'm somewhat relieved. The women's image here, in fact, is difficult to reconcile with Sendero's known actions. In the Andes, Sendero has been known to round up peasants, ostensibly those who have sided with the government, and then hack them to death with machetes and knives. One of their trademark execution styles is a bullet in the back of the head or the slitting of an opponent's throat from ear to ear. I look at the women, these two in about their mid-20s, with brown skin and black, almost almond-shaped eyes. They both lean forward patiently, wearing polite smiles. "Why the government officials?" I ask. "Why do you kill them?" "The way to take power," one of them says. is by conquering the vertical hierarchy of the government. We are merely attacking the hierarchical structure.
The other senderista leans forward.
Look at how the price of milk has gone up, she says. The officials' lives are worthless.
The women's answer points out one of the overriding characteristics of Sendero's war. It is ideological to the extreme. In Sendero's Marxist-Leninist-Maoist worldview, human beings are classified into the rigid categories of peasants, proletariats, and bourgeoisie. To find oneself labeled as a bourgeois exploiter of the people, which in the bitterly poor zones of the Andes can simply mean owning a few too many cows or employing a few too many laborers, is to find oneself arbitrarily tried, judged, and sentenced to death. Another of Sendero's common targets are members of the security forces, such as the Guardia Civil or civil guards. The guards are often young mestizo males, miserably paid, with a wife and children to support. Only recently, in the Andean town of Huancayo, several women struck up a flirtatious conversation with two guards standing before a bank. While the guards were so occupied, two men came up abruptly behind them and fired point-blank into the bases of their skulls. As one of the guards sank down, helplessly clutching onto a pole, the two women, actually senderistas, quickly took the guards' guns and fled.
What about the policemen? I ask. Why kill them? It's not against the person, one of the women says. It's against the institution. We have nothing against them personally. They wear the uniform of the reactionaries, says the other. When the authorities give them the order, they will kill us. Besides, she adds, we need their guns.
Before I can ask any more questions, I notice that most of the 97 women prisoners are beginning to line up in the large square in files beneath the large hammer and sickle flag, each one of the combatants standing a pace apart from the next. The representatives ask to be excused. Would I mind terribly watching with the combatants' families and friends? Today is special, they say. There will be a speech and then a 4-act play. I can ask them more questions afterward. I walk across the spacious square, led by a young female guerrilla who acts as an usher. Beneath a huge, brightly painted mural of Marx, Lenin, and Mao, I'm seated on blankets laid out on the ground with about 40 visitors, mostly the prisoners' families and friends. There is a speech denouncing the revisionism of the Soviet Union and China, followed by a play in which a young man, played by a woman, joins the senderistas over his mother's objections. Later he is brought home, fatally wounded, and expresses happiness that he gave his life to the party and revolution. Despite her loss, his mother now endorses his decision. While several senderistas clear away the theater props and others visit with family and friends, I strike up a conversation with a group of senderista women next to me. Given their present situation, the subject quite naturally turns to Peruvian law. Currently, they say, a recently detained terrorist suspect can be held incommunicado for interrogation by the Special Anti-Terrorist Police, DIRCOTE, for 15 days. I ask about the interrogation. One of the senderistas, a short, stocky woman wearing her Sunday best, a bright green dress and pink high-heeled shoes, begins to tell me quietly how she was tortured. Her name is Marta. Marta's interrogation began, she says, on the first night and continued for the 15 nights that she was there. The guards put a black hood over her head and took her to a room where she was made to stand in the middle. With the hood on and her hands tied, about 8 DIRCOTE police, both men and women, stood around her. They talked to me and asked me, "Don't you love your mother? You have betrayed her. Do you want her to suffer?" They knew all about me, that my mother suffered from rheumatism, etc., she says. They next began to beat her in the head, the chest, and ears, especially where there was hair, so that the beating didn't show. They boxed her ears so many times, she says, that her eardrums burst. This lasted from around 7 to 10 o'clock in the evening. Marta pauses for a moment as the 3 other senderista women nearby nod in agreement. They say the same thing happened to them. After the initial beating, Marta continues,
She was kept standing without a restroom, with her head covered, and without food or water. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, the guards returned. They next tied a rope to my hands, which were tied behind my back, and pulled me up to the ceiling. The pain was very severe. They wanted me to admit that I had done something, to give them names and addresses. They questioned me while I was hanging from the ceiling. This went on for an hour or so, until she couldn't stand it any more, Marta says. After some of these sessions, they rubbed her wounds with a medicine that reduced the hemorrhage marks. Marta says the sequence was repeated each night, carried out in a room in the downtown area of Lima that lies perhaps only 15 blocks from the former dungeons of the Spanish Inquisition. Marta says they next tried to drown her. I was tied up completely, blindfolded, and my head was pushed into a bathtub while I was strapped to a bench. I couldn't move. They left me there for a few minutes, then pulled me out while I spit up water. They asked me whether I was going to talk or not. The guards didn't stop, she says, until she lost consciousness. This was followed by electric shocks. Guards fastened copper electrodes to the most sensitive parts of her body, the vagina, anus, and breasts. You can't help but scream, she says, using her brown fingers to try to straighten a wrinkle in her dress. The torture interrogation went on every day, every night, for the 15 nights that she was there. Marta says that the Dircote members have raped other women, not once but repeatedly, each of the agents taking turns. She says that almost all of the women taken recently have been raped. I ask if these methods succeed. That is, do they give up information? In the beginning, it was successful, Marta says. Now, however, Sendero is too powerful. We don't violate the golden rule, which is to say nothing. The majority of us now keep the golden rule. I stand up and shake hands with the women, and then watch as Marta, in her green dress and high heels, walks somewhat clumsily away. I later learn that she is accused of having killed 2 policemen. As it is now late in the day and the visits are nearing an end, I leave the women's block and cross over to that of the men's. A welcoming committee of 6 slender young Sendero guerrillas greet me as soon as the guards close the door to the men's prison block. Standing 3 in a line on either side of the door and all wearing faint smiles, the men begin to clap in unison, first slowly, then gradually faster and faster. I am later told that this is their revolutionary clap, which is to show their pleasure at having visitors. All of the senderistas wear shy, eager-to-please expressions. At first glance, one would think them the friendliest people in the world. I see the same slogans on the walls. Develop the popular war serving the world revolution. Long live President Gonzalo. All stenciled neatly in blood red. I'm then led out into the patio, where a delegate sits with me. He introduces himself and says his name is Javier. Javier looks to be about 30, was arrested twice, and on his first arrest spent 3 years in the island prison of El Fronton off the coast of Lima. He was released shortly before the 1986 massacre and the prison's subsequent closure. Javier was born in Lima and studied economics at Lima's highly politicized San Marcos University. Most of what Javier knows, he says, he learned outside of the university. Inside, he says, he basically learned isolated subjects, not in a unified context such as with Marxism. Javier thoroughly believes in Hegel's dialectical theory, in the intrinsic correctness of the Marxist maxims. Sentenced here for 20 years without the possibility of parole, he seems certain that Sendero possesses the one correct theory, that Sendero possesses the truth. It's the same unshakable faith that one encounters again and again when talking with senderistas. It's the faith of the true believer. They say we're messianic, fanatics, but this isn't true, Javier begins. Rather, we're people who have a total comprehension of things, of the whole historical process since primitivism. If war is a continuation of politics by other means, as Clausewitz said, he continues,
then we're conscious that there is no other political form of taking power than through armed struggle.
They are political prisoners, Javier says, not common ones. Theirs is a struggle to end hunger, oppression, and misery. Terrorism, he says, is the reactionaries' word, the term the Peruvian government uses. In reality, they are
combatants in the popular army of the Communist Party of Peru.
Our conversation is interrupted by a group of inmates who begin forming up with various musical instruments, guitars, panpipes, tambour drums, and begin to play. Every Sunday, Javier says, the Sendero prisoners and their visitors dance and sing. As they launch into their first number, a re-lyricized Andean folk piece entitled Long Live Maoism, he continues.
He who controls the Andes, Javier says, controls Peru.
Already, Sendero Luminoso has bases of support from one end of the Peruvian Andes to the other. In addition, Sendero is continuing to move into the coast and the jungle.
The reactionaries can't defeat us in such a large territory, Javier says. Instead, they try to attack us at our weakest link, here as prisoners of war.
Javier mentions the Paris Commune, the Bolshevik and Chinese revolutions. Sendero conducts daily classes inside the prison, and Javier is one of the teachers.
We use the laws of history, he says emphatically. There are laws. If not, then why does history exist?
In the center of the square, most of the men are dancing to the panpipes and to small Andean guitars called charangos, arm in arm and in two long lines. The music picks up gradually, and the dance gets faster. Javier points at the men, all of whom are smiling.
What you see here is what you see in the Andes, where we have our power, he says, having to shout now to make himself heard. There is a necessity to transform the world and to do it correctly. We are willing to give our lives. Beyond death, there is nothing else.
He looks at the dancers, and then back at me, his face lined and somewhat tired.
Within the next 2 years, he shouts, as the music makes his voice almost inaudible, we will have decided the issue of power.
With the square full of dancing revolutionaries and the hollow, raspy sound of Andean flutes and drums, I pick my way through the weaving lines, past a part of the Andes now under lock and key. Inside the prison block, Javier pauses before a large mural painted on the wall and facing the entryway. It's a visual rendition, a decidedly apocalyptic one, of Sendero Luminoso coming to power. It's a portrait of Peru in convulsion, a portrait of Peru on fire. In the forefront of the mural, and charging up a hill toward the spectator, are 3 men waving machine guns and soundlessly screaming. They represent Sendero's idea of the 3 motive forces of the revolution: the wage-earning class, or proletariat, the peasants, and the small businessmen, or petit bourgeoisie. Behind them surges a giant sea of arisen masses carrying machine guns, their mouths opened in a silent yet deafening roar. Towering over them like a Goyan cyclops is Sendero's founder and leader, Abimael Guzman, frowning sternly, with dark wavy hair and wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and a brown suit. In his right hand, Guzman holds a red flag with a white hammer and sickle, and in his left a book across which is written, "Develop the popular war serving the world revolution." Javier points at the 3 hills, each spiked with a communist flag, which rise behind the seething masses and represent stages of the revolution Sendero has already achieved: the formation of the party, the initiation of armed warfare, the spread of warfare throughout the country. In the background and on the sides, the mural's atmosphere writhes and crackles in flames. Javier points at the screaming masses and chuckles.
Everyone is participating, he says.
He then points out an enraged Peruvian holding aloft a gun.
Everyone is armed.
At the gate, I stop and shake hands while behind us the Andean music continues in a frenzy.
Mao said it would take 500 to 1,000 years to install communism worldwide, Javier says. In Peru, it will take less, within the next 2 years. he says again. We will have defined the question of power. The truck of peasants jerked to a stop, raising a cloud of dust just short of an unexpected pile of boulders high in the Yanakilka Pass. Within seconds, 8 hooded senderistas surrounded the truck, on its way to Chalhuanca, a small city in the southern Andean state of Apurimac. Riding with the peasants was a guardia civil, dressed like a peasant. "You're guardia, aren't you?" the masked senderistas demanded, as they made the man lie on the ground. "No," the guardia protested. He had a family in Chalhuanca, he said. He was a laborer, nothing more. The senderistas checked the guardia's false papers suspiciously, then seemed satisfied. They gave a brief lecture to the frightened peasants, appealed for a collaboration of money. Then the truck and the passengers were allowed to leave. Arriving in Chalhuanca that night, the guardia went directly to his captain. A convoy was mobilized. The police found them the next morning at dawn on a high grassland in a solitary house of adobe. A conscripted peasant led them there. The police split into 2 groups, surrounded the house, then called out, demanding that the guerrillas surrender. From the house there was no sound. A rooster crowed. The guardia opened fire. Inside, they found all 8 senderistas sprawled out beside overturned bowls of breakfast. Lying among them was an old woman who had been cooking for them over a fire. The founder of the Shining Path, Abimael Guzman Reynoso, was born in 1934, the son of a small-time provincial businessman who was married and an unwed maid. For a time, Guzman's mother lived near her lover's home in Arequipa, a resplendent colonial city whose cathedral and buildings are made of white volcanic pumice stone and which sits high up in Peru's southern Andes. When Guzman was just a few years old, his mother decided to move, eventually leaving young Abimael with the family of a brother in Lima on the coast. For all intents and purposes, by the time Guzman was 8, his mother had abandoned him. "My son, take care of your mother's child," his mother wrote to him in one of her last letters, "for you are in the best position to do so." In other words, it was up to Guzman now to take care of himself. That was the last time he ever saw her. By all accounts, Guzman was quiet and introverted, stigmatized by his companions due to his illegitimate status, yet nevertheless a good student. Abandoned and with neither brothers, sisters, nor friends, the young boy soon found escape through reading. He also liked to listen to the radio and go to the cinema. Guzman's father, meanwhile, continued with his accounting practice in Arequipa while keeping up a string of affairs. His illicit liaisons eventually produced a brood of at least 10 half-brothers and half-sisters, all with different women, in addition to the children he had with his wife. Somehow, Guzman kept in touch with his distant patriarch and wrote to him sporadically. Then, when Guzman was 15, one of his letters inadvertently fell into the hands of his father's wife. Rather than destroy it, however, she did the opposite, inviting her husband's illegitimate son to come and live with them. Eventually, she did the same with Guzman's other half-siblings. In Arequipa, Guzman enrolled in a private school and kept a low profile. He enjoyed chess, he enjoyed reading, and he played a little soccer, but he was generally shy and kept his feelings to himself. When in groups, he gave the impression that he wanted to melt into the background. As his half-sister Susanna later said, "When I met him, he behaved as if he thought his father's family would be disappointed, or as if he were a nuisance that people would prefer to sweep aside." In 1950, when Guzman was 16, and during the dictatorship of General Manuel Odría, students from a nearby colegio accused their director of misappropriating funds and then seized the school in protest. When the mayor ordered a military attack with tanks, the students threw bricks in return. One of the students, a young communist, was wounded and his compatriots carried him to Arequipa's Central Plaza. A mob of students soon gathered and entered the cathedral, ringing its bronze bells. As townspeople began to gather, some seized the military barracks, while others pushed a piano from the second story onto the square. They then burned the barracks to the ground.
Frustrated by the 2-year-old dictatorship, the protesters next declared their independence from the government and began electing their own provisional council. What had begun as a student protest had metastasized into an uprising against the Peruvian state. The dictatorship, alarmed by the events, quickly sent in troops. The army soon surrounded the city, then advanced toward the square. When the protesters sent a delegation to negotiate, the troops opened fire. A massacre ensued, with the soldiers shooting many of the protesters and jailing the rest. At the time of the rebellion, Abimael Guzman and his family lived only a few blocks away. As he later recounted, "A lot of blood was shed. I saw the fighting spirit of the people, how the masses fought with uncontainable fury in response to the barbarous slaughter of the youth, and I saw how they fought the army, forcing them to retreat to their barracks, and how forces had to be brought in from other places in order to crush the people. This is an event that has been imprinted quite vividly in my memory, because there I understood how the people, when they take to the streets and march, can make the reactionaries tremble, despite all their power." 4 years after the insurrection, Guzman enrolled in Arequipa's Universidad Nacional de San Agustin. The bespectacled youth, with the white skin and dark wavy hair, soon met his first love, the beautiful daughter of neighbors who were school teachers. Guzman, by all accounts, fell for the girl head over heels. She reciprocated. Unlike in the Hollywood movies Guzman so enjoyed, however, their love story did not end happily. The girl was beautiful, but had no money. Guzman, although the son of a respectable middle-class businessman, was illegitimate. The girl's parents thus feared that their daughter's suitor would inherit nothing. In a Peruvian version of The Great Gatsby, the girl's parents insisted that their daughter set her sights higher. The last time Guzman saw his beloved was at the wedding of one of his cousins. The girl was attending with her parents, although the parents had forbidden her to see him. Guzman bided his time, however, then asked her to dance. Out in the middle of the floor, the couple danced for a while as the father looked on disapprovingly. Then the girl leaned forward toward Guzman and told him something. According to Guzman's sister, Susanna, "I don't know exactly what happened, but she stopped dancing, her feet stopped in the middle of a song, and he had to leave her politely at one end of the room. When the party was over, he went to his room, saw himself in the full-length mirror, and gave it such a kick that it shattered." That was the last time Guzman ever mentioned her name. As Guzman's half-sister Susanna later wrote, "This girl actually decided the current history of Peru. At that time, Abimael was still half-Catholic, and if they had married at the time, he would now be a rich lawyer. He loved her a great deal, and he would have been careful to give her and their children everything they needed. Without her, he had more time to think about what he called the unjustness of life. He lost interest in himself, in his own safety and well-being. They say that in college he became a leftist, but I believe that ever since childhood he had always been one. Sophia was the only one who could have steered him away from that path, but she could not, or would not, because if she had wanted, her parents' orders would not have mattered. Well, such are the things in life." The future leader of a guerrilla war that would eventually rip Peru in two, Guzman was heartbroken, and single once again. He now poured himself into his twin majors of law and philosophy. Peru was still controlled by General Odría, and, like many university students, Guzman joined the Communist Party, becoming part of a revolutionary cell that was made up of workers and intellectuals. Unlike most who joined, however, Guzman was a philosophy student. He had thus read in depth the writings of Marx, Engels, and the other German philosophers. By the time Guzman was 27, he'd graduated with a doctorate and a law degree. His twin dissertations were titled About the Kantian Theory of Space and The Bourgeois Democratic State. The latter title confirmed the obvious, that Guzman was by now a confirmed Marxist. "He was one of the best students in an epoch that was known for having brilliant ones," noted his mentor, the Arequipeñan philosophy professor Miguel Ángel Rodríguez Rivas.
He was a theoretician of the highest level. Abimael Guzman, now 28 years old, accepted the job of philosophy professor in the small city of Ayacucho, a provincial Andean capital of 17,000, located in one of the poorest provinces in Peru. Many of the students at the local university were the sons and daughters of Quechua-speaking peasants, those who labored in the surrounding countryside on land they did not own. At the time of Guzman's appointment in 1962, some 4 centuries after a group of Spanish conquistadors had brutally seized control of Peru, 0.1% of Peru's population owned 60% of the arable land, and 25% of Peruvians had no elementary school education, while only 30% began secondary school. A whopping 30% of Peruvians were completely illiterate. Conditions in Ayacucho, one of 25 states or regions in Peru, were even worse. For Guzman, whose access to higher education had been assured by his status as the son of a petit bourgeoisie businessman, his first contact with Peru's rural peasantry came as a shock. As he later wrote, "Their reality opened my eyes and my mind. The peasants from Ayacucho are very poor. I saw people working as slaves on ranches, people who even had to provide their own food. I met people who had to walk tens of kilometers, taking their own food with them to work. I saw the peasants' struggles and the strong repressions. I could sense the plight of the poor Peruvian peasants who have struggled and worked in the communities for centuries. But the centuries have not managed to exterminate them. They are vigorous and fight against all odds. They are the cornerstone of the land. I saw that the peasants are the cornerstone of Peru." Guzman soon began instructing the sons and daughters of those same peasants, who somehow, against the odds, had managed to get into the university, in Greek and German philosophy, and especially in the philosophy of his favorite German philosopher, Karl Marx. Guzman, without a doubt, was passionate about philosophy, and his students quickly discovered that he was an equally passionate teacher. As they had years earlier, philosophical discussions helped to bring Guzman out of his shell. Slowly, the young professor began to gather a student following, often conducting informal discussions late into the night. Many of his students eventually took jobs as teachers in rural schools, passing on what they had learned from their professor to small classrooms of sandal-footed, Quechua-speaking students. Marx's philosophy thus began to spread slowly out from the university like a dye staining wool across the rugged terrain of Ayacucho. In his spare time, Guzman devoted himself to Peru's Communist Party, gradually rising in its ranks to Secretary General. Although a philosophy professor dedicated to teaching, Guzman was inevitably confronted by the end game of Marxian logic. "The philosophers," Marx wrote, "have only interpreted the world. The point is to change it." Marx had analyzed history and society and had concluded that violent revolution was necessary in order to achieve the utopia of communist society. Marx himself, however, had lived most of his life in exile. The revolutionary battle he carried out was therefore theoretical, not physical. It was only after Marx's death that others, such as Lenin and Mao, carried out successful socialist revolutions. During his incubation period in Ayacucho, 9,000 feet up in the Andes, Guzman slowly came to the realization that his own destiny was no longer to teach, but to act, to put into motion the philosophy that so fascinated him. For most scholars, Marx's view of the inevitable evolution of society, from primitive to capitalist to communist, was a theory. For Guzman, Marx's theory had become in his mind a natural law of human development. If the definition of a true believer is someone who is strongly attached to a particular belief, depreciates the present, and glorifies the future, then Guzman had clearly become a true believer. Like Marx, Guzman began to believe that a glorious, stateless future awaited humanity, although that future might have to be prodded into existence with the help of guns. As Guzman later declared, "Let's remember that only the revisionists and opportunists are pessimists. The proletariat and communists are always optimists, because the future is ours. It is historically determined so long as we keep to our course. Poverty was endemic in Peru, Guzman believed, because the capitalists, beginning with the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors, owned everything and kept the masses oppressed. The only way to remove poverty, he reasoned, was to remove the capitalists from power. Shifting from the profession of teaching to that of a revolutionary leader, however, was a mental Rubicon that Guzman could cross only with enormous personal consequences. He was a university professor, after all, a law-abiding wage earner. He was a member of the proletariat. Guzman could easily continue to teach comfortably until the day he retired, with the satisfaction that he had taught his beloved Marxism to a large number of students. Perhaps one of these might someday become a revolutionary leader and set the Andes on fire. Sometime in the 1960s, however, Guzman gradually shifted from seeing himself as a college professor to viewing himself as a future revolutionary leader. He already had a coterie of students who not only believed in what he was teaching, but, just as important, believed in him. If he really believed what he was teaching, Guzman eventually realized, then the only logical conclusion was to put his words, that is, his beliefs, into action. The intellectuals, what can I say about them? Guzman later said, obviously distancing himself from the mere armchair philosopher. All they did was talk. It seems there are people for whom words are enough, yet words can be easily crushed, no matter how right they may be. In 1965, while Guzman was still settling into life in Ayacucho, an insurrection erupted in Peru. Two armed bands of guerrillas began attacking haciendas and police posts in different areas of the Andes. The guerrillas belonged to the Movement of the Revolutionary Left, MIR, a group that believed in Che Guevara's theory that a small armed band of revolutionaries, or FOCO, could gain the support of impoverished local peasants and ignite a popular war. MIR was comprised mainly of middle-class students and professionals from Lima, however, who had no ability to speak Quechua and even less experience living in the Andes. Peru's armed forces, supplied with napalm and counterinsurgency advice from the United States, soon wiped out both groups, killing their leaders. 2 years later, in 1967, Che Guevara himself tried to test his FOCO theory in Bolivia, relying mostly upon a small group of Cuban revolutionaries and also a few Peruvians who had survived the 1965 disaster. Like the Lima-based, middle-class Peruvian guerrillas, however, Che's forces failed to incorporate even a single rural farmer into their group. Guevara and his troops knew little about the surrounding culture and had spent little, if any, time preparing the local population for armed warfare. The result was that the locals viewed the Cubans as foreigners and soon became informants. As with the guerrillas in Peru, the Bolivian army quickly isolated Guevara and his men from the local population, hunted them down, and exterminated them. Guzman, an ardent student of guerrilla movements, studied the results of these insurrections carefully, later referring disdainfully to Guevara's aborted efforts as those of a weekend guerrilla. Che Guevara's failure, in fact, highlighted a number of perceived mistakes that Guzman was determined to avoid. Clearly, it was important to base a revolutionary movement on guerrillas who understood the local conditions and culture. Inserting guerrillas from outside had proved to be a disaster. It was also important to prepare the local population for guerrilla warfare, to begin capturing the peasants' hearts and minds before the first shot was even fired. Only when the local population had been prepared politically, Guzman concluded, should armed revolution begin. Guzman therefore patiently continued his efforts of slowly spreading Marxist ideas throughout the Ayacucho area, confident that they would one day bear fruit. In 1976, after 14 years as a university instructor and after having taught thousands of students, Guzman quit the university and began to organize his movement full-time. 4 years later, in 1980, on the eve of launching his war,
Guzman exhorted his small group of future revolutionaries at a final meeting, steeling them for what lay ahead.
"Comrades, we are entering the great rupture. The hour has arrived. We will be the protagonists of history, responsible, organized, and armed. We will be the makers of the last new dawn. The international proletariat and the peoples of the world, the working class and the people of the nation, the party with its committees, cells, and leaders, all of the great actions of the centuries have culminated at this moment in history. The promise unfolds, the future unfurls. What has been given to us as a future must be fulfilled with our lives, for the sake of the people, the proletariat, the Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong thought. Comrades, the effort invested will reward itself by its accomplishments. The future lies in guns and cannons. The armed revolution has begun."
Less than a month later, on May 17, 1980, and after nearly 2 decades of carefully preparing the minds of his students for battle, Abimael Guzman and a few hundred of his followers launched their revolution. I meet Benedicto Jimenez Baca, a former lieutenant colonel in the anti-terrorism police, in a quiet cafe in Surco, an upscale neighborhood of Lima, in January 2011. Until recently, few in Peru or abroad really knew how Abimael Guzman had been captured, or if they thought they did, they were wrong, as many stepped forward to take the credit for it afterward. Success has 1,000 fathers, and failure is an orphan, the saying goes. Only recently has it emerged that Benedicto Jimenez, now 62 years old, was the mastermind who actually defeated the Shining Path by capturing its leader. The reality is that it took 3 years of intense, high-stakes, mano-a-mano combat before Benedicto finally brought down the philosophy professor-turned-revolutionary Guzman. And it was all done in secret. Benedicto is tall and heavy-set, with white curly hair, dark eyebrows, and light coffee-colored skin. No one in the noisy cafe recognizes him. Yet, like Guzman, he too changed the recent course of Peruvian history. Peru and Lima, in fact, have morphed profoundly since my first visit in the 1980s. The shantytowns of the city's exterior have shrunk, the economy is booming, and international aid organizations have recently reclassified Peru as a middle-class country with an average per capita income of over $10,000. Even the region of Ayacucho, which helped to launch Sendero Luminoso's guerrilla war, has improved. None of this was due to the Shining Path having come to power and having implemented a communist utopia, but instead was the result of the movement's defeat, the resulting stabilization of the economy, and the end of the huge economic drain of the war.
Peru in 1990 was in a shambles, Benedicto tells me, sipping an espresso from a small cup, his eyebrows furrowed in a frown, his voice resonant and deep. The government had used the same anti-terrorism policy for 10 years, and it was a complete disaster. Each year, the Shining Path was getting stronger.
At the time the 48-year-old Guzman launched his war, Benedicto was a 27-year-old policeman, only 4 years out of the police academy. But if Guzman was no ordinary philosophy professor, then Benedicto was no ordinary policeman. Born in 1953 in Peru's southern port town of Pisco, Benedicto was the son of a Greek woman who'd fled Europe during World War II and a black Peruvian laborer. The boy grew up in a series of poor neighborhoods, attended public schools for low-income families, and upon graduation from high school wanted to become an engineer. Benedicto couldn't afford to go to the university, however, so he applied for officer training school at the police academy instead. If accepted, he knew he'd receive not only an education, but also room and board. Benedicto entered the academy in 1972, then rose to the top of his class for each year of the 4 years he was there. Upon graduation, he was taken under the wing of a retiring general who, a year later, asked the young officer if there was anything he could do for him. Benedicto immediately replied he wanted to undergo Commando Ranger training. The young officer's answer surprised the general. It was like a newly minted police officer in the United States asking to undergo Navy SEAL training. The general granted his wish, however, and a year later Benedicto finished commando school. Of the 33 who began it, only 17 finished. Benedicto is still the only police officer in Peru to have completed the rigorous training. In 1978, Benedicto was assigned to work in an elite anti-narcotics intelligence group that worked with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, or DEA. For several years, he and his fellow officers learned to follow drug traffickers patiently, to uncover their networks of contacts, then to abruptly seize the entire network, dismantling the operation. It was training that Benedicto never forgot. By the time Benedicto had worked his way up through the system to the rank of major, he was working for Dircote, the anti-terrorist police. Yet he felt constrained by the antiquated methodology they were using. Dircote was fighting a reactive war, Benedicto explains to me, not a proactive war. It was exactly the opposite of the strategy we'd used against the narcotics traffickers. In 1990, frustrated by the growth of the Shining Path and by the ineffectual methodology of both the Peruvian army and the police, Benedicto visited the police director, General Reyes Roca. If the general would allow him, Benedicto offered, he would set up a unit that would apply the same surveillance techniques he had used in the drug war, yet this time against the Shining Path. Only if they understood how the Shining Path functioned and how its leadership worked, he said, could they hope to defeat them. And the only way to do that was to start identifying and dismantling their clandestine networks. Benedicto did not mince words. Either the general would allow him to start using these new techniques, or else he'd like to be transferred out of the anti-terrorist police altogether. General Roca listened carefully. He knew Benedicto and liked him. After the explanation, he nodded his head. A few months later, on March 4th, 1990, Benedicto launched GEIN, the Peruvian acronym for Special Intelligence Group. Unlike the rest of Peru's police, they would not arrest Shining Path suspects. Instead, they would follow them. Benedicto and his agents would place suspects under surveillance, would keep track of whom the suspects visited and who visited them, and thus would start to gather information about the Shining Path's networks. Amazingly, after 10 years of counter-guerrilla warfare, no such system had ever been put into place. Guerrillas do not operate in isolation, Benedicto tells me. They all receive orders and give orders. The Shining Path operated through a clandestine network, like a spiderweb, he says, a spiderweb that had been spun across Peru. The job of his unit was to find some of the web's threads and then to follow them. Hopefully, the threads would lead to the web's center, and there they might finally discover who was running the Shining Path. Instead of simply trying to capture the inevitably low-ranking guerrillas immediately after an attack, who belonged to secret cells anyway and who knew little beyond their purposefully restricted universe, Benedicto's plan was to begin piecing together an organizational chart of Sendero's leadership. Once he understood how Sendero was organized and who its leaders were, he could then begin to dismantle the organization bit by bit with the goal of taking down the entire superstructure. No one really knew who ran the Shining Path, Benedicto tells me. No one had a clue as to who its leaders were or how the organization was structured. It was presumed that Guzman was its leader, but no one had seen him in 11 years. Meanwhile, all of the counterinsurgency operations were search and destroy. They seized terrorists, got no information out of them, then threw them into prison. The Peruvian government was simply lashing out. It was like a body reacting without a brain. In his 1984 novel, The Real Life of Alejandro Maita, the Peruvian novelist Mario Vargas Llosa imagined a near future in which a revolutionary group resembling the Shining Path seized Peru's ancient Inca capital of Cusco, the next-to-last step before seizing Lima and coming to power. Amid the smoke and pestilence, you could make out the columns of people fleeing from the destroyed city, tripping over the broken pavement, covering their mouths and noses. The dead, the badly wounded, the very old, and the very young remained among the ruins.
From the heights, the survivors, parents, wounded, the fighters, the internationalists, all of them, with a minimum of fantasy, could hear the anxious tearing, the febrile pecking, the abject beating of vultures' wings, and smell the horrifying stench. 6 years after the novel's publication, when Benedicto Jimenez began to form his group in 1990, more and more Peruvians believed that Vargas Llosa's apocalyptic vision was about to become reality. Attacks were increasing. Shining Path assassination squads roamed the country's capital almost at will. Blackouts were commonplace. Whole stretches of the Andes were now war zones. Peru was like a body in the midst of convulsion. We had very few resources to start out with, Benedicto tells me, compared to the other agencies. His intelligence unit was given a tiny office that had one broken chair, a borrowed typewriter, and a single light bulb that hung from the ceiling. At the end of the day, the light bulb had to be unscrewed, as there was no switch. Plywood had been nailed over the office's windows, which had no glass, thus light did not enter. Benedicto had asked for 20 agents. He was given 5. They had no car, no phone. All surveillance, at first, was carried out on foot. Not surprisingly, the new unit soon became the butt of jokes made by the other police groups, who called them disparagingly the Ghostbusters. After all, the new unit supposedly followed guerrillas, but made no arrests. To the rest of the police, the special agents appeared to spend their days reading Shining Path literature. They made curious diagrams on the wall. They often appeared ill-shaven and unkempt. Benedicto had a plan, however, and his hand-picked agents, all of whom had worked for him before, followed it. They would use intelligence, not force, he told his agents at their first meeting. They would learn to outwit the Shining Path guerrillas, who until now had outwitted them. They would follow their operatives, they would diagram their networks, and then, and only when they were ready, they would dismantle those networks. They would work 7 days a week, not 5, like the rest of the police. There would be no vacations. They would all be expected to work long hours. Their goal, Benedicto said, striding about in the small room with its single bulb as one agent sat in its only chair and the rest stood, was to uncover the networks until they reached the Shining Path's leaders. I had 4 small children at the time, Benedicto tells me, tapping the cafe table for emphasis. I knew that if we failed, then Peru as I knew it would cease to exist. If the Shining Path came to power, I knew that I'd have to take my family into exile. If you want to reach the top of a mountain, Benedicto told his agents over and over again, then you have to start by taking the first step. The intelligence group's first step was a small one. It was following up a lead Benedicto had received 2 years earlier, but was not then in a position to do anything about. In 1988, a detective had handed him an anonymous letter that had been passed around the police department but that no one thought was important enough to follow up on. The letter was written by an anguished mother, a retired schoolteacher. The woman was worried about the future of her son, an excellent university student, she wrote, but one who had fallen in love with a girl whom she believed belonged to the Shining Path. Despite the mother's anger and tears, her son refused to break up with the girl. The mother was so distraught that he, too, might become a guerrilla that she took a drastic step. She arranged for her and her son to leave the country. Before she did so, however, she wanted to divulge the name of the girlfriend to the police. Her name was Judith Diaz Contreras. She lived on the 400 block of Lunas Pizarro Street in the poor Lima neighborhood of La Victoria. Soon after writing the letter, the woman and her son left the country. Peru's police had not followed up on the tip because they had larger fish to fry. They were busy investigating, reacting to, as Benedicto would say, a variety of bomb blasts, terrorist attacks, and assassinations. They had no time to investigate whether someone's girlfriend was a member of the Shining Path. They were interested in attacks, not in potential attackers. In March 1990, Benedicto's agents tracked down the address the mother had left and found that her son's ex-girlfriend, Judith, was still there, living with her parents.
They soon tapped the family's phone and began transcribing the conversations. Meanwhile, when the girl went out, an agent would follow her, pretending to be a pedestrian. Each day a different agent would follow her. Then they would rotate. At first, everything seemed to be normal. The girl, it turned out, was an administrative employee at Lima's National Agrarian University. Later, however, Benedicto's men discovered something curious. When the girl was out, her father routinely answered the phone and wrote down orders that were placed for his daughter. The orders were for soap, detergent, toothpaste, nails, screws, and other commonplace items. What attracted the agent's attention, however, was that they never saw the girl carrying any of these things. They soon began to suspect that the orders were some kind of Shining Path code. Following the girl was difficult, especially since Benedicto's unit had no automobile. 2 weeks after their surveillance began, however, Benedicto discovered a broken-down Volkswagen Beetle in the garage of the technical police. Benedicto asked if he could use the car if he got it fixed. The technical police agreed. He then took it to a mechanic friend who fixed it for free. The Special Police Intelligence Group now had its first automobile. Not long afterward, Benedicto scrounged a video camera and 2 bulky portable radios. The agents following Judith now began compiling video of their suspect. Judith's movements soon led them to a second suspect, a girl who lived nearby named Miriam. Unlike Judith, Miriam was well trained in how to avoid being followed. She often climbed in and out of crowded buses, walked a block or two, reversed her tracks, then promptly jumped into a taxi and disappeared into Lima's congested traffic. Slowly, however, the agents became more adept at following both suspects. With their new portable radios, video camera, and car, they began coordinating their surveillance activities. If Miriam exited her house and jumped onto a crowded bus, an agent would get on the same bus. 2 other agents would then call headquarters, and soon Benedicto would arrive, driving the recently salvaged Volkswagen. The 2 agents would then pile into the car, and the 3 would try to follow the bus as best they could. Because there were so few agents, Benedicto's men gradually began to adopt disguises so that they wouldn't be recognized. They would frequently change their clothes and jackets, put on false beards or mustaches, put on or take off hats, and would adopt different walking styles, all so that their quarry would be unable to detect them. Some agents became especially adept at posing as garbage men, street sweepers, or the homeless, returning to their own homes at night with a disgusting stench, yet unable to explain to their wives what they had been doing. On June 1st, 1990, after nearly 3 months of surveillance, Benedicto ordered the arrest of the Shining Path network they had uncovered. "Unfurl the storm," he commanded via his radio and in his deep baritone voice. It was a code phrase for his agents to begin making the arrests. By the end of that day, 31 Shining Path suspects had been captured, including Sibila Arredondo, the widow of the Peruvian novelist José María Arguedas, the same woman I had met briefly in Canto Grande prison 2 years earlier. In another house that Benedicto's agents raided, in the wealthy suburb of Monterrico, the intelligence team hit pay dirt. After arresting 3 women inside the 2-story home, they began exploring its various rooms. "Chief, come here quickly," one of the agents soon radioed Benedicto. "What's happening?" he answered. "Just come here, quickly. We need your help." Shortly after he arrived, Benedicto was amazed by what they had found. "It was Sendero's archive," he tells me, draining the last of his coffee. "Books, papers, documents, even Guzman's private library." In a small bedroom upstairs, they found a single bed, thick eyeglasses, a man's well-worn boots, and even medicine for a skin condition that Guzman was known to suffer from, psoriasis. "It was at that moment that we knew that Guzman was still alive, that he was still leading the Shining Path," Benedicto says. "We had found a safe house that he sometimes used." More important, the documents they'd seized allowed Benedicto to begin to understand Sendero's unusual structure and why it was so difficult to disrupt. As Benedicto and his detectives pored over each document and began to draw organizational diagrams on the walls of their office, a picture slowly began to emerge. At the top of the Shining Path's organization was the Central Committee, or Comité Central, composed of Guzman and 18 others. Below the Central Committee were a number of organizations that the Central Committee directed: the Political Bureau and the Departments of Organizational Support, Logistics, Propaganda, Legal Support, and so on. Each region in Peru where Sendero operated had its own sub-departments, reaching all the way down to the smallest clandestine party cells. Abimael Guzman, meanwhile, was not only the president of the Central Committee, but was also military commander and president of the Organizing Committee. The latter was the network that made up the new Democratic and Popular Republic of Peru, the name the Shining Path leadership had decided that Peru would be called in the future. What was both unusual and brilliant about the Shining Path structure, Benedicto realized, was the fact that not only was the Shining Path operating as a kind of clandestine shadow government, as it patiently worked to demolish the Peruvian state, but each of its departments and substructures had their own mirror copies. If the police or army succeeded in liquidating one of Sendero's structures, an identical structure had already been pre-formed and was ready to spring into place. Like a shark whose teeth, once lost, are immediately replaced from rows behind, Sendero Luminoso had created a structure designed to withstand the brutal exigencies of guerrilla warfare. If Sendero's soldiers in the front line went down, new ones were ready to leap into action. The same was true for its larger structures, the equivalent of platoons and even regiments. After piecing together its organizational structure and marveling at how well it functioned, Benedicto eventually realized that the Shining Path was not perfect, however, and that in fact he may have just stumbled across a fatal organizational flaw. "They had no replacement for the Comité Central," Benedicto says, seemingly still surprised by his discovery. "We realized that if we could just reach Guzman and his group," Benedicto tells me, "then we could capitalize on a colossal mistake. They had forgotten to organize replacements for themselves." One day in early July 1992, in the upscale Lima neighborhood of Los Sauces, the front door of a well-appointed two-story home opened. A young architect with a black goatee emerged carrying a briefcase, while the young man's wife, a pretty, white-skinned ballet dancer, kissed her husband goodbye, then closed the door as he went off to work. The young ballet dancer was Maritza Garrido Leca, a 27-year-old upper-middle-class woman from Lima who ran a dance studio on the first floor of her home. The man's name was Carlos Inchaustegui, 32 years old, a graduate of Lima's Ricardo Palma University. The couple had been together for 4 years. Neither had ever been arrested or had any police record. As the young man walked to work, past a small convenience store next to his home, and past the row homes on his block, all of which had small gardens surrounded by ornate wrought-iron gates out front, neither he nor his wife had any idea that their home had recently been put under police surveillance. Just 1 block away, on the 3rd story of a similar-looking house, a group of Benedicto's men had begun watching the couple's home based on a tip that the two belonged to the Shining Path and just might be connected to its leadership. By this time, Benedicto managed a group of 50 agents, all of whom were better equipped than they had been at the beginning 2 years earlier. They now had portable radios and electronic surveillance equipment, and they had received training and some financial support from the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. After their first successful roundup of the 31 Shining Path members in June 1990, Benedicto's men had continued to score more successes. On December 19, 1990, the team rolled up most of the Shining Path's propaganda division. A month later, they raided a house in the upscale neighborhood of San Borja, only to discover that Guzman had left this particular safe house just 3 days earlier. "We were getting close," Benedicto tells me. "We were breathing down Guzman's neck, and he knew it. We also knew that he was based in Lima, and not in the jungle or the Andes. He was right here in the capital. We were all operating in the same city." During the raid on Guzman's safe house, Benedicto's men discovered another treasure trove of Sendero material, packed into cardboard boxes that the guerrillas intended to transport elsewhere, but that the raid had prevented. In one of the boxes, inside a small plastic bag, an agent found a small collection of videotapes. Benedicto arrived shortly afterward and soon radioed a request for a video camera. When it arrived, he put a tape in and began watching images on the camera's tiny screen. He was stunned by the images that appeared. After 12 years in clandestinity, Abimael Guzman could be seen in a series of video clips dancing at a party with the highest members of Sendero's leadership, the Comité Central. Guzman was by now 56 years old, bearded, heavy-set, and wore thick glasses. He also wore a kind of dark Chinese-style tunic. As Benedicto peered at the screen, he watched speechlessly as Guzman raised a hand over his head, his arm arched, while the rest of the comité looked on, smiling and clapping. The music was from the soundtrack of the movie Zorba the Greek. "Chief, what are you watching?" one of the agents asked.
"Pornography. Pure pornography," Benedicto answered. "No one had seen him in 12 years, Benedicto tells me. Now here he was, dancing. Suddenly, we not only had his image, but also the images of the rest of the Central Committee. They were celebrating the end of their third Congress."
The next day, Peruvians woke to find on their television screens the images of the Shining Path leader, Abimael Guzman, broadcast for the first time and quixotically dancing to a Greek tune with the rest of his Peruvian entourage. Despite the raid, however, Sendero's attacks on Lima continued to increase. On July 16, 1992, a car bomb exploded in an upscale area of Lima, killing 24 people and wounding 200 more. The blast destroyed or damaged 400 local businesses. Guzman was purposely stepping up his attacks on the capital, certain that he was now close to seizing power.
"Guzman was beginning to get worried, however," Benedicto says. "We'd had some successes, had made some important captures. He knew that a special group of police had been formed and that we were getting closer and closer."
Soon after the seizure of their archive, the Shining Path Directorate sent out warnings to all of its members. They were to tighten up security procedures and use all of the counterintelligence measures they had developed over the years. Each one of them should behave as if he or she were being watched and followed. By the time Benedicto's group received the tip on the ballet dancer and her presumed husband, the intelligence group was conducting surveillance on numerous suspects in a variety of locations. They were also continuing their patient methodology of collecting as much information on a specific Sendero network before abruptly disarticulating it. At first, the agents assigned to the young dancer, whom they nicknamed Lola, and her partner, whom they nicknamed Lolo, saw nothing suspicious. Each morning the young man walked to work, and each afternoon he came home. Young dance students, meanwhile, appeared regularly at their house to receive dance lessons from Lola. The visiting dancers, too, were followed, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. At the same time, agents posing as trash men began collecting the trash in front of the couple's home, which they nicknamed the Castle. Nothing seemed amiss. The trash contained exactly what one would expect from a young couple living together. Always short of agents, Benedicto finally ordered that surveillance on the Castle be suspended. 2 of his agents, however, following their instincts, continued anyway, including the collection of trash. Eventually, something odd caught their attention: cigarettes. Picking through the couple's trash, the agents realized that 8 to 10 cigarette butts were showing up each day. Yet after watching the couple carefully, they never saw either of them smoking. The detectives then discovered something else. All of the cigarette butts came from only 2 brands, Winston Lights and Yves Saint Laurent. On a hunch, they reviewed the videotape of Guzman dancing Zorba the Greek. In one video clip, on a small table, they noticed 2 cigarette packs. The 2 detectives peered closely at the images and then looked at one another. One pack was Winston Lights, the other was Yves Saint Laurent. The detectives quickly alerted Benedicto, and overnight a full surveillance team was reinstalled. One day not long afterward, while out shopping and unaware that she was being followed, Lola threw a piece of crumpled-up paper into a sewage drain. Reaching his arm into the smelly hole, the agent was able to retrieve the paper. It was a receipt from a drugstore for medicine. The agent then peered at it more carefully. It was a medicine used to treat psoriasis, and Abimael Guzman, the agent knew, had suffered from psoriasis for years. The following week, on September 8, 1992, a night attack by Shining Path guerrillas cut the electricity to Lima, blacking out most of the city. While a pair of Benedicto's agents observed the castle from their darkened room, they watched through binoculars as Lola lit candles on the first floor of her home. A few moments later, a single candle appeared in one of the upstairs rooms. As the city lay in darkness and the detectives peered through the night, a silhouette appeared on the thin curtain of the upstairs room. It was a silhouette, like a phantom, the detectives later said, of a heavy-set man with a large beard, standing between the curtain and the candle. "I can't believe what my eyes are seeing," whispered one agent to the other. In the late afternoon of Saturday, September 12, 1992, 20 undercover GEIN agents in various disguises infiltrated the neighborhood around the home where Maritza Garrido-Lecca and Carlos Inchaustegui lived. Only hours before, Benedicto Jimenez, leader of the special intelligence group that he had formed just 2.5 years earlier, had issued his coded radio command, "Unfurl the storm." On this occasion, however, his objective was different from previous ones. Today was a day in which there was a very real possibility that, unless their analysis of the evidence was mistaken or they arrived too late, they might finally be in a position to capture the leader of the Shining Path, Abimael Guzman Reynoso. "We were on the edge," says Benedicto, who remained in his office with radio contact that day. "Many of us believed that Guzman was always accompanied by a kind of suicide guard, special Shining Path members who were ready to sacrifice their lives to protect him." At 5:30 in the afternoon, just as dusk was falling and before all of the agents were in place, an unknown couple arrived in a car, got out, and knocked on the young couple's door. Maritza opened it, and the couple went in. Had their cover been blown? The agents wondered. Had the pair been tipped off? "Wait for movement," Benedicto ordered, following his policy of not breaking down doors, but instead waiting for someone to enter or leave a residence so that access and surprise were easier. His method, however, required that an agent be as close to the residence as possible, as timing was critical and often a quick decision had to be made. Yet on the isolated residential street where the young Shining Path couple lived, keeping an agent close to the house without being noticed was difficult. On this particular evening it was decided that 2 young officers, themselves a couple, would pretend to have a romantic rendezvous in the small, open-fronted convenience store located beside the suspect's home. The 2 plainclothes agents, Becerra and Cecilia, ordered Cokes, then stood chatting and embracing each other while the rest of the agents listened to their radios nervously, waiting for something to happen. Was Guzman inside? And if he were, would he be surrounded by a retinue of fanatics with guns? No one knew. Finally, at 8:40 p.m., the door of the suspect's house opened. The visiting couple began walking out, followed by Maritza and her husband. The 2 officers, Becerra and Cecilia, meanwhile, quickly abandoned the store and began running toward the house, drawing their guns. It was now or never. Their job was to force their way inside, making sure that the door of the house stayed open until the other agents arrived. Becerra was 24 years old. Cecilia was 22. 4 people had by now emerged from the house, the 2 visitors along with Maritza and her husband. The group formed a small circle in front of the house near the open door, unaware that they were in danger. As they were smiling and saying goodbye to one another, they suddenly saw a woman sprinting toward them, her gun drawn and shouting, "Halt! We're police! You're under arrest!" The foursome froze, turning to face the unknown man and woman running toward them with guns in hand. The two clearly did not look like police. The first to react was the architect, Inchaustigi, who lurched toward Becerra, grabbing him and trying to wrestle away his gun. Maritza, the ballet dancer, meanwhile, started to shout. As the two men grappled and Maritza shouted as loudly as she could, a gun suddenly exploded. It was Cecilia. She had just fired her revolver into the air, and the sound made the suspects freeze. Becerra now wrenched himself free of the architect and rushed toward the open door, leaving Cecilia to watch over the suspects. As Cecilia shouted for them to get on the ground, Becerra burst through the door, his gun ready to fire. Inside, the young detective found himself in a large room. To the right was a stairway, and he immediately ran toward it, then began taking giant steps up the stairs. His orders had been to secure the second floor, which was presumably where Abimael Guzman was located. Halfway up the stairway, he saw a middle-aged woman's face above look at him briefly through the gap in a partially opened plywood door. She then quickly slammed it shut. Reaching the top of the stairway, Becerra threw his shoulder against the door, breaking it open just in time to see the woman disappear down a hallway and into a room. Becerra ran after her, aiming his gun, then raced into the room. Inside, a heavy-set man with a thick beard and glasses sat in a leather chair. Standing next to him was the woman Becerra had seen, as well as two other women, all facing toward the strange intruder who had suddenly invaded their home. The heavy-set man stood up as Becerra trained his gun on him. The women began shouting. "Shut up, goddammit!" Becerra yelled. "You're under arrest! I'm police!" The heavy-set man froze, his eyes opened wide. There was no doubt about it. Standing before Becerra was Abimael Guzman, the leader of the Shining Path. It's a 20-minute bus ride from the upscale neighborhood of Las Sauces, where Guzman was captured, to the more middle-class district of Chorrillos, a busy neighborhood that sprawls alongside the sea. On a bright Sunday afternoon in January, Lima's summer, I get off at the stop for the Penal de Santa Monica, the women's prison. Incarcerated within its high walls is Maritza Garridoleca, the former ballet dancer who, nearly 20 years after her capture on September 12, 1992, still remains in prison. Maritza was 27 the night she was arrested. Now she is 46. In captivity with her are some 40 political prisoners, including Guzman's wife, Elena Iparaguirre, and the other two women, all part of Sendero's Comité Central, who had tried to form a protective ring around their leader the night of his arrest. Guzman himself remains in isolation in a naval prison across the city in the port of Callao, serving a life sentence. He is not allowed to receive visitors. The women's prison, with its brick walls, barbed wire, and guard towers, contrasts strangely with the busy motorway before it and with the pedestrians in shorts and t-shirts going about their weekend activities. In a nearby supermarket, I purchase a large plastic container of shampoo, a large container of hair conditioner, 3 tubes of toothpaste, 4 bars of soap, skin softening cream, detergent, and a large sweet cake or panettone. I then cross the street to the squat, drab, olive-colored prison and join a line of men and women visiting their relatives inside. Most of the pedestrians walking along the boulevard here have little knowledge of those incarcerated within the prison's walls. Many, however, have heard of the story of Maritza, the ballet dancer, who was captured while hiding the leader of the Shining Path. In 2002, the American actor John Malkovich directed a movie, The Dancer Upstairs, based upon a 1995 novel of the same name. The film is a fictionalized portrait of a dancer, a guerrilla leader, and the police officer trying to hunt down the guerrilla leader. Javier Bardem plays the officer, who ultimately falls in love with the dancer. At the time the novel was written, however, its author, Nicholas Shakespeare, had no idea who Benedicto Jimenez was, nor any idea of how Guzman had actually been captured. On that particular night, Benedicto was actually sitting in his office with General Catin Vidal Herrera, the director of the investigative police, and with a CIA agent whom Benedicto's men referred to as Superman, due to the agent's large size and build.
"He looked like the actor Christopher Reeve," Benedicto told me.
When Benedicto's agents rushed into the room to find Becerra pointing a gun at Guzman, one of them quickly radioed their chief that they had found the Shining Path leader, whom they had codenamed El Cacheton, or Chubby Cheeks.
"Tenemos El Cacheton,"
the voice came through. "We have Chubby Cheeks." Benedicto and the other two men immediately leapt from their chairs and high-fived each other. Then the CIA agent, Superman, made a quick phone call to the President of the United States, George H.W. Bush.
"He, Bush, was the first person to find out," Benedicto told me, "before Fuji,"
Peru's president, Alberto Fujimori,
before anyone.
Guzman, who had lived clandestinely for more than a dozen years, was removed from the house he had been hiding in that same night. The agents took him to Benedicto's headquarters, where they interrogated him for 15 days, the limit allowed by Peruvian law at the time. The Shining Path leader was composed and relaxed, Benedicto said. Benedicto's men were also respectful, addressing him as Doctor.
"We found that if we treated him as a professor, then he was the most comfortable and was the most inclined to talk."
And Guzman, Benedicto said, was quite a talker. Although the Shining Path leader wouldn't give the agents names or other kinds of actionable information, he would discuss politics, ideology, and history. It was perhaps no surprise that a man who'd spent most of his life in rooms reading books, who had limited contact with outsiders, yet had been running the largest guerrilla operation in the history of Peru, had a great deal to say. As Benedicto later recounted,
"You had to know quite a bit simply to be able to hold a conversation with him. He could talk a whole day about Simón Bolívar, then about Beethoven's Ninth, then about Mozart, then about history and about Peru's armed forces, or about philosophy. He was an encyclopedia."
At one point, Benedicto said, Peru's Minister of the Interior, Juan Briones Davila, stopped by to visit the one-time academic and now infamous revolutionary leader.
"Doctor,"
the minister asked Guzman, with furrowed brow,
"why so many deaths?" "Why are you so surprised?" Guzman responded. "How many children die in this country each year from hunger, from malnutrition? Who are the real assassins? I have already calculated that," the bearded revolutionary said emphatically. "And it's the Peruvian state."
According to Benedicto, the minister soon shrugged his shoulders and left. Ironically, both the minister and Peru's president, Alberto Fujimori, would later be thrown in prison themselves for carrying out a coup d'etat and abusing their powers. One thing that surprised Benedicto was a story Guzman told about how he'd had close run-ins with the police twice before his capture. For health and logistical reasons, Guzman had lived in Lima ever since launching his armed struggle in 1980. Yet before Benedicto's men discovered the video of Guzman and his cadres dancing to Zorba the Greek, few in Peru had seen the revolutionary leader's image. Occasionally, Guzman would travel across the capital or to nearby cities. To do so, he would dress up in an elegant three-piece suit, and then would take a seat in the back of a well-appointed car with tinted windows. His wife, meanwhile, the second in command, would often drive him, acting as a chauffeur. On such occasions, Guzman carried fake identity papers, stating that he was an engineer. One day in the late 1980s, Guzman recounted, his wife drove off the road while traveling outside of Lima, and their car became stuck in a ditch. A police car soon pulled up, and an officer got out. Walking over to their car, the officer asked them what the problem was. Guzman's wife calmly explained what had happened, while Guzman remained in the back seat. Eventually, the officer helped them get their car out, then waved as the two most wanted fugitives in Peru quietly drove away. Another time, Guzman said, he was similarly being driven in a car when they were pulled over by the police. Although he and his wife had fake documents, they were missing some legal papers for the car. The policeman bent over by the driver's side, looked through the window, took stock of the well-dressed passenger, then demanded a small bribe in order to forget about the lack of a permit. Guzman's wife paid the money, the policeman returned to his car, and the two Shining Path leaders once again quickly disappeared. 2 weeks after Guzman's capture, the military removed him from Benedicto's control and took the revolutionary leader to the nearby island of San Lorenzo, just off the coast of Lima. Although Peru's constitution prohibited capital punishment, President Fujimori and his secretive head of intelligence, Vladimiro Montesinos, wanted Guzman dead, and as soon as possible. Fujimori quickly signed a presidential decree ordering the execution. A firing squad was selected, and the final arrangements were made. The plan called for Guzman's wife to be brought in front of him. She was to be offered life in prison if she revealed everything she knew. If she refused, then she would be shot. Guzman, who was to witness either his wife's death or betrayal, would then be shot. Peru's Council of Ministers, however, refused to sign the decree, and Guzman's life was spared. Eventually, Guzman and his wife were sentenced to life in prison. The former ballet dancer, Maritza Guerredo-Leca, and the architect, Carlos Inchaustegui, were sentenced to 25 and 22 years, respectively. 19 years into Maritza's sentence, I pass through the prison doors in Chorrillos and give the guards her name. Inside the second floor of Prison Block B, I wait in a large cement visiting room that has an assortment of aqua-blue tables and chairs. Visitors sit with inmates and converse. Most of the prisoners in Block B are Shining Path members, although some are also common prisoners. No guards circulate within the block. Here it is the prisoners who have control, yet the atmosphere is quiet, like a women's social club. Everyone is friendly and polite. Maritza arrives, wearing pants and a checkered shirt. Her shoulder-length dark hair is flecked with gray, and she has dark eyebrows, a bright white smile, and green eyes. Although she's been in prison now for nearly 2 decades, she's slender as a dancer and still pretty. What sets her apart from the prison setting is her skin color. While the other Shining Path members in the room are all brown-skinned, of mixed Spanish-Indian ancestry, Maritza is white and looks Iberian. Rare among Sendero, she grew up among Lima's upper middle class. "I used to run away from interviews and journalists," she says, sitting beside me on a bench and smiling. I hand her the bag of toiletries, and she thanks me. She is neat and clean, wears no makeup, and has small freckles or age marks. "The journalists had their agenda, and I was pilloried in the Peruvian press. They painted me as this rare bird. I am not a rare bird," she says, shaking her head. "You're from the middle class. You were a ballerina, and you were living in the same house as the leader of the Shining Path," I tell her. "So you are a rare bird." She thinks about this for a moment, then nods resignedly. I ask her what happened after she was captured. She was held by the anti-terrorism police for 15 days, she tells me. "Did they torture you?" I ask. "No," she says. Her case was so high profile that they didn't dare. After 15 days of interrogation, she was sent to a military base in Lima. At first, she received a life sentence under the military courts. The judge and the prosecutors wore hoods. Then, when civilian rule returned, she was retried in a civilian court. A jury found her guilty, and she was sentenced to 20 years. The prosecutor then asked for 5 more, she says, and the court granted him that. After her first sentence, she was transferred to a prison in Puno, located 13,000 feet up in Peru's southern Andes. "It was very hard," says the woman who grew up in one of Lima's toniest beachfront neighborhoods. The weather in Puno was very dry, very cold. Her skin cracked and opened. She was kept in isolation. No books, no papers, no anything. She remembers pounding through ice to get water, the same icy water she bathed with. Maritza remained in that Andean prison for 7.5 years. I do a quick mental calculation. That was where she spent the years from age 27 to 35. In 2001, after she was transferred to another prison, the authorities decided to return her to Lima, to the prison in Chorrillos, where we are now, not far from where she grew up. Her father visits her every 2 weeks. He is 84, she says. Maritza feels badly because she realizes that her parents will probably die before she is to be released in 2017. Her father had a heart attack after she was arrested. If she is released on schedule, she will be 52 years old. I ask about her upbringing. She was very religious when she was young, she says. Her parents were, and still are, Opus Dei, a secretive branch of the Catholic Church. Opus Dei members generally do not admit their religious affiliation in public. It was her Catholic education, she says, that made her conscious of the poor and the downtrodden who were abundant outside her neighborhood. I ask if she is religious now. She says she isn't. A week later, I'd spoken with one of Maritza's relatives in the relative's posh home in Miraflores. She and her family were gathered around a large wooden table with an intricate spread of Peruvian cheeses, olives, fresh bread, slices of ripe guava, cherries, grapes, smoked trout, white wine, and porto. It's the kind of lifestyle that Maritza, given her upbringing, social standing, and education, would have been enjoying if her life had mimicked those of her peers.
She was very curious, very open as a young girl,
her relative, who is in her 60s, said.
Dance was the most important thing to her.
When Maritza was 16, the woman said, she backpacked around Peru on her own, an almost unheard-of thing for a young upper-middle-class girl to do. Around 6 years before her capture, when she was 21, Maritza left home, began teaching dance and putting on recitals, which she elaborately choreographed. Her recitals, however, gradually became more and more political as the war with the Shining Path intensified and stark headlines filled the newspapers.
She would choreograph things so that some dancers lay on the floor like dead bodies, her relative said. She covered them in newspapers with headlines about Shining Path bomb attacks and army massacres. Her parents became more and more concerned. Do you believe in armed revolution? I ask Maritza suddenly.
She looks at me with open green eyes and says that she does.
At the right time and place.
We dance around the subject of armed revolution for a while. She is, after all, serving a lengthy prison sentence and has never admitted to aiding or abetting the Shining Path or to helping its leader, Abamel Guzman. Her legal stance is that she had no idea the president of the Shining Path lived on the floor above her. Benedicto, however, has assured me privately that the only way that anyone upstairs could have left the house was to descend the stairway and walk through the downstairs. The upstairs rooms where Guzman and his cadres lived had no separate entrance. Maritza, Benedicto said, was in charge not only of helping to hide Guzman, but also of transporting high-ranking Shining Path members to and from Guzman's safe house so that they could hold meetings. She was one of Guzman's inner circle, he told me simply. It's noontime, and a woman arrives bringing us 2 plastic plates of food, heaped with rice and chicken.
I don't believe that if there is a civil war going on in your country that you can remain on the fence,
Maritza tells me quietly, picking at the rice with a fork.
You have to choose. You can't say, I don't know.
Is your belief based on Marx? I ask. Marx made it clear, Maritza says, that man's problems began with private property. Thus, private property has to be done away with. I tell her about how I once lived with an Amazonian tribe, the Yamanawa, and about how they would attack and kill members of other tribes in order to steal their possessions. In my opinion, man coveted property long before there were police forces or capitalism. The problem lies, perhaps, not in capitalism, I tell her, but in the human condition. She thinks about this for a few moments, then turns to me.
Then we have a real problem, she says.
We both laugh.
What are we going to do?
she asks rhetorically. In speaking with Maritza, I can see that she still has faith, as Che Guevara did, and as many religious groups still do, that man can be perfected, that he can be imbued with the spirit of solidarity, of community, and that solidarity can somehow transcend one group dominating another. I tell her that I have my doubts, that when Che visited the Soviet Union, he was taken aback by how the Soviet leadership clearly coveted material things. Soviet leaders had more access to material goods, and they quickly formed their own elite. When did he visit? She asks. In the early 1960s. Ah, yes, the Soviet Union, had already changed. She asks what my opinion is, and I tell her that no one has yet figured out how to equably govern mankind, and that all societies, after agriculture was invented, have ended up with an elite on top, whether the Chimu or the Incas or the U.S. or the Soviets. Look what happened to the Bolshevik Revolution after Stalin took over, I say. Stalin has been greatly distorted, she says. But he killed millions. Yet look at the circumstances he was laboring under, she says, like World War II. But the pact he made with Hitler, I say, was before the war. I think there has been a lot of distortions made about him, she says firmly. Talking to Maritza, I think at times she is lively and open and completely normal. At other times, I think she is crazy. When she speaks about something she is passionate about, she uses her arms and hands for emphasis, and she has the habit of showing her lower teeth, making almost, but not quite, a grimace. At other times, she breaks into a nice, easy, and relaxed smile. Clearly, like Guzman, Maritza believes in the infallibility of Marxism-Leninism. Marx's predictions about social evolution are not theories for her, but ineluctable laws. First as an Opus Dei Catholic, then as a Shining Path revolutionary, she was and still is a true believer. Guzman, I have read, admires Stalin. So does Maritza. Guzman hates the revisionists, the Chinese and Soviets who destroyed communism. So does Maritza. Like Guzman, Maritza believes that capitalism and the United States are the world's biggest problems. I mention that both China and Russia are now capitalist. She is aware of that, she says, but that is because of the revisionists. Why do you think we failed? She asks me suddenly. Because they caught Guzman. She nods. It's like riding in a car without a driver, she says quietly. I mentioned that before Guzman's capture, Sendero seemed to be on an upward trajectory, that Peru's military didn't seem able to stop it. Not true, she says. There had been important setbacks. She is referring to various guerrillas and safe houses captured by Benedicto's men. Things were getting hot for the leadership, she says. That's when the Shining Path asked her a very important question. They knocked at my door and said they needed help, she says, turning to look at me. So I had to decide, yes or no. When they knock at your door, she says quietly, what do you do? I can't help but think that the answer she delivered will ultimately have kept her behind bars for 25 years. Our conversation at an end, Maritza accompanies me downstairs. At the exit to the cell block, she gives me a hug and a kiss on the cheek, then returns to the cell she is staying in, where she is scheduled to spend another 6 years. I walk out of the block, turn to the right, then right again. I show the guards the number they had written on my arm in ink earlier. They check it against their notebook registry, then hand me back my passport. I exit the prison's metal doors, out into the sunlight and onto the Avenida Juelas, past the lines of visitors waiting to go inside, then take a bus headed to the neighborhood of Miraflores. The air is humid and the streets are full of people, some dressed for the beach, others in shorts, the whole area lively with people enjoying themselves. As I gaze out the window, something the Peruvian historian Nelson Manrique wrote drifts into my mind.
The armed insurrection of the Shining Path is the clearest and crudest expression of the deformed social order that has reigned in Peru for centuries, since its formation as a state during the colonial era. To overcome this situation will require very profound structural changes. Sendero Luminoso placed on the agenda the unpostponable necessity of carrying out radical social reforms. The defeat of this group does not mean that the factors that generated it have been eliminated. The causes of the Peruvian crisis have not yet been radically attacked. The conditions of poverty, corruption, misery, and hunger still exist, Benedicto had told me the week before. They have not been overcome. As long as these conditions exist, the possibility of terrorism continues. I reflect on the fact that, although the percentage of Peruvians living in poverty has declined during the past 10 years, from more than 50% to roughly 30%, that is still a lot of people living in poverty. The only thing missing to ignite things again, Benedicto said, is the ideology, nothing more. Revolutionary ideology is like a lighter fluid, I muse. But it evaporates unless it's poured onto the hard-burning fuel of thwarted expectations. If a society is purring along smoothly and its citizens are well-fed, then revolution is an impossibility, Marx or no Marx. During one of Abimael Guzman's last days in Benedicto's custody, several agents took the Shining Path leader to a large room. Inside was a kind of museum where the agents had assembled many of the objects and papers they had captured during their numerous raids. Guzman followed the agents quietly inside, his uncuffed hands clasped behind his back. He then began to wander around. Rows of metal tables held thousands of objects, including photos, notebooks, flags with hammers and sickles, drawings from Shining Path prisoners, ceramic retablos, tiny bas-relief scenes of Shining Path attacks, portraits of a stern Abimael Guzman looking much younger, his fist in the air, as well as documents commemorating various milestones in the Shining Path's trajectory, from a small band of ideologues to a clandestine network that nearly toppled the government of Peru. In sum, Benedicto's agents had inadvertently created a museum that portrayed the life of Abimael Guzman, a record of his achievements when he was at the height of his power. All I was ever interested in was becoming a revolutionary, Guzman once said, who had no children. As the leader and creator of the Shining Path slowly wandered the aisles, his hands clasped in the attitude of a professor, one of the agents eventually intruded upon his reverie. "Doctor, it's time to go." On the way out, Guzman's hands were plunged into his pockets. His head hung down. One of the agents peered closely at his face. The Shining Path leader's cheeks were wet with tears. The man who had been abandoned by his mother 50 years earlier, and who had never been seen to cry since, now wept silently over the collapse of his movement, a movement that had cost the lives of more than 70,000 Peruvians. As he walked down the corridor, destined to spend the rest of his life in prison, Guzman wept over the failure of his dreams and illusions, and over the loss of what he believed could and should have been a glorious and miraculous future. 4. The Rise and Fall of Hiram Bingham, discoverer of Machu Picchu, Peru. Yesterday I had a glorious flight. Flying in France, in between the high and fleecy clouds below, was a wonderful experience. I could see the great white sea of clouds below me for miles and miles. Occasionally the sun broke through the upper layer and made the upper surface of the lower layer look like snowfields and peaks in the Andes. I flew for an hour and a half and haven't enjoyed anything so much in months. Lieutenant Colonel Hiram Bingham, pilot and commander of the World War I 3rd Aviation Instruction Center, France, 1919. I warn you,
You must follow a course midway between earth and heaven, in case the sun should scorch your feathers if you go too high, or the water make them heavy if you are too low. Fly halfway between the two, and pay no attention to the stars. Daedalus to his son Icarus, from the Metamorphoses, Ovid, 8 A.D. So you're saying that Professor Hiram Bingham, who discovered Machu Picchu, was a thief? Jonah asks incredulously. Maybe more of a smuggler, I say. But isn't thief and smuggler the same thing? I suppose. All I'm saying is that he wasn't the great American hero most people think he was, or that he was a flawed American hero who just happened to have stumbled upon Machu Picchu. But that's why he was a hero, Jonah insists. Jonah is 25. He's clearly annoyed and is shaking his head. Bingham is one of Jonah's biggest heroes, and Jonah is carrying one of Bingham's books, Lost City of the Incas, during our hike on the Inca Trail. Jonah likes to underline passages and read them to us in the morning, in the eating tent. His fiancée, Sarah, is also 25. Both have dark curly hair, are in PhD programs in economics at Stanford, and, perhaps because of their future professions, both like to have all of their I's dotted and their T's crossed. Every evening they put their boots neatly outside of their yellow tent under the rain flap with their toothbrushes set out in blue and green plastic cases, and they are picky with their meals. Both are vegetarians, and both are driving our guide, Eduardo, a little bit nuts. Jonah has the additional habit of carrying a small yellow GPS with him. He's eternally calling out the elevations and directions. Altogether there are 7 of us, and our guide. We've met only the day before on a 4-day hike run by a company called Amazonas Explorer that began near the Inca town of Ollantaytambo. The hike will end at the ruins of Machu Picchu. This is day 2, the long, some would say, death march, slog, up and over Dead Woman's Pass, or in the Incas' Quechua language, Huarmihuanyusco. The pass is at nearly 14,000 feet, our guide tells us, and this is the most difficult day of the trip. We remain sprawled on our backs in a grassy area at an elevation, according to Jonah, of precisely 11,933 feet. In the distance, mountain peaks stretch off to the horizon, some capped with ice and snow. At least one, Salcantay, rises over 20,000 feet. Ahead and behind us winds the Inca Trail, a narrow ribbon of cut stones, ancient bridges, and phenomenal native engineering, a wonder of the world, really. It turns out, however, that the classic Inca Trail is only a minuscule 27-mile section of the vast 26,000-mile road network the Incas constructed, which once linked southern Colombia with central Chile, a distance of nearly 3,000 miles. The reason some 75,000 people now hike this portion of the Inca roadway each year is because it ends at Machu Picchu, the spectacular abandoned Inca citadel discovered by the Yale University historian Hiram Bingham in 1911. I look at my wristwatch. It's still 2 hours to lunch. Do you know the story of Icarus? I ask Jonah as we lie on our backs, our faces to the sun. What? The Greek story about Icarus. The kid who got burned? Jonah's fiancée says. Right. His father gave him wings of wax, but told him not to fly too close to the sun. And he didn't listen, the fiancée says. That's what happened to Bingham, I say. He was so ambitious to get ahead that he broke a lot of rules, got burned, and his whole career came crashing down. Bingham was a dick, Eduardo says quietly. Eduardo is the only Peruvian in the group, not counting our 20 porters, who outnumber us roughly 3-1. Eduardo is 29, speaks good English, and lies sprawled out on his back as well. He's a good guide, has his head propped up on his day pack, and is wearing a purple baseball cap with the name Cusco stitched in orange on the front. He has wrap-around sunglasses and is putting coca leaves, one by one, inside his left cheek to give himself some extra pep. "Bingham ripped us off. He ripped off the whole country," he says. "It doesn't say anywhere in his book that he stole anything," Jonah says. "But who wrote the book?" Eduardo asks. Jonah is silent. "Bingham, that's who," Eduardo says. "He was excavating," Jonah retorts. He's fiddling with his GPS and making sharp stabs at its buttons, his fingers full of nervous energy. "He was an explorer. He wasn't a thief." "So, if he stole the artifacts, how did he steal them?" Margaret asks in a wheezy voice, cutting to the chase. Margaret's from England. She's here with her friend Beth. Both are in their early 60s, are short and a bit thick around the waist. Although the two had practiced hiking with some gusto in the flatlands at sea level in Cornwall, they quickly discovered that they were almost totally unprepared to be hiking at 9,000, let alone 14,000 feet. I'm actually encouraged that she can speak. Beth lies beside her, stretched out as if she's in an advanced stage of rigor mortis, stuck to the ground, but looking as if she is about to levitate. She hasn't said a word since we stopped for a break. "And why did he steal those things?" Margaret asks. "Why not do it legally?" "Yes, do tell," Jonah asks me, a bit sarcastically. "You have to go back to 1913, I tell them, back to when Hiram Bingham was an assistant professor at Yale University, or maybe even further back than that. Bingham's parents were strict, second-generation Protestant missionaries in Hawaii, so he grew up in an atmosphere of school, church, Bible translation, getting whacked on the hands for doing anything wrong, and wearing ties and blazers. All the while he was living in an island paradise where the natives liked to have a good time and went around in shorts. Bingham's family life was so suffocating, in fact, that when Bingham was 12, he bought a ticket on a ship and tried to run away. But his parents discovered his plans and soon packed him off to a prep school on the mainland, to study with rich kids. In Massachusetts. Bingham didn't have any money, so he'd had to work in the school kitchen to make ends meet. The other students, therefore, looked down on him. And it wasn't any better for Bingham at Yale. He studied history there as an undergrad, but no one invited him to join any of their secret clubs, Skull and Bones and all of that kind of thing. Bingham was an outsider, a poor, skinny, 6'4" kid from Hawaii with uptight missionaries for parents. He was always on the outside looking in. "Sounds like your President Obama," says Margaret. "He's from Hawaii, isn't he? He wasn't poor, but he was black, so I do imagine it was a similar kind of thing." Bingham and Obama actually went to the same high school, I say, on land that Bingham's grandfather had donated.
"But none of that makes Bingham a thief," Jonah counters. "And besides, he married money, so what you're saying makes no sense."
Jonah is partially right. Bingham married one of the heirs to the Tiffany fortune. He had 7 kids with her, all boys. Bingham got a Ph.D. from Harvard in Latin American history and became a part-time professor at Yale, but professors were poorly paid back then, and although his wife received an allowance from her family and used that allowance to pay for some expenses, if Bingham wanted to go exploring, he had to raise the money himself. He did so by asking wealthy friends and sponsors. Bingham made a couple of trips down to South America in his early 30s, and then, when he was 35, he stumbled upon Machu Picchu.
"But what about the stealing? When did he do that?" Margaret asks.
3 years after finding Machu Picchu, I tell them. Bingham was sitting in his house in Connecticut. It was a large colonial home in New Haven that his wife's parents had bought for them. So he gets this letter from a Peruvian antiquities dealer, which back then meant a looter, and still kinda does, come to think of it. And the dealer tells Bingham that he's got more than 300 Inca artifacts to sell. Pots, vases, jugs, trepanned skulls, bones, all kinds of stuff, most of which was looted from Inca tombs. Bingham knows it's illegal to export any of these things without a permit, But the dealer tells him that with enough money, he can bribe customs officials and get everything out of Peru without anyone finding out. The catch is that the dealer wants the equivalent of a couple of $100,000. So he asks Bingham if he's interested.
"And where," asks Margaret, "was he supposed to get that kind of money?"
"From the Tiffany fortune. But the artifacts were for Yale, that is, for Yale's museum. The dealer wanted to know if Bingham wanted to buy Inca artifacts that had been looted from graves. He knew that Bingham had discovered Machu Picchu, so he figured Bingham must have plenty of money, and that he might be interested."
"And was he?" Margaret asks.
"He bought the whole lot, then had it shipped illegally out of the country to Yale. I told you he was a dick," Eduardo says.
"And did anyone find out?" Margaret asks.
"Not at the time, but within 3 years Bingham's career was over, kaput. He was finished as an explorer and finished as an archaeologist. Peru basically barred him from doing any more research."
"Serves him right," Margaret says, looking over to see if her friend is still alive.
She pokes her with a walking stick. Beth grunts but doesn't move. Her arms are stretched out flat beside her, palms down, as if she's on her deathbed. Both she and Margaret are wearing floppy blue hats whose brims are turned down. Beth has hers over her face, keeping off the sun.
"Okay," Eduardo says. "Time to go."
We get back to our feet and head out slowly, breathing in the thin air and continuing our plodding steps up the trail, many portions of which are formed by steps cut out of sheer bedrock. Other sections curve around the sides of steep hills, with long drops on the side. No handrails are evident anywhere. It would be easy to plummet over an edge. Ferns poke out of crevices. Water trickles in rivulets down rock sides, wetting the stone, turning it black with algae. We scatter out in a ragged line, tiny dots moving slowly over a crested ridge of the Andes, sucking in oxygen with deeper and deeper breaths. Margaret gradually drops behind, followed by a nearly catatonic Beth. Both plod slowly with a walking stick in either hand, as if they were making the final push to the summit of Everest. Step, pause. Step, pause. Step, pause. Step, rest. Eduardo hangs back with them, keeping the two buoyed up with cheerful stories while dutifully bringing up the rear. Bingham's story has always fascinated me, ever since I first visited Machu Picchu several decades ago. How did he discover a city hidden on top of a mountain saddle, covered in cloud forest vegetation and invisible from the deep canyons below? How did he know where to look for it? Why did he basically get kicked out of Peru? And why was he later censured by the U.S. Senate? Bingham had accomplished so much, becoming a Yale University professor, discovering Machu Picchu, and then going on to become a U.S. Army lieutenant colonel, Connecticut governor, best-selling author, and U.S. senator. So how had he fallen so low? As Jonah had mentioned, in 1900, when Bingham was 25, he married Alfreda Mitchell, the heiress to part of the Tiffany fortune. 5 years later, at the age of 30, he obtained a doctorate in history. It was 3 years after that when Bingham first encountered a story that would completely change the direction of his life. A turning point, perhaps, came in 1909, when Bingham was 33. He traveled to Cusco, Peru, the former capital of the Inca Empire, while on his way back from an international science conference in Chile. It was while visiting Inca ruins outside of Cusco that Bingham first heard about a remote Inca capital explorers had been seeking for at least a century. Almost 400 years earlier, Bingham learned, the Incas had abruptly abandoned their capital of Cusco after the Spaniards had seized their empire. A renegade Inca emperor had then headed down the eastern side of the Andes, followed by a large retinue of followers. Together, they had founded a new capital in the wild Antisuyu, the mostly jungle-choked eastern quarter of the empire. The Incas called their capital Vilcabamba. For the next 4 decades, the city would serve as the headquarters of a fierce guerrilla war the Incas carried out against the European invaders. Eventually, the Spaniards discovered Vilcabamba, captured the last Inca emperor, then yoked him in chains and dragged him back to Cuzco. There, they beheaded him in 1572, thus putting an end to the largest indigenous empire ever to have existed in the New World. In the decades, and ultimately centuries, that followed, the Incas' rebel capital gradually became engulfed by the jungle and its whereabouts forgotten. Yet the more Bingham learned about the story, the more determined he became that he would be the one to find it. Months later, after he'd returned to his lecturing job at Yale, Bingham spent countless hours scouring the historical archives and searching for clues in old Spanish manuscripts. He was determined to use everything in his power, his education, his connections, and his drive, to achieve his newly appointed goal. If only he could discover Vilcabamba, the Incas' ancient capital, then Bingham was certain that he'd have finally made his mark upon the world, both as an explorer and as an historian. In June 1911, Bingham arrived back in Cuzco, this time leading a team of scientists hoping to find the lost Inca city. The expedition soon headed out on muleback toward Peru's Sacred Valley, then began making its way down the Urubamba Valley, which ultimately led to the Amazon jungle. Paying local guides to help him investigate rumors of local ruins, Bingham hit pay dirt on July 24, 1911, only 2 weeks after his actual exploring had begun. It was then that a local farmer led him up a sheer mountainside in a little inhabited stretch of cloud forest along the Urubamba River, toward a ridge that stretched between two peaks covered in tropical vegetation. When they arrived on top, Bingham was stunned to find an entire abandoned Inca city composed of immaculately cut granite stones, some the size of automobiles. Many of the stones were so perfectly fitted together that their joints were flush, without the slightest trace of mortar. These must have been Inca palaces and temples, Bingham realized. But why had they been created in such a remote and inaccessible area? Who had lived here? Although he didn't realize it, Bingham had just made the discovery of a lifetime. The ruins would soon become known throughout the world as Machu Picchu. Bingham, however, was confronted with a few problems. 3 families of Peruvian farmers already lived among the ruins, so he really couldn't claim to have discovered this site. The families, in fact, had already cleared a substantial number of the buildings in order to grow their crops. Only a portion of the ruins were overgrown and looked like the kind of lost city Bingham had been searching for. Bingham was also faced with the fact that he'd been led here by a farmer who lived below in the Urubamba Valley and who had already visited the site. To make matters worse, while exploring the ruins and taking photographs on a large Kodak camera set on a tripod, Bingham discovered a third and potentially even more serious problem. Written in charcoal on one of the Inca temples, someone had written, Lizarraga, 1902. Had a previous explorer already discovered the site and published the fact, Bingham wondered? Was the city he'd just stumbled upon already known to the world? Bingham was relieved to discover that the inscription belonged to that of Augustin Lizarraga, a local muleteer who'd lived on the nearby valley floor for more than 30 years. He was hardly someone who would publish anything about his explorations. Lizarraga was also a mestizo, or half-caste, as Bingham later referred to him. Bingham clearly used that term with the belief that a poor, mixed-blood muleteer was hardly anyone to take seriously. Lizarraga, however, had obviously felt the ruins of sufficient importance to have written his name in charcoal on one of the walls 9 years before the arrival of the tall, lanky North American. The muleteer, however, wasn't leading a scientific expedition at the time, nor did he have any way of contacting the media, and perhaps had no desire to do so. In addition, Lizarraga died in 1912, the year after Bingham's first visit. Bingham solved his first problem, that of stumbling upon ruins that had already been partially cleared, by eventually publishing photos of only those ruins that, on his first visit, had not been cleared. Instead, he published photos that reflected the romantic quest depicted in one of his favorite poems by Rudyard Kipling. Something hidden. Go and find it. Go and look behind the ranges. Something lost behind the ranges. Lost and waiting for you. Go. Bingham solved his other two problems, that of people actually living among the ruins and the inscription and date on the temple wall, in a more roundabout fashion. While Bingham initially gave full credit to the man who had affixed his name to Machu Picchu before him, "Agustin Lizarraga is the discoverer of Machu Picchu," he wrote in his field notebook. In his later publications he was not nearly so generous. In his 1922 book Inca Land, Bingham included only Lizarraga's last name. "From a crude scrawl on the walls of one of the finest buildings," Bingham wrote, "we learned that the ruins were visited in 1902 by Lizarraga, lessee of the lands immediately below the bridge of San Miguel. This is the earliest local record." In this version, Lizarraga has no first name. He is a renter, not an owner of nearby lands, and his inscription is crude. By the time Bingham published his last book on the subject, however, his 1948 account, Lost City of the Incas, Bingham made no mention of Lizarraga whatsoever. Instead, he flatly stated in the book's preface, referring to the discovery of Machu Picchu, "I found it." Thus, with some judicious editing, carried out over a period of decades, and not a little bit of racism, Hiram Bingham ultimately excised Agustin Lizarraga's name from history, playing down any local knowledge of the ruins because its first discoverers were half-castes, while simultaneously magnifying his own discovery. Bingham had another substantial problem to deal with, however, that particular day in July 1911, as he stood among the mysterious ruins perched 2,000 feet above the valley floor. The significance of the Incas' remote city, festooned with vines and ferns and seeming to erupt organically from atop a high mountain spur, puzzled him completely. Superficially, the citadel, sandwiched between two sugarloaf-like mountains called Machu Picchu and Huayna Picchu, which in the Quechua language mean Old Peak and Young Peak, didn't seem to match the descriptions Bingham had unearthed about the lost city of Vilcabamba he had been searching for. In addition, he had never encountered the names Machu Picchu or Huayna Picchu in any of the old Spanish chronicles he had studied. After a mere 5 hours amid the ruins, therefore, and during which time he busily took photos, Bingham left the site and returned down the mountainside to his camp. For the next month, Bingham continued searching for Vilcabamba, locating more Inca ruins along the way. None of those he discovered, however, compared with the citadel he had found at Machu Picchu. Was it possible, just possible, that Machu Picchu was actually Vilcabamba? Back in the United States, the National Geographic Society soon agreed to co-sponsor Bingham's next expedition to Peru in return for Bingham writing an article for its magazine about his discoveries. But what was this lost city, Bingham wondered? Was it Vilcabamba, the rebel capital that he had been searching for, or something else entirely? Bingham began to pore through the old Spanish chronicles again, trying to compare the site he'd stumbled upon at Machu Picchu with the various 16th-century descriptions of Vilcabamba. Were they the same? Bingham couldn't be sure. Eventually, he realized that there was only one way to find out. He needed to return to Machu Picchu and study the citadel in greater detail. Only through further exploration could he discover, once and for all, whether Machu Picchu and the Incas' rebel capital were one and the same, or whether the ruins he'd discovered were something lost behind the ranges, and hence completely new. The Incas, they worship the mountains, Eduardo tells us. He's strolling about, using one walking stick as a sort of pointer, while his troops, our exhausted group, lie sprawled about Dead Woman's Pass. They call the mountains Apus, which means gods or mountain spirits. They worship the mountains because the mountains were gods, and they still are to the local farmers. Eduardo spits a little coca juice onto the ground, adjusts his baseball cap with one hand, then continues. His left cheek is bulging with a wad of the pale green leaves, the same leaves from which the alkaloid cocaine is distilled. The mountains control the rivers, they control the weather, they control the fertility of the farmers' crops and herds. So people worshipped them and made offerings. When things were really bad, Eduardo says, adding a few more leaves to his mouth from a plastic bag, then they even sacrificed children on the mountaintops. Margaret holds up a hand. She is wearing a purple fleece and her floppy blue hat.
But why? Why children?
Because they were the best sacrifice, Eduardo says. El mejor sacrificio, he repeats in Spanish. A more important sacrifice than llamas, better than alpacas. People thought that these sacrifices pleased the gods, no? Eduardo puts his coca bag in one jacket pocket and pulls a small bottle out of the other, uncaps it, then pours a small dribble of pisco, alcohol, onto the ground. To Apu Salcantay, on whose flank lies Machu Picchu, he says, nodding and pouring in the direction of Mount Salcantay, a jagged white peak that rises to 20,574 feet. Eduardo turns first in one direction and pours, then in another, then in another. Salcantay is the highest and most powerful mountain in the entire region, he says. Its glaciers hold vast reservoirs of water. In 1912, Bingham named one of them Grosvenor Glacier, in honor of the editor and director of the National Geographic Society, Gilbert Grosvenor. Within a year of Bingham's magnanimous gesture, Grosvenor made Bingham famous by devoting an entire issue of National Geographic magazine to Bingham's discoveries at Machu Picchu. No other explorer or writer has received so much space in the magazine since. Tu Apu Veronica, Eduardo concludes, nodding and pouring alcohol in the direction of Salcantay's 18,635-foot sister. A few of us follow Eduardo's movements, but for the most part we lie about as if we have already been sacrificed, trying to regain our energies. This is the highest pass of the trip, Eduardo continues. Almost 14,000 feet, no? But the Incas, he says, pointing in the direction of Salcantay, climbed mountains more than 22,000 feet high, and they made stone temples on top of them in the ice and snow. Imagine, he says. It's hard for any of us to conceive, actually, of anyone wearing open sandals and dressed in nothing more than loose-fitting robes, climbing so high, let alone building anything there. Most of us are wearing stiff hiking boots with Kevlar soles, nylon pants, polyester long underwear, polarized sunglasses, sunblock, and lip screen. We also have compasses and wristwatches. Most of us carry smartphones, the modern electronic equivalent of the old Swiss Army knife with its multiplicity of stainless steel tools. Our own tools are now electronic and include voice recorders, cameras, music players, and a plethora of easily downloadable apps. How is it that the Incas were able to transit and climb this hard-ribbed, thin-aired landscape, then create, in areas that are almost inaccessible, cities of stone with only stone and bronze tools? The Incas were, undeniably, lovers of beautiful scenery, Bingham wrote in 1913 in his first article for National Geographic's special edition, which he titled In the Wonderland of Peru. Many of the ruins of their most important places are located on hilltops, ridges, and mountain shoulders, from which particularly beautiful views can be obtained. Remarkable as is the architecture of Machu Picchu, and impressive as is the extent of the stone cutting done by a people who had no steel or iron tools, he continued, neither of these things leaves more impression on the mind of the visitor than the inexpressible beauty and grandeur of the surroundings. Most of us on this expedition would agree, although, to be honest, the beauty of our surroundings sometimes gets lost amid the struggle to find enough oxygen and energy to continue moving. In 1912, just a year after discovering Machu Picchu, Bingham returned to Peru, bringing with him another team of scientists. He had a new problem, however. In August 1911, the Peruvian government had issued a presidential decree stating that all archaeological antiquities belonged to the Peruvian state. No archaeological excavation could take place, therefore, without a representative of the government being present, nor could any antiquities be exported. Anyone caught exporting antiquities from Peru without a permit would be treated as a smuggler. Bingham, however, had already promised Yale he would bring back a sizable collection of Peruvian antiquities and had received funding to do so. He thus found himself in a quandary. How could he bring back a collection of antiquities now that doing so was illegal? Soon after his arrival, Bingham hurried to Peru's capital of Lima, enlisted the aid of the U.S. State Department, and desperately tried to wrangle a deal. In the end, he was successful. Peru's new president agreed that Bingham could export the antiquities he planned to excavate. There were two important conditions, however. One was that Bingham could export only whatever he found before December 1st, 1912, which would allow Bingham only one more month to excavate. The other was that Peru had the right to demand that everything Bingham exported would one day be returned, if Peru asked Yale to do so. Bingham agreed to the provisions and signed the document. Once back in the United States, however, he carefully kept the second condition of the agreement quiet. Yale, Bingham knew, would from now on be unable to own any of the Machu Picchu artifacts he might deliver, and thus would be unable to place them in any kind of permanent collection. Clearly, according to the agreement, whatever Bingham exported from Peru to the United States was still owned by the Peruvian government. It was only temporarily on loan to Yale. In the end, Bingham shipped 136 wooden crates to Yale, stuffed with what he had excavated during the first part of his 1912 expedition. During that time, his team had rapidly disentombed 107 graves at Machu Picchu and had extracted the skeletal remains of 173 individuals, along with their associated offerings of stone implements, ceramics, and bronze tools. In addition, 2 years later, and as noted at the beginning of this story, Bingham purchased a collection of 366 Peruvian antiquities. These he illegally exported and added to his on-loan collection at Yale. Because the Peruvian government was unaware of Bingham's purchase, however, there was no inventory conducted. Thus, there was little chance the illegal collection would ever be traced. When Bingham departed on a third expedition to Machu Picchu in 1915, however, he left this time without having obtained permission to excavate at Machu Picchu. Once in Peru, Bingham informed the authorities that he was going to carry out geographical surveys, not archaeological excavations. Peruvian officials soon discovered, however, that Bingham had in fact been excavating bones and artifacts and had packed them into wooden boxes. They immediately seized 4 of Bingham's 74 crates as evidence that he had broken the law. Soon, the local press in Cusco broke the story and began running bold headlines such as, "The criminal excavation of Machu Picchu. Members of the Yale Commission are taking our treasures. The denunciation of the newspaper El Sol completely proven." Bingham was now in serious trouble. His illegal excavations had been publicly exposed, while his reputation and that of Yale University were now at stake. The Peruvian government was unaware that Bingham had already smuggled antiquities out of Peru, nor did it know that he had smuggled the remains of an Inca mountaintop burial, complete with silver, gold, and bronze sun idols, by hiding those things in the expedition doctor's private trunk. If any of these actions came to light and were added to his present transgression, then Bingham's reputation would be ruined. Holed up in Cusco, unable to excavate or leave the country, Bingham wrote to a friend that he was suffering from a considerable amount of mental depression. All he could do now, however, was to wait and see what the Peruvian authorities would do. Within weeks, the authorities convened an inquest in Cusco that required the attendance of Bingham, his American team, and their accusers. After carefully examining the contents of some of Bingham's crates, the officials concluded that Bingham had indeed been excavating illegally and had broken Peruvian law. The material was confiscated, and Bingham was ordered to cease his activities. Crestfallen, Bingham cut short his expedition and soon departed for Lima. While he waited for a ship to return to the United States, however, Bingham nevertheless found himself unable to resist a further temptation. A new dealer offered to sell him a large collection of Peruvian antiquities, this time looted from the Nazca culture. Bingham quickly agreed to terms and bought the collection outright. Because of the controversy now associated with Bingham's name, however, the dealer suggested shipping the collection under a pseudonym so that the shipment would not be flagged by customs officials. It was, after all, illegal. "It seems to me a strange thing to do," Bingham wrote in a letter shortly afterward, "to consign the goods to a fictitious character like J.P. Simmons, but I suppose they thought it was necessary under the circumstances. The question is, how is Yale University to get hold of the shipment when it has been consigned to J.P. Simmons?" The shipment of looted Nazca artifacts did, in the end, arrive at Yale successfully. Altogether, Bingham had spent approximately $480,000 in today's dollars to purchase and smuggle ancient artifacts for Yale's Peabody Museum. On August 19, 1915, Hiram Bingham finally departed from Peru, 3 months earlier than scheduled. He was 40 years old. Although he didn't realize it at the time, his archaeological and exploring careers, begun so spectacularly only 4 years earlier, were over. "Listen to this," Jonah says. "It's now our 3rd night on the Inca Trail, and we're huddled in our eating tent at Fuyupatamarca, a Quechua name meaning the place over the clouds. Earlier in the evening, we'd witnessed a spectacular sunset, the clouds stretching out below us like an iridescent carpet, with Andean peaks poking through from below. But now the cold has descended, and we're suitably outfitted in down jackets, ski hats, gloves, and long underwear, waiting for a first course of hot soup. Outside, the porters, cooks, and camp workers are getting ready for dinner too, and speak to one another in Quechua. It's their job to carry our belongings and the camp equipment, bundled into giant rainproof backpacks. Wearing only tire sandals or ojotas, the porters routinely race past us every day on the trail, even though we begin each morning well ahead of them and are carrying only day packs. Even with such a handicap, however, the porters arrive hours before the fatigued gringos and have the camp ready long before our arrival. Meanwhile, according to Jonah, we are dining at 11,936 feet. Jonah's been reading an article Bingham wrote for National Geographic after his last expedition. A kerosene lantern sits before him, burning steadily with a hiss and throwing yellow light onto his sunburned face. "This is the part where Bingham starts searching for the Inca Trail," Jonah says. "The most thrilling moment in my 4 expeditions into the interior of Peru was at Machu Picchu on the 24th of July, 1911, when I first saw the Temple of the 3 Windows and the Chief Palace. In order to reach them, it had been necessary to follow an Indian guide through a dense jungle, and finally along precipices where one literally had to hold on with one's fingernails. Clearly this was not the way that the builders of Machu Picchu had approached their city. Later, we located part of an ancient road leading back from the city up the mountainside and across the face of one of the towering precipices on Machu Picchu Mountain. It appeared to proceed in a southerly direction into a region of high mountains, deep valleys, and well-nigh impassable jungles. In 1915, it was my privilege to penetrate that unexplored country back of Machu Picchu, visit its ruins, and follow its ancient trails." "So 4 years after discovering Machu Picchu," Jonah says, as camp attendants begin to bring one steaming soup bowl after another into our tent, "Bingham started trying to figure out how the Incas used to travel to Machu Picchu. They didn't climb up from the valley floor like Bingham did because there was no trail. So Bingham started looking around for Inca roads up on the ridges. This is where he mentions Patiacta, where we began our hike. Not far from Patiacta, in the Huayabamba Valley, we located the remains of an old Inca road leading out of the valley in the direction of Machu Picchu. It was with mingled feelings of keen anticipation and lively curiosity that Mr. Hardy and I, with a gang of Indian bearers from Ollantaytambo in April 1915, set out to discover how far we could follow this ancient road.
So he had porters too, just like we do, Margaret says, hovering over a large bowl of cream of mushroom soup. Her friend, Beth, is so tired that she's already asleep in her tent.
He had both porters and mules, I add.
So Bingham was the first outsider to walk the Inca Trail. He discovered it and described all the ruins along with it, Jonah says.
Man, wish I'd been there with him.
The next day, late in the afternoon, we walked down a final ridgeline and approached the Sun Gate at approximately 8,000 feet, the classic entryway the Incas used to enter Machu Picchu. The gateway is made from stone and is approached by climbing up a flight of stone stairs. Through its rectangular portal, one catches one's first glimpse of the citadel, often wreathed in clouds, that still offers spectacular views over the valley and distant mountains. Eduardo leads Jonah to just before the gate where he stops. He then blindfolds Jonah and leads him to a spot in the center of the gateway, facing the citadel below. Eduardo finally pulls off the blindfold theatrically, revealing the sacred city in all of its splendor, now etched with late afternoon sunlight.
Wow, Jonah says, shaking his head. Incredible.
Eduardo next does the same with Margaret. She's wearing jeans and her purple fleece, her blue hat, and the blindfold. Margaret stands expectantly until Eduardo removes the blindfold, then is left to take in the city for the first time. After a few moments, tears begin to roll down her cheeks. A bit later, Beth also begins weeping. I'm not sure, however, whether the two English women are overwhelmed by the sudden sight of the miraculous ruins stretched out so splendidly before them, or if they are crying simply because they have survived the trip.
Gracious, is all Beth says. Gracious me.
We begin to wander through the ruins, which are now visited by 1 million people a year, most of whom arrive by train to the valley below and then take a bus up to the ruins. As we do so, I can't help but think of the man who once camped here nearly 100 years earlier and who had such high hopes for his future. Although Hiram Bingham eventually claimed that Machu Picchu was the lost Inca capital of Vilcabamba, and that the Incas had founded this as the very first city in their empire, he was ultimately proven wrong by archaeologists on both counts. Another American explorer, Jean Savoy, eventually identified Vilcabamba in 1964, some 4,000 feet farther down in the jungle and about 100 miles away. Machu Picchu, it turned out, was also not the Incas' first city, but was apparently a royal retreat for one of their greatest emperors, Pachacutec, who had Machu Picchu built to commemorate his conquests in the area in roughly AD 1450 to 1470. Since the Inca Empire was a theocracy, meaning that its emperor was both a secular ruler and a god, it is not surprising that 30% of Machu Picchu's buildings had a religious function. In addition, the citadel overlooked a series of sacred peaks in the distance and was nearly surrounded below by the sacred Urubamba River, while some of its temples were constructed so that splinters of sunlight marked the winter and summer solstices. Other temple windows marked the pathway of the stars, such as the Pleiades and Southern Cross. Inca architects thus incorporated into their design both the sacred and profane, blending their emperor's desire to commemorate himself and his conquests with the simultaneous desire to worship and acknowledge the multiple gods and spirits that imbued the very landscape around them. Without paying deference to the gods, the Incas realized, there could be neither life nor empire. After Bingham's hasty departure in 1915, the rest of his story continued to follow the pattern of an ancient Greek tragedy in which the hero, although brave and fearless, is eventually felled by a fatal flaw in his character. In 1917, 2 years after returning from Machu Picchu, Bingham learned to fly, joined the army, and served in World War I in France as the commander of a flight instruction school. He quickly rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel. In 1922, Bingham ran for and was elected governor of Connecticut as a Republican, and then, from 1924 to 1933, served in the United States Senate. In 1929, however, the very week of the stock market crash, Bingham's latest string of successes once again came crashing to the ground. A fellow senator accused Bingham of having secretly placed a manufacturing lobbyist on the congressional payroll, a clear breach of Senate rules. Bingham, it turned out, had also arranged for the lobbyist to attend tariff negotiations, while having him pose as an innocuous aide. Although Bingham later denied that he had done anything wrong, in the end he finally admitted that, "My judgment in the way in which I endeavored to use this tariff expert may have been at fault." The Senate agreed. It censured Bingham in 1929 for having behaved contrary to good morals and senatorial ethics. Bingham thus became one of only 9 senators to have been censured in more than 200 years of U.S. history. The Senate's action, it soon became apparent, proved to be a mortal blow. 3 years later, Bingham lost his re-election bid and retired from politics at the age of 57. It had been 18 years since he'd left Peru under a similar cloud of controversy, and now another lapse in moral judgment helped to end his second career. Hiram Bingham never again held political office, nor did he ever again explore or carry out any excavations. In 1937, Bingham's wife divorced him, citing cold indifference and an attitude of superiority, and she accused him of carrying on a long-time affair with the wife of a former congressman. Bingham was 62 years old at the time, and, after the divorce, he promptly married his mistress. Hiram Bingham did, however, write another book after his retirement, revisiting his discovery of Machu Picchu and the excavations he had carried out there so many decades earlier. Initially, Bingham had agreed to co-write the book with the young Harvard archaeologist and Inca specialist Philip Ainsworth Means. When Means eventually delivered a completed manuscript to Bingham, however, Bingham delayed publishing it for a number of years. Eventually, Bingham kept the structure that Means had created, but rewrote much of the text. The book, Machu Picchu, A Citadel of the Incas, was finally published in 1938. Bingham, however, hadn't included Means's name on the title page, nor was there any mention of Means in the book. In Bingham's final book, Lost City of the Incas, published in 1948, the former explorer and ex-senator took full credit for having discovered Machu Picchu, as mentioned earlier. I suppose that in the same sense of the word as it is used in the expression, Columbus discovered America, it is fair to say that I discovered Machu Picchu. The Norsemen and the French fishermen undoubtedly visited North America long before Columbus crossed the Atlantic. On the other hand, it was Columbus who made America known to the civilized world. In the same sense of the word, I discovered Machu Picchu, in that before my visit and report on it, it was not known to the geographical and historical societies in Peru, nor to the Peruvian government. It had only been visited by a few Indians and half-castes. Bingham's logic was essentially correct. He was the first to make Machu Picchu known to the rest of the world. However, he also made sure that he wasn't going to share any of the limelight or prestige surrounding the discovery of Machu Picchu with any Indians or half-castes, or with any Harvard co-author either. Hiram Bingham made one final visit to Peru in 1948 at the age of 74 to witness the inauguration of the Hiram Bingham Highway, the corkscrew-like road that leads up to the ruins from the Urubamba Valley and which tourist buses use to this day. The still thin and now gray-haired former explorer also witnessed the installation of a bronze plaque bearing the following inscription, which still remains. Cusco is thankful to Hiram Bingham, the scientific discoverer of Machu Picchu in 1911. December 1948. Like the Inca emperor who had ordered Machu Picchu's construction, Hiram Bingham, too, had achieved a slice of immortality. Little could he have known as a boy in Hawaii that it would be here, on this remote mountain saddle in the cloud forest of Peru, that he would ultimately make his mark. Hiram Bingham died in 1956 at the age of 81 and was buried in Arlington National Cemetery. Most of his legal and illegal Machu Picchu collections, meanwhile, some still wrapped in 1911, 1912, 1914, and 1915 Peruvian newspapers, remained after their arrival from Peru in old wooden crates at Yale for the next 7 decades. In 1918, Peru's diplomat in Washington requested that Yale return to Peru the objects that Bingham had exported under the 1912 agreement. Yale deferred the request. In 1920, Peru's consul in the United States again asked for the artifacts' return, and Yale ultimately returned 47 boxes. This was only a fraction, however, of the hundreds of boxes that Bingham had exported. The boxes they relinquished contained mostly duplicate artifacts. In 1952, the future Argentine revolutionary Che Guevara, while on a motorcycle trip through South America, visited Machu Picchu. Guevara noted that
all the ruins were cleaned of underbrush, perfectly studied and described, and totally robbed of every object that fell into the hands of the researchers, who triumphantly brought back to their country more than 200 boxes containing invaluable archaeological treasures. Bingham is not the culprit, nor are the North Americans guilty in general. But where can we admire or study the treasures of the indigenous city? The answer is obvious: in the museums of North America. In 2008, the Peruvian government sued Yale University, demanding that Yale return Hiram Bingham's Machu Picchu artifacts after a loan of nearly a century. Yale fought the lawsuit until 2010, at which time Peru upped the ante by privately threatening to file a lawsuit against Yale's president, Richard Levin. Such a move could have rendered the president of one of America's most prestigious universities an international criminal and subject to arrest. Within weeks of the threat, and after a century of stonewalling, Yale agreed to return the 1912-15 Machu Picchu artifacts, putting an end to the controversy. Yale also promised to return some of the material to Peru by the centenary of Machu Picchu's discovery in July 2011. In 2012, the last of Bingham's material was quietly returned to Peru. Today, at the foot of the mountain that Bingham scrambled up, a small museum houses artifacts from Machu Picchu. Some 250 objects are displayed, most discovered in the last few decades by archaeologists working in the area, which is still littered with magnificent Incan ruins. Although all of the 5,000-plus lots or groups of artifacts, some 40,000-plus individual pieces, that Bingham excavated were finally returned to Peru, none of Bingham's smuggled collections of Inca and Nazca artifacts were ever requested, as no inventory had ever been conducted. Like the Greek Elgin marbles in London, or the Egyptian antiquities looted by Napoleon, now in the Louvre, Bingham's smuggled collections continue to be housed in Yale's Peabody Museum. More than 100,000 archaeological sites, meanwhile, exist in Peru, only 10% of which have been excavated. When new sites are discovered, it is often only after treasure hunters and professional looters have already done their grisly work. In 2007, U.S. Customs officials returned 412 looted ancient Peruvian artifacts worth millions of dollars to the Peruvian government. Seized from an Italian antiquities thief living in Miami, among the artifacts were silver masks, Inca quipu cords, gold jewelry, and ancient burial shrouds. It was the largest seizure in the United States since the two countries had signed an accord in 1997 to help prevent the theft of pre-Columbian art from Peru. Worldwide, the systematic looting of ancient artifacts is a multi-billion-dollar business. Hiram Bingham's bones, meanwhile, remain in Arlington Cemetery, while the bones he discovered, buried at Machu Picchu, along with their votive funerary offerings, have finally been returned to their homeland after a circuitous 8,000-mile journey to North America and back.
They now lie in a museum within a former Inca palace in Cuzco called the Casa Concha, about 50 miles as the condor flies from their original cloud-wreathed burial site. In 1943, some 13 years before Bingham's death, Chile's great poet Pablo Neruda visited Machu Picchu and later composed a poem inspired by the site. In one of his stanzas, Neruda summed up the experiences of those natives who, long ago, had visited the sacred citadel of the Incas and then had unexpectedly met their ends there, never dreaming that their mortal remains would one day endure such a strange, peripatetic fate. To the sharp iron edge I came, to the shroud of farms and stone, to the stellar void of the final footsteps. But, wide sea, O death, you don't come wave after wave, but like a gallop of nocturnal clarity, or like the absolute numbers of the night.